Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Titan 2025 Grand Finals for the Conqueror League. We've got a Syndicate showdown tonight with Syndicate Like a Dragon versus Syndicate Reboot card. My name is Freedom Potatoes, and I am joined today by Swifty. Wait, wrong way. How's it going, Swifty?
It's going excellent. I'm very, very excited for tonight. Any final series is always going to be a blast to cast, Mr. Freedom Potatoes. I will try to prevent from calling you Jamie all tonight. For anyone at home, we are friends. But yeah, I'm excited for Syndicate on Syndicate. I got to cast. I think like my first cast on this season was a Syndicate series, Syndicate Like a Dragon to be specific, as well as last week. While I was over on one side casting Syndicate Like a Dragon versus Conspiracy. You were casting Syndicate Reboot card versus Dorado Gaming Epsilon.
Yeah, I think I've casted a Reboot card for my last two casts in Conqueror, so I guess both won their respective semifinals in pretty dominant fashion.
Mm-hmm.
At least for me watching Reboot card, they had some huge performances in the bot lane in particular. How were things over on the side of Like a Dragon? Any players you're particularly keen on watching?
Yeah, to be honest, and it's funny, from the beginning of the season, I remember, I think, looking back, when I was, there's a series of meta shift casting and myself, obviously, and looking back, I think the players that really stood out to us then were actually different than the players that stood out to us in last week's series. I remember Red's Noxus on ADC looking absolutely disgusting on the Misfortune very, very early in this season. As well as, I believe, Izzo, who is now the Izonator in jungle for the side of Syndicate Like Dragon. Those two seemed like real powerhouses for the team. And not to say that they didn't seem like powerhouses for the team last week, but there were different players, I think, actively stepping up. My MVP for last week was Mojo in the support role. I thought Mojo absolutely just dominated the whole series from the support role. Just like really, really good support play. This team, I think, covers a lot of bases, so I'm very, very excited to see if that's even going to change anymore as we're getting into actually some player awards here. If you'd like to take it away, Mr. Freedom Potatoes.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of familiar faces from the finals here. We've got Jacob representing Syndicate Reboot card in the mid lane for first team All-Pro. And then over on the side of Syndicate Like a Dragon, we've got Red's Noxus 7 and Mojo showing up as well.
Yep, two players who I actually just commented on as being two players who certainly have stood out in various different series, throughout this season. So, very, very exciting to see. I guess that's 3 out of 5 of the first team players for in performing in finals tonight.
And of course, let us not forget about Poom and P-Dog over there in the jungle in the top side. I don't remember if I got to watch. Oh, I did get to watch Poom play, I think, last week. Sadly, they are not joining us in this finals, but congratulations to all of those first team All-Pro players for excellent performances throughout the season. And then, of course, over in the top right, we've got our most valuable player of the whole season, which is Red's Noxus 7. Showing up twice
for me. At least Red's Noxus definitely it seems like a rock for this team. There are several players who just will show up at any given moment and just really, really smash. So no surprise to me at all there.
And of course, going down to second and third All-Pro teams, we've got even more Syndicate players making their appearances with CZI in the top lane and Izzo in the jungle. So if you were just going off of the player awards, you might think it's a little stacked towards Syndicate Like a Dragon, but we'll see if that's actually the case when we get into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also seeing just a lot of other players just that have been cast throughout here. I know Conspiracy Esports Feels showing up for the second All-Pro team mid, who had great performances last week. Really, really, I think put Fireman as sort of metal, tested their metal for sure. As well as, I have other players who I've known and just seen throughout the league, Capped Phil, all names who I think are just very, very impressive, very consistent, solid players. So congrats to everybody showing up on this list and just everybody who played in this season in general. It's always great to just, have fun, play the video game that we all enjoy so much.
Indeed it is. So I guess back to the series at hand, we've got from our resident content creator, Prophet of Tears, we've got a prediction of a Syndicate Like a Dragon 3-1, predicting big things out of the jungle. But I've been watching Reboot card. I don't know. I think this could easily be a 5-game series. But what do you think, Swifty?
I agree with you. I think that it should be a 5-game series. I obviously haven't had the pleasure of casting Reboot card so much as I've been able to just follow post series what's been going on with Reboot card, as nearly as much as I've seen Syndicate Like a Dragon live. And I think a big thing I took away from last week was that I think at least in the semifinals, all of the teams that were there deserved to be there. This was a 3-0 for Syndicate Like a Dragon. However, it was certainly not like a stomp by any conventional sort of means. These were close games. These were back and forth. Game 3, I think, was a stomp, if I'm remembering that correctly. Game 3 sort of was the straw that broke the camel's back. I think things fell apart very quickly for Conspiracy. Like a Dragon was able to really just steamroll that one. But games 1 and 2 were very, very nearly Conspiracy esports games. I remember Meta and I just had a very, very fun time losing our crap together watching. So I think that if there is a set of teams that are very, very closely matched in skill, it's the final 4 in Conqueror, and specifically the final 2. Both are Syndicate teams. I don't think it's going to be so easy as a 3-0 or 3-1. This could go 3-2 either way, in my opinion. And I frankly don't quite know who it is. I haven't had the pleasure to see Reboot card nearly as much.
So we're getting into draft now. We'll see what our first ban is. Okay, we got the Xin Zhao taken away. I mean, that's kind of to be expected. I think for the side of Syndicate Reboot card, they really like a lot of these kind of like brawly, scrappy junglers, and I think Xin is one of the best at that job. He can go in, get the drop the ultimate to keep himself alive, and there's a Teemo ban by a Reboot card. That's interesting. I mean, Izzo has played. Yeah, Izzo has played the Teemo jungle before. It's very good into a lot of those auto attack heavy skirmishy junglers, and is really good at securing vision control around objectives too.
Yeah, absolutely is. We're going to see Ivern again banned. Reboot card taking another thing away from Izzo. Clearly having some target bans here. Syndicate, Like a Dragon, is going to opt to then ban Lulu, which is just a super strong pick right now, as well as a Lilia, which is a stronger AP jungler in the meta right now. I personally view it as more of an answer to specific picks. But and then on the side of Reboot card, a third jungler. Izzo, Reboot's looking at you this series.
5 jungle bans all in all, and it's interesting. I feel like I've seen a lot of teams prioritize the Lilia B1, but I do agree it has like some matchups that are not so great. Yeah, if you are able to scale on it, it's huge. But yeah, I mean,
it's great into my pool is what I can tell you. Like I think we've seen that in scrims, right? Like people leave up volley and take the Lilia. But I'm actually really interested here. The Jinx R1, I understand.
Sivir.
Potatoes, walk me through the Sivir B1 pick here. Like what your thoughts are.
I tend to see Sivir more as kind of an answer when you have like a lane that's really hard to play. You can kind of just sit under tower, throw out those Qs and Ws, clear out the wave, and make it hard for the enemy to secure those plates, make it hard for you to dive. It can be really great when you pair it with something like maybe like a Bard or a Pike that likes to roam around the map a lot. It's kind of got short range, so it can totally be exploited in some matchups, and like Jinx with her rockets is totally capable of doing that.
For sure.
So, rounding out these comps a bit more, now we've got the Renekton and the Zac. Those are probably both going to be up in the top lane.
Probably.
Well, actually,
Zac is a flex.
Yeah,
sure.
I actually don't know if CZI has played the Zac top now that I look at it. So maybe that's actually jungle.
I don't think it's anything mechanically like super complicated enough that like top laners typically shy away from it. I think like Zac top has been relatively like somewhat in the meta enough that I think a lot of top laners are comfortable with it, even if it's not showing on their OPGG. But we're going to see Poppy on the other side is another big flex pick here. I'd be shocked if Renekton went anywhere other than top. I think it's a super powerful, potent top line, but it's also, I think, a prominent mid lane pick. At least, it has been a little bit in this meta. Maybe it's falling off a little bit more than it has been in the past like month or so, but certainly some flex picks happening here for the side of Reboot card.
If Syndicate Like a Dragon picked it, I wouldn't be surprised if it went mid. Firemana has played Renekton mid, but is going to be on the Victor this game into the Orianna that was just picked up. And
Control Mage is mid, classic.
Classic Control Mage is mid. I mean, I think that's a really interesting matchup because both champions, there's a lot of spacing involved with them because they have kind of similar ranges that they like to poke at, and they both can do pretty well in like close trades. Also, like Victor with the Q auto combo, Orianna able to stack up the passive damage, and now we've got a Mundo picked up and a Maokai. to finish out Syndicate like a Dragon's comp. So that's probably going to be Mundo top, Zach jungle, and the Maokai support. But
probably
some flexibility there if they end up with a matchup they don't like somewhere.
Yeah, technically you could still go like Maokai. I mean, Maokai could go top support or jungle. Mundo doesn't really go support, so that takes that off the ticket. You could technically go 3 lanes with Zach, but it doesn't really want to go support either, in my opinion. So this is probably going to be a Maokai support with Sivir. I think that's a great lane, at least in my opinion. I think it's like relatively safe. But I'm curious to see what they do the matchup here, like what matchups they elect for each other in the jungle and the top lane. We know that now at this point, obviously, right, that Renekton is going to be in the top lane. I'm curious which champion is going to match, I guess, like marginally better into that. I personally think that Mundo is like super potent in the jungle right now, but he's also super potent top lane. But again, I'm biased as a jungler, so do you have any thoughts on that?
Mundo has a pretty weak early game, and Espada is a very proficient top laner. I think one of the best in Conqueror League generally, sure, in terms of the performances I've seen. So sending a champion with a weak early game up there could be a risk. But if you are able to scale on that Mundo, it's going to be a good time. And you know, one pick we didn't really mention yet is the Janna. That offers a ton of disengage. You know, between the Poppy and the Janna, it's going to be really hard for Syndicate like a Dragon to get on top of this Jinx, who I think is the big win condition for Reboot card this game. Yeah, this certainly seems like a Protect the Jinx comp for sure. It's also just want to note real quick that I do believe we have a substitution that was made for the side of Syndicate Reboot card. They're running player All Gucci instead of their usual AD carry Measurable. So we'll see if that substitution continues throughout the series. But yeah, just letting you all know about that.
We've got an interesting bush. Level 1.
Noxus is
potatoes.
Flirting with danger here, not quite walking up to the bush. And you know, if Poppy starts E, there is catch potential, but there's not actually a lot of access to hard CC on the side of Reboot cards, so they're just gonna cancel those bases. I mean, they could have tried to get aggressive, but it's almost secured like the bush at least. Noxus knows that this is something that they might elect to do. Granted, something that popped up into my mind as you know, we were sort of getting ready for this night in the production waiting room. Freedom Potatoes is that I realized these two teams probably have a lot of information on each other, right? These teams like are actively in the same org. I'm sure they talk to each other all the time. I wouldn't surprise me if they scrim together, right? Or if they somewhat like have a few matches of history together. But yeah, like that seemed almost as if Red Noxus knew what was going to happen, like knows that they might actually be there, because we were able to get a little bit of deep Maokai vision on the blue side at least, as we're going to get a split screen action here, mid lane, bot lane. Always love to see a good split screen early. I think in that face-off video that came out earlier today, they mentioned like scrim bucks against each other. Someone was talking about solo killing. I think that was the top laners talking about solo killing each other. So yeah, I think these teams have experience into each other. And yeah, you know, if you've died to that trick in scrims once, that's enough to let you know not to do it again. As we're seeing the Jinx get priority in the early game down bot, kind of what we expect. You know, Syndicate like a Dragon has to back off a little bit to not eat too much poke. But so far, nothing. You know, it's relatively peaceful in this early game. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a bot lane matchup at 2v2 here that sort of, like, Sivir obviously is a great wave clear, wants to play safe, wants to scale a little bit. Jinx kind of wants to do the same thing, right? Jinx is like a team fight, get resets ADC. Sivir's more of like a wave clear, late game do AoE, you know, ricochet damage kind of ADC, but they both sort of play similarly in the early game, and that they don't really want any crazy fighting, right? It's almost like when I think of like a Kayle top lane, like you almost want less action in this bot lane here. I wouldn't want to be coin flipping for our other team. So to me, like the biggest sort of lopsided early game lane here is the top lane. I think, like you said, there's a jump in from the Izonator. Goes in on Jacob, who's going to get stunned up by the gravity field as well. Getting really low, still has the flash, but is going to blow it at the last second. Oh. I think if Jacob flashes earlier there, you know, he probably either lives or at least trades an enemy flash, but instead holds it a little too long, and that auto attack from the Zac follows through, and that's first blood over to the side of Syndicate like a Dragon. So they're going to be happy with that start to this game. Absolutely, yeah. Both top laners a little low here. I think if Espada manages the Fury right, could look for a kill here, but I mean, this wave is going to hit that tower soon, which is going to remove that window of opportunity, and CZI is just playing back, soaking XP, CSing with those cleavers where he can. So Nothing gonna happen quite yet.
Yeah, really, really great gank angle from the Zac. That is the power of the Zac, right? It can gank you very quickly from completely out of vision, even if you're great at placing wards. And on your note, actually, of seeing the flash held for just a little too long, it's funny. It's almost like I've seen my mid laner on my competitive team do that. It's crazy. It's crazy. I wonder who that is.
I would never do that. I would never.
I'm pretty sure there was a moment in Scrim said, "Oh, if I flashed, I lived." Happens to the best of us. The point being,
it was like 7 of those, but
7 of those. Yeah, it's okay. I missed flash over wall at least 12 times in this Scrim. So, but yeah, as it's now 1-0. So we've got a marginal lead kill wise for the side of Like a Dragon, but we've actually got a 100 gold lead for Reboot card here. Just basically on CS alone, a little bit up in the jungle, a little bit up in the mid lane, about 13 CS up, right? 14 now in the top lane, which seems to be the biggest advantage. So like you said, this week, Mundo early game is sort of showing its hand here, as we're seeing DZI go a little bit behind of this Renekton, who already has an Executioner's, what's it called? Executioner's Calling?
Oh, Isonator might be in danger. No, is able to just hop out, get away from there, but could have been scary if they were able to get the stun down from that Poppy or something.
Yes, definitely could have been spooky. Am I right on that item, by the way? Executioner's Calling?
What about it?
The item, the name.
Yeah, that's the right name. Yeah,
I was like, that sounds wrong, but
no, that's right. I thought you were talking about like, is it a good decision? And well, that's a little. I feel like Mundo doesn't actually heal that much in the early game, so I'm not sure how much I like
healing is based off of Mundo's max health, like gains a percentage of his max health as regen. So the passive doesn't necessarily kick in until you have more health, but we're getting an engage here.
Hit 6 and goes for the all-in, but CZI is going to pop the ghost and walk away, so that is the ultimate burn for a summoner spell, which, you know, it is on a shorter cooldown, but CZI is going to have access to the Mundo ult in a little bit here, and that's probably going to allow him to regen up. Yep, I see that pop on the top side scoreboard, but Syndicate Reboot card on the other side of things is going to secure this first Ocean Drake, which I think as far as first Drakes go is one of the best ones to have. You know, that little bit of regen can help a lot if you are getting poked out in lane.
So fun fact, I'm sure someone in viewership could fact check me on this and tell me I'm an idiot and that I'm wrong, but I actually believe that statistically, teams that win when they only have one dragon, that dragon is more often than not Ocean Drake, believe it or not. As opposed to the highest win rate soul is actually Cloud Drake, believe it or not. But yeah, that's just a little interesting tidbit. Someone fact check me, tell me if I'm wrong. You might be able to find that stat on League of Graphs or something like that. But
got the proxy going also, getting a nice tempo lead just to get a nice reset off. Oh, never mind, it's gonna get canceled.
Never mind.
Maybe realize he needs a little bit more money for a particular item or something. But I like seeing people, you know, get aggressive like that, play for the tempo. You know, maybe they've been watching some Baus tutorials or Alois, you know, one of those guys.
Yeah, one of them. This game seems to be eating out more in lanes a little bit. There's a marginal lead for All Gucci down there in the bot lane, but we're now seeing Like a Dragon actually just opt for tempo play here on the Grubs. I don't know if Poppy was spotted on the opposite side. Might have been on that Tri-Brush ward down there, as Poppy sort of is on the Dragon side right now. Interesting call to not necessarily want to force that with a definitely a ahead top lane, right? Like Espada is ahead. I think there's no like doubt about that, right? Okay, even in levels, but only one item, but I guess still has to back probably for any sort of gold into item advantage. But Syndicate Like a Dragon is just going to opt to say, you know what, we're going to take these. If they're not going to contest it, then you know, it's a free objective for us, and we got 1-1 in the objective race to 3 for these feats of strength.
It was a bit late on the Grubs, like for a trade. It wasn't exactly a cross map, but yeah, like you said, maybe they saw the Poppy down there and opt to go for the objective based on that. Because I think if Reboot card wanted to, they do have enough priority in some of these lanes.
I think so as well. Yeah,
they could have contested it, but you know, giving over the Grubs is not the end of the world. They don't really start having as much of an impact until you get more of them. As Mojo might be looking for an engage on All Gucci here. There it is, hitting level 6. They're going for the play, but it's just going to be pushed away by the Bramble Smash, and they just walk out of there. A little bit of HP traded, but nothing too major.
Yeah, a little bit better for Reboot card than it is for like a Dragon there, just based on health bars alone. As we're now seeing Espada just move directly into Isonator's jungle here, just a clear vision. This is like how you play top lane, by the way, people. Like, it's so
the
frustrating.
Sivers gonna pop the
here it is.
The twisted advance from Maokai. They're gonna, I think Retail Row is probably gonna be the one to go down here. All Gucci's far away, but Retail Row blows the flash. Mojo follows up with the flash Bramble Smash, and Red's Noxus 7 is gonna get the kill, but there's a shockwave from Jacob. Gonna be spell shielded by Red's Noxus though, and the fight's continuing on two fronts as Mojo is gonna drop, but they're gonna pick up Jacob on the other side, who once again blows the flash, I think kind of late.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's now 3-1 for Syndicate, like a dragon. I can't just say Syndicate because that's
both
confusing.
Syndicate.
They're both Syndicate, but yeah, they've got that first of those 3 feats of strength secured.
Yes, the first of those 3 feats secured. Absolutely correct. Yeah, I keep wanting to say Syndicate, and I'm like, damn it. Yeah, a second interesting flash there. Also, just as an aside, as you were casting, the play-by-play, I have a little bit more freedom to watch, a little bit more freedom potatoes. Haha, fun pun. To watch, I guess, like the less active things. Actually, I don't see any reason why Mojo necessarily has to go that hard onto the Jinx when the fight is moving towards jungle side, jungle river. But Mojo now might be in a really bad spot here.
Yeah, Mojo might be caught again, but there's not a lot of cooldowns for the side of Reboot card, so he may be able to walk it. Oh, Fire Mana gets flashed on, ulted by the Poppy, knocked up, has the Ignite ticking, but gets the shield and might be able to live still. The Chaos Storm is down and going to zone them out a bit, and now here comes the Isonator. Super Mega Death Rocket's going to miss, and there's the Let's Bounce from Isonator.
Ooh.
Mist goes down, and there should be another kill onto Jacob. It's given over to Isonator, not quite reaching it with that death ray from Fire Mana, but Syndicate, like a dragon, now 5-1, building up a big lead in this early game. Partly off the back of that roam down from CZI, who, just says, hey, this is a tough matchup for me. I'm going to get out of here, try to influence the rest of the map, and does pick up some gold. So, yeah, I do like to see that productivity, as we're going to get a replay now.
Yeah, replay. I like the twisted advance here a lot. What it does mean, though, is that there is no lockdown for any sort of like immediate turnaround, and then they go right on to Fire Mana, who does have the flash. Interesting call there, as we just saw Mojo burn the flash. I think maybe in hindsight, the call is to just go right on Mojo, but it doesn't matter, as Isonator is just going to say, screw it, we're going in. Mundo goes where he pleases. They're going to pick up the return kills on the re-engage, and they go up 2-0 in that fight.
I like what you pointed out there that, yeah, Mojo's down flash, and I don't think Fire Mana had used flash all game, so, tracking those summoner spells is so crucial for making a snap decision pick play like that. But, I mean, communicating it in the moment is tough. Tracking it's tough.
Absolutely.
Communicating it is tough, so... you can't blame him if it is an error. And now Syndicate's going to look for second dragon, or actually this will be their first dragon. But if they secure this, that'll put them real close to securing the feats of strength. I think that's going to be number 2 for them. Mist is going to trade the grubs on the other side, and yeah, I mean both teams 2-2 now, so it's going to be on a knife's edge who ends up securing these feats of strength.
Yeah, but Poppy's soloing these alone and is able to pick up 1, so it's not going to be the guaranteed feats, even if, like a dragon, picks up the other 2 grubs here. So good on Poppy to at least grab those. Part of me wonders if we send the Renekton in there to just maybe get an extra grub, keep the grub count down to 4 or maybe 3 for the side of... excuse me, not Reboot card, like a dragon. I'm getting them mixed up. This is gonna be hard. But yeah, they had Prio in the top lane, but clearly did not in the mid lane. But I think good on Mist all around to just understand, hey, we can delay these feats, right? Maybe play for a tower, maybe play for the back end objectives, right? Slow gameplay down a little bit. So certainly better than nothing to take a grub away.
Better than nothing for sure, but yeah, I noticed Espada was really low moving to that play, which probably contributed to that decision to back off. And
Sure.
I do wonder, like if your jungler's Fire Man is going to get caught in the exact same place though. There's the stun from the Poppy and the shockwave.
No
Gravity
flash
shield
this
goes
time.
down, but I think the last little bit of damage will come through. Jacob is low, but I don't think Isonator is going to be able to reach with that elastic slingshot. And that's a nice kill picked up for the side of Syndicate Reboot card, who now has evened the gold out completely.
Yeah, really great use of the heroic charge from Poppy. What's it called? Steadfast Presence. Her W doesn't actually do anything into Victor, who doesn't have a flash. Again, an immobile control mage, but great use to get the stun off. There is certainly enough damage, even on an 0-3 Orianna with what is that? Before the item is Seraph's Embrace. Archangel's staff. Which not a lot of AP is there, but the sheer base damage on Orianna Shockwave.
Oh, there's a flash twisted advance onto All Gucci, but it's going to be a 3v3 down on the bot side here. Red's Noxus is getting low, but All Gucci seems to be dropping first. It's going to be the Super Mega Death Rocket to get the shutdown, but Fireman is showing up to look for the kill onto Retail Row. Should be a 2-for-1 over to the side of Syndicate Like a Dragon, and now missed. Gonna dodge away from the Elastic Slingshot, but the Let's Bounce is gonna knock him back in, and there's now 3 people hitting this Poppy, and it's another 3-for-1 trade now to the side of Syndicate Like a Dragon, who, you know, the gold's still very close. If you look just at the kills, it feels like they're very ahead, but overall, it's still pretty even in this game here.
Yeah, I actually missed it. I couldn't quite see. So we're getting a little more training from Espada onto CZI, but I'm not sure if Reds Noxus sort of just made the call themselves to auto from that position, but I couldn't tell if the Chompers were on Sivir there in that fight, but interesting to see Sivir sort of just like blindly fire, but the damage was a lot. Man,
Isonator goes for an interesting play, trying to use the Blast Cone to make the stretching strike land between the two champions. Doesn't quite pull it off, but does buy enough space that Fireman is able to get the first turret down in bot lane there. And
that should be booties.
That should be feed secured over by Syndicate. I think the graphic hasn't quite updated, and good for them to get it in such, you know, at a good time, because Espada almost has top down, but here's the replay of the engage.
Here's the replay. Yeah, so I'm very curious. It is Chompers. Okay, I was like, I didn't actually see the Chompers go down, but yeah, so that is what keeps Sivir in so close. We are able to see the Jinx just get enough damage. This engage is just so good by Mojo, really separating the team. Maokai, Zach have the ability to just completely dismantle your front and back lines positioning in a team fight. They use it to sort of perfect effect there, and they blow up what was a reboot card engage, and now this game is starting to really lean towards Syndicate. I think this CS lead, or what was a CS lead, a more prominent one at least, for Espada in the top lane, is beginning to diminish as Mundo picks up levels. This is a champion that does, in fact, scale better than Renekton. As this game goes on, Espada's going to have a harder time just dealing with a massive Renekton, Dr. Mundo as the Renekton. Interestingly enough, we see a Warmog's armor picked up first, which I actually kind of like. I think the most common pickup is just going to be to rush that Heartsteel so you can get your stacks off. However, I think CZI understands in this situation that I don't think CZI was comfortable enough actively taking trades into such, you know, a very good skirmishing 1v1 early game champion and a talented top laner in Espada to boot, and just opts to say, you know, I'm just going to go for the regen before going into another item, which, looking at this here, could be the Heartsteel. It could be unending.
Possible engage on All Gucci, but it's shut down by Mist, and I think that's going to be the end of that. They don't have enough of a wave to siege this turret out, but there is a dragon coming up in 20 seconds, which it looks like they are going to put a little more effort to. We've got Espada showing up down from the top side near this dragon, and they've got Jacob moving to catch that top wave. So is going to have to TP in if a fight does break out, which I imagine it will shortly. Isonator is going to jump forwards kind of far, but is on Zach, who can actually takes a decent chunk, but should regen up a decent amount.
Isonator actually opted for Zach wants to build some health before anything else, but also opted for a Dark Seal and then directly into the Sunfire. Obviously, the Dark Seal does not give you very many defensive stats at all. But to be honest, neither does Sunfire. Some of its gold efficiency is obviously the AoE passive, right? So it's not nearly as tanky of an item as, say, you know, a Randuin's Omen or you know, just a straight Frozen Heart into attack damage champions and auto-attacking champions. So yeah, even though the Sack has a lot of health, will be taking damage in situations like that where we're just Eing in to try and get the stretching strikes to land on nothing. So, but again, Zach heals off of these little cell division blobbies. So we're just going to see Syndicate Like a Dragon just say, screw it, we're going to take the Rift Herald, right?
They're going to get two neutral objectives here. They did lose the top turret, but I mean, they already got first turret a while ago. And I think Syndicate Reboot card also wanted the mid turret, but they weren't able to knock that down in time before Like a Dragon got off of the dragon that they killed and roamed over. So yeah, Syndicate Like a Dragon continuing to build up the lead a little bit. I keep saying that, actually, but the gold
I was about to cut you off there.
It's only 300 gold.
I was about to point this out, as I noticed it as you were just, you know, commenting there. Every time we see the action die down, we're seeing Reboot card claw their way back in gold. It's almost an efficiency at farming on the map. Which is the only thing I can attribute it to, right? So it's the only way in a dead game state scenario, or I shouldn't say dead necessarily, right? I should say more of a stagnated game state, right, where there's no active fighting, no contesting for objectives going on. The only thing that's going to get you gold
here.
Yeah, I do. We're going to see if the dive comes through, and it does.
There's the elastic slingshot into Let's Bounce, but the shockwave is used defensively. Isonator flashes out and leaves Fireman a tank who might. Oh, the shield. The shield comes through just in time from that Siphon power. That was very close. I don't think Isonator needed to flash there. I mean, that, you know, you've got enough armor and health to withstand the turret shots there. So they're gonna have to call off the play. Here comes a Super Mega Death Rocket, but it will not land on the Fire Mana. Cancels the base, and actually Espada, if he's out of vision, might be able to flash in onto Fire Mana here. Retail Runs also got a flank on the Janna. Flashes for the slow, and it is going to be picked up by the Zax's Realm Spike, I think, or the Comet. One of those two. Little delayed damage. And Fire Mana blows the flash in response to Retail Row as well. So that Victor is going to be easy pickings in the next few minutes.
I don't know if I entirely, and maybe this is me as a jungler finding an excuse to not want to dive something. I don't know how confident I would be going into that dive, knowing it's a phase rush Orianna with an ultimate up. And again, like we said before, it is a tanky champion, the Zac, but there's really not that much armor on Sunfire Cape. So the damage can come through rather quickly, and the ability for this Orianna to just self-stall under tower is a certain possibility and threat for a counter dive. And, you know, at the end of the day, I think Jacob just played that really, really well, and I think Like a Dragon sort of realized that and maybe hesitated then there on the back end, having to blow the flash, but yeah, it ends up with a Reboot card kill onto Fireman on the back end of that. So good play by Reboot card to just, you know, hunker down, pick up the kill.
Yeah. Hunker down, fend off the dive. Yeah, great flash by Jacob. I think, you know, Syndicate Like a Dragon probably should have just been happy to get that and leave. I mean, that's, you know, you've got an immobile control mage with no flash. That I think as Zac, you're pretty happy with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Seraph Shield makes her so hard to kill, and those extra resists she gets with the E. You know, I like to put an extra point in E to just make myself extra tanky on Orianna. That's my dark technology. But yeah, so. I mean, we've got the next dragon in a minute and a half. I think that's going to be a major point of contention because Syndicate Like a Dragon is going to be looking for that soul point, and obviously a Reboot card is going to want to stop that. They're clearing out some of the deeper vision in their jungle, but Isonator is hovering down by Fire Mana here, and if someone face checks into them, oh, they're going to start the Otacon actually. I don't know if they have enough vision of the enemies to really feel safe doing this, but then again
they don't have the vision of them.
Card doesn't have vision of them either. This feels like it should be a slow take for Zac and Victor, but I mean, Fire Mana is on 2 items. And the Sunfire does help with the take a little bit. You know, they heal a lot on the Zac, and Victor's got enough shielding to stay in the fight. So this looks like it's going to be taken completely for free.
So the rest of the team showing up, the rest of the team showing up definitely makes this a lot safer of a play. Even with a Lichbane and a Balefire Torch on the Victor, I think the take is like a little slow enough that if those two only do it and then go directly into a Dragon contest, it might actually be like a little bit rough health bar wise for the side of Like a Dragon. However, I think the rest of the team understands. They understood where the vision was when there was no sort of response play onto the Otacon from the side of Reboot card. They then, I think, felt comfortable with sort of the positioning and the ability to take that Otacon. They send the rest of the team down, they take it, and now they're back off of the recalls and they're looking to gain priority of this objective that's spawning in 3 seconds.
They've dropped the Rift Herald. I mean, Reboot card had the first move in the area, but they're gonna have to back off. I mean, Syndicate Like a Dragon, they have they're fresh off a recall, they're healthy, they've got new items that they just picked up, and I think they're gonna use this Herald charge to buy themselves space as they move down towards this dragon. Probably gonna put them onto Soul Point unless Reboot card can mount some resistance here. Retail Roll almost goes down to Red's Noxus. A lot of damage coming out of the Sivir on 2 items now, and the Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be thrown, but the dragon's still at 5k HP. I don't even know if the splash damage landed there.
Yeah.
You know, good try, but that is a soul point over to the side of Syndicate Like a Dragon.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of the wallet gap and sort of the frontline gap, I think, for the side of Like a Dragon here, as Espada is going to have to get pushed away, but we might see Izzo go in.
Izzo goes in with the elastic slingshot into Let's Bounce, but Espada just dashes away. And I mean, it's, you know, I think the Let's Bounce didn't knock that Renekton the way you would want to. As Mist might look for a play on a Red's Noxus here, but not going to go for it quite yet. Mojo is in the area.
Oh, Mojo.
Mojo might be the target now. Has the flash and is going to use it. We'll see if they keep falling because they have the steadfast. Oh, nice
really well
by Mojo. Played. They have the speed from the Orianna and from the Poppy to chase if they want to, but I think it's kind of a waste of time. You know, they get the flash on the major engager for the side of Like a Dragon, and that's a small win that they can be happy with.
Yeah, for sure. They take the flash. Mojo very dangerously close to being in an unfortunate position there. Has to burn the flash, which again, like you said, is something you take when you're reboot card every day of the week. I think the heroic charge was in range. I think in hindsight, after seeing the interrupt, via the Bramble Smash from Maokai, I understand why the heroic charge was not immediately used by the Poppy to push right into the wall there between River and Red Side Jungle. As we're gonna get a little bit of pause gaming, pause gaming, pause gaming.
We just saw Like a Dragon pick up one of those inner turrets. A lot of gold going over to Fire Mana on the Victor, and nicely done by Izzanator and Mojo to help hover. When you're on these immobile control mages, it can be scary to side lane. Just all by yourself, so having friends in the area is always nice. And I think this Victor and the Sivir are the two major carries for Like a Dragon, and they're pretty happy right now, sitting on 2.5 items on the AD carry. And I think Fire Mana should be picking up at least the Seeker's Arm Guard off of this next back.
Yeah, should be. I'm very, very curious to see if within the next few minutes this game really starts to blow open. I think the pace at which Victor is coming online, I think is outpacing Jacob's Orianna right now. Frozen. Let's get a look at this skin, by the way. That's a good skin. What skin is that? Is that a SKT? Is that a championship Renekton skin?
I'm not so good with some of these skins. I'm like, is that like heaven? It's not Heaven Scale. Heaven Scale is gold.
Is Heaven Scale even a Renekton skin?
I don't know if it is.
That is Corporate Mundo.
That is just one of the all-time greatest.
That's a goated skins.
I think without a question. I don't think anyone would deny that is one of the.
He goes where he pleases. He goes where he pleases, and he
also has a 200 gold shutdown despite having just one kill.
Yes,
and being down 30 CS,
Also, still does not have a heart steal, but I honestly kind of like the Warmog's Rush. I know I talked about it before. Yeah. I think it's an intelligent move into a lane like this. I think it's like a really good read is how I would put it.
This is that's something I actually wanted to talk about a bit earlier. This is something that I mentioned him before. Aloyus really likes on Mundo. If you're not familiar with him, he's just a high elo EUS top laner. Who streams and is kind of educational fundamentals, but he is also a big proponent of the Warmog's Rush because it's a tempo purchase. You can heavy trade with your enemy, throw your HP away for free, and then you sit back for a few seconds, regen up. They're half health, you're full health. I mean, that makes a dive or whatever you want to do way easier. It makes going where you please easier. As Syndicate Like a Dragon is stacked up here in the top side, but they're not going to really find anything. They're just going to take that outer turret and move away.
Yeah, I think sort of what I was almost hypothesizing to come true is coming to fruition here a little bit. We are clearly seeing Like a Dragon has much more agency and priority on this map in general. I think we're sort of relying agency-wise on the Renekton to be able to catch a good split here. But we're at the point where we're actually down a level on the Renekton, and these current percent current percent health damage cleavers out of the Mundo are gonna really start hurting this Renekton. There's a point at which Mundo just runs over Renekton, right? Like it's an inevitability, much like Thanos. So I'm worried for Espada in this side lane, and I think that Reboot card is going to have to start looking for a different option if they want to keep pace in this game, right? I think they're losing towers and losing agency within their own jungle for not very much gain on the backside of it here. And Like a Dragon, I think, is very happy to take all of this space and ability to sort of control the map. So I'm curious to see if they adjust their angle here anymore, or if they're really just, I think at this point, relying on, okay, let's get a level 16 Jinx. Let's get some items on this Jinx and try and take a fight. That seems more of a coin flippy sort of angle to play here. But, I guess we'll see how this unfurls. Potatoes.
It's going to be hard for Jinx to get that first kill. I mean, she really is the late game insurance policy for the side of Reboot card. But sure. Yeah, I mean, as this Mundo and Zac get more items, it's going to be so hard to pull that off, especially because it's, they don't have like the greatest pick comp of all time. I mean, the Orianna Poppy can set things up. Renekton always has that flash stun, but they're going to have to look for someone that's not one of the frontliners, I think. Maybe if they can get Fire Mana's flash or something and then capitalize on that, that's going to be maybe an easier look for them.
So long as Sivir has the spell shield up, right? it's so hard for the Sivir to be that target, and the two targets that just on paper are obviously Fireman as Victor and Red Noxus as Sivir. So really, your option is the Victor, but how do you get there? Is my question, right?
There's
like,
so much front
line.
line.
How do you go through a Mundo? Yeah. How do you go through like an omnipresent champion such as Zac, who can do this elastic slingshot and be anywhere on the map instantaneously?
All Gucci almost walked in a range of that.
Yeah.
And we've got the dragon coming up in 5 seconds. That will be soul for Syndicate like a dragon if they can pick it up. So it's gonna spawn, and they have the vision. They've got control over the area. It's hard for a Reboot card to approach here.
Yeah, and Sivir's wave clear is just so good that like maintaining mid lane priority while being able to maintain Dragon River priority is huge here. But CZI's actually taking a lot of damage, but the ultimate hasn't been popped yet. No maximum dosage.
And now there's the jump in from the Zac, getting pretty low, but able to knock out people. There's a 3-minute shockwave, but it's going to be spell shielded, I think. Mist gets the first kill of the fight, going to take down all Gucci as well. Jacob's low flashes away, but Retail Row drops as well. The Sivir is so fast and so powerful. It's a triple kill onto Red's Noxus. Only has to blow the barrier, still has the flash, and they might be able to just end off of this without even securing that Dragon Soul. It's a huge team fight win, 4-0 for the side of Syndicate like a dragon.
Yeah, it almost looked like a really, really good fight there for Reboot card as we saw health bars dropping on the frontliners for like a dragon, but lo and behold, you know, the ace up the sleeve was Red Noxus on Sivir being able to absolutely just free fire for the entirety of that fight, right? With Ricochet. And the result is going to be a game 1-1 over to like a dragon.
Yeah, well played. I like a dragon to take up this game. For a long time in this game, you know, we kept saying like, oh, it feels like a dragon's in the lead, and then we'd look at the gold, and there wouldn't actually really be a lead, and yet, you know, at a certain point, it just explodes for them, and I feel like that's something you typically expect from like the Jinx comp. You know, Devon State, Jinx gets a kill in a team fight, and boom, they're off to the races. But it's actually
excited. Yeah.
The other, it's actually the other side that ends up exploding the gold lead in that mid game and turning it into a relatively fast win.
Yeah, there were clearly, I think, a few fights there that almost went Reboot card's way, right? They were clearly looking for things. They were not being reactive in a sort of harmful way, a self-harmful way for their composition. They clearly were looking for things. There were just a handful of times where, specifically Izinator and Mojo, in my opinion, like, had the upper hand in pulling off those counterplays and those counter engages, right? With the Zac, with the Maokai, which is like the two prototypical champions for pulling that sort of thing off. So, you know, to me, like, hats off to those two players this game. I think they really, really drove being able to sort of maintain an advantage and I think overcome a little bit of the lane disadvantage that they were at the beginning of the game. Espada was winning lane, like, handedly, like 40 CS up at one point. I don't think CZI was a laning sort of demon this game, right? Just sort of wanted to bide their time. Obviously, Victor and Sivir need to bide their time as well. Those are more scaling champions. So really this game, the onus fell upon Izinator as well as Mojo to sort of be able to buy the time, and they did that. So to me, those two are absolutely sort of heroes for this game, and they're able to pull out the first win.
Indeed. I mean, they have, so much frontline that it makes it really easy for that Victor and for the Sivir to play these fights. We were talking about kind of the Protect the Jinx comp for the side of Reboot card. You know, they've got all these tools to pull the enemy around and knock them away from their AD carry, but it's not as often talked about just the value of just having a very, very tanky and very scary, you know, Mundo or Zac standing between you and the squishy guy that you want to kill.
Yeah. You know, I'm curious to see what happens next game. Obviously, you know, first game of the series is typically one where you're knocking off rust, getting the nerves out of your system. I think both of these teams, like, and compositions certainly had avenues to victory here. It was sort of a slow build into a maintained, controlled advantage for the side of like a dragon. Reboot card didn't necessarily have any like incredible blunders. It seemed to be just a sort of, I don't want to call it a warm-up game so much as I want to call it a, you know, a sort of get into the swing of things game. I'm curious to see how draft adjusts, if there's anything that you know, we really want to see taken off of the table. I don't know if there was any one pick in this game that stood out as like absolutely disgusting. I don't know if you feel any differently, but
maybe the Zac. The Zac, I think, is a hugely influential pick. I mean, we saw, I think, just at level 3, he was flying into mid lane and giving that first kill over to Fireman. You know, on the Victor, you want those early kills. You want to start stacking that passive up, and getting that lead there, I think, was instrumental to their victory, because they were kind of able to pick on the Orianna after that.
Sure. I will, you know, to play devil's advocate, we saw for the side of Reboot card, 3 bans in the first phase, and that was Jarvan, that was Ivern, and another jungler that I cannot remember off the top of my head, but it was 3 junglers. I remember because there were 5 total, and the last one was Lulu. So Reboot Card already invested 3 bans into the Izzonators champion pool. How do we handle putting a 4th in there? The room
maybe if it was
for sort of
Fearless.
swapping. Maybe if it was Fearless. Sims. Every other league is Fearless. But yeah, in a non-Fearless draft, how do you sort of make room for that, right? Do you, I've seen Izzonators Jarvan. I wouldn't swap the Zac for the Jarvan, if I'm being honest with you right now. I wouldn't swap the Zac for the Ivern either. I hate Ivern. You know that. Right. I can't remember what the last ban was, and now I feel like a schmuck. I feel like a schmuck. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I don't have it in front of me. We'll bring it up.
It's all good. Yeah,
we'll bring it up in the next draft for sure.
I think we're gonna toss it to a break or maybe a little video segment before we get into the. We're gonna go to a break now, and then we'll have a little video to watch when we get back for game number 2. Welcome back to the Conqueror League Grand Finals with Syndicate Like a Dragon versus Syndicate Reboot card. Syndicate Like a Dragon picking up game number 1 with a decisive finish. Even though I think, Reboot card started things off pretty strong in their lanes, they weren't really able to capitalize and turn that into the win in the end.
Yeah, we saw specifically in the top lane, Espada, I think, had the upper hand, undoubtedly, in that lane. The Renekton looked very, very good. Clearly a very, prominent laner. You had brought this up in sort of our pre-game analysis on the desk here tonight for the Conqueror finals. Yeah, but like you said, weren't really able to convert that into anything. I think a lot of priority was placed around mid and bot lane, at least jungle focus. Not much happened up top. Top is sort of left to its own devices, which sort of favors the Mundo in the long run, right? The Renekton's ability to split push turned into nothing, as there was a point in the game where we had a level 16 Mundo and a level 15 Renekton who sort of had to just walk away for some cleavers in the bot lane, right? In the side lane. So I'm very, very curious to see, sort of what switches up in this draft. As we said before, I think there's certainly avenues that Reboot can take that are going to maybe give them an upper hand. I don't think they leaned into what their advantages were enough last game, but, we'll see as the night unfolds.
Indeed, we will. But before we get into draft, and speaking of Mundo, we've got a sneak peek into how side selection was chosen for this game with some Mundo dodgeball 1v1s. I think there's some other 1v1s too, but we're seeing Espada versus CZI here.
And CZI took freaking Comet.
I think they both have Comet. I think that's what you go in dodgeball for the extra poke.
Do you have to go Comet?
I don't know if you have to, but I feel like you're trolling if you don't.
Oh, there's Comet.
Espada's got it too, but CZI's got the early lead.
What I will say is this line of scrimmage was not very carefully planned out, as Espada clearly has more room to move.
CZI's a little boxed in for sure.
Oh, look at this movement. The movement's interesting, but Espada's going to eat another one. It's very low, though. It's very close.
It's very close, but CZI is...
I'm going to be honest. I just have to go on record. I hate that this is a thing that happened.
Ooh, there's the ghost from Espada. Eats another in the face.
CZI! It's like this is RNG at this point. Oh, it's one more.
Ooh, one more. Oh, nice flash from CZI. I think Espada still got the flash and is going to dodge away. CZI is now one cleaver from death. Who's it going to be? It's CZI. I mean, hey, he was on the Mundo last game. I guess now we know why.
Oh, now it's a 1v1?
It's an Ivern 1v1.
I'd seen a little bit of the clip of the Mundo 1v1 before. I did not know there was more.
Yeah, it's an Ivern 1v1.
Ivern,
how do you feel about that?
Mist vs Izzo. It's an Ivern 1v1. Chris, change it. I don't want to look at this. I hate this. I mean, this is two of the one champion that I hate the most. Titan After Dark, we discovered this about me. We discovered two things about Ross. So Ross hates Ivern, and Ross loves Teemo. Which, thank you for not important UW, however you say that, in Twitch chat for reminding me it was Teemo that banned.
Is that just the first turret to win the 1v1? That's crazy.
So boring. Screw you guys.
Isonator is the. I'm surprised that Mist agreed to that. I feel like Isonator's. They're banning the Ivern away from Isonator. If they're good enough at it that you gotta ban it. I don't know why you'd take the 1v1. Maybe they kind of like drafted the 1v1s, like. But now I got the Fire Mana versus Jacob Lee Sin 1v1. Now this I like. This is
they have two different items. Jacob has more health here. I'm curious what's to.
They're both getting low here.
Two ignite
one
burns.
Q from death. Flash E from Fire Mana doesn't find the kill.
Oh man,
has the bigger wave, but that cube going down means Jacob has free reign to go in. And there's the finish.
Fire Mana got.
Now we got the bot lane 1v1.
This BS. This is a much more what I will comment on. This like line of scrimmage. It's much more even.
Oh, it's one-sided right now though. Measurable is getting peppered down by Red's Noxus.
Oh my!
Another Cleaver Lance.
Skin gap, by the way, is what I'm going to say. That is Rageborn Mundo, which is an excellent skin. I have it. Not as good as Executioner Mundo, which is in my opinion the best Mundo skin. But Measurable, you're getting clowned on here.
Red's Noxus does not miss these cleavers. Okay, that one missed. But I think hit hit everyone before that. As Measurable's on a sliver of HP. Gonna need a miracle to come back in the 1v1 here. Not quite yet. But
regen it.
Yeah, where's the Warmogs? Oh, there's first of all. Okay, and we got one more. The support's duking it out.
The supports. What do we think about these skins? I have a clear one that I think is better.
I mean, corporate Mundo all day.
I'm the opposite. I love corporate Mundo, but no, that's what is the skin called?
I don't.
Mundo? Or is it called Definitely Not Mundo? I think it might be Definitely Not Mundo, or am I thinking Definitely Not Blitzcrank?
I forget.
Someone in Twitch chat, tell me, like, what this is.
Well, anyway, I think Mojo's on the smaller court again. Oh, autoing the ward. Is that allowed? I don't know. You're damaging the wall. Oh, flash by Retail Row. They're both one cleaver from death now, but Retail Row's back to not one cleaver from death. Never mind. I can't math. It's now surely it's so close.
They lose health when they throw it.
Ooh. They are on a sliver of HP here, but it is going to be Mojo finding it as Retail Row backs themselves in the corner.
Yeah,
Syndicate, like a dragon, goes up 4-1 in the 1v1s, and that's how they got side selection.
Props to Jacob for that one win. Fire mana. Could have been a 5-0. What are we doing, man? What are we doing, brother? It's okay. We're doing that for warm-ups in OBS, by the way. We're going to do Mundo Dodgeball. We're making it a staple.
I thought you hated it.
No. I hate... What I hate is that it determined side selection for an important match, which is the finals of this league.
Are you saying the Mundo Dodgeball isn't important itself? Come on.
Well, it may be important in a different context, but we're getting a look at last game's draft. I would like to shout out my friend in Twitch chat who reminded me that the third ban against the Isinator was Teemo, which is just an awesome jungler who I love. But in reality, I think my honest answer is, if we're worried about the Zac pick, I do think the Teemo is the drop here. If we're gonna have to drop anything,
I've got to agree. I mean, that's like it's a counter pick to certain champions. It's in some matchups it doesn't do a whole lot. The big value in at least in the early skirmishes is that blind, which can shut down those auto attack heavy junglers. If you've got like the Xin Zhao or a Viego or something like that. But against, I mean, I don't know if Syndicate or I don't know if Reboot card plays the Ivern themselves. Didn't look like it in that 1v1, but
yeah,
they like Teemo wouldn't do a whole lot into that. But yeah, I guess I think we're ready to go to draft again, or maybe
we'll see. I'm sure production will.
If it's ready, they can. Okay, we got a little bit longer. So yeah, I mean, I think we discussed this before, but I want to see Reboot card kind of exploit that top lane a little more. Espada was looking really good in the early game, was getting a clear CS lead, playing around tempo, proxying. It was kind of the Espada playground up there. But you need to convert that into objectives. Like we saw, they were, they had that one play where they were doing the grubs, and Espada was just like chunked out. And I think probably if that Renekton moves down early, they maybe get those 3 grubs. I don't know if that changes the whole story of the game, but it would make things look a little nicer for their post-game stats, at least.
Yeah, for sure. I think like you said, it was Espada's playground up there. I don't mean this as like any disrespect to any individual player, but like I think if there was a gap in that game, it was Espada and CZI, right? That was to me the biggest disparity in performance in that game across team to team, at least in lane, right? And granted, CZI did an excellent job at mitigating that as much as possible. I think the build was excellent, right? Didn't overcommit for anything in lane. If you're the Mundo, that's sort of what you got to do. I think in the early game, and CZI pulled that off well. But props to Espada for having a huge advantage in that. So I'm looking here to see. We still have the Teemo, so the Teemo was dropped. Okay, we're not going to get the back ban. They don't think it's that much of an issue. I honestly think, comparatively speaking, I would rather have Ivern and Jarvan banned. I probably would have dropped the Teemo, even though I love Teemo, for Zac. But Like a Dragon doesn't feel it's necessary.
So far, it's looking like a exact replica of draft from game number 1. Is it? Are we getting a replay of first game's draft, or is it just a salty run back? Because so far, I think everything is the exact same as game number 1.
But is it? They are wrong sides, right? Because Syndicate, like a Dragon banned Lulu in the other one. Yeah. They're on the wrong sides. We're switching them. For everyone in chat, I was like, wait a minute, unless they memed us just to meme us. We're getting the same freaking draft though.
I think that might be what's happening here. It's I think the sides are supposed to be swapped because Reboot cards were the one. Reboot cards was the one banning out that other. Okay. I think we'll be back in just a second with.
We'll be back in just a second. Rules on the 9th. Gotcha, guys.
No salty runbacks here. No. Or maybe we'll see. We'll see.
Was that literally just last game's draft with the name switch?
I think it was. Yeah.
Who knows? We'll find out. I'm just as excited as I'm sure everyone else is. That would be awesome if they switched. Imagine that if they switched sides and then copied each other's bans just to troll everyone.
That should be like a new drafting format. Who cares about Fearless? I want to see like
meme draft,
Nemesis draft, kind of.
Oh.
You pick your team comp, but then the other team has to play it. So it's like a real draft and Nemesis draft, like 2 for 1, you know. And then I don't know what would happen in like a best like in game 3.
Yeah.
But
what? Oh man, what is this reminding me of? Oh, on the meme draft thing where they're like taking each other's bans. I actually don't know if Mr. Sunga is going to hear this of FOF Productions. I believe, didn't we spell something out in bans? Nothing bad, but didn't we spell like OVS?
I think we spelled like OVS win, or well, you can't do win.
You can't do win. OVS like GG. It was OVS GG. Chris is confirming it for us. We did spell something out, and I'm a big proponent of like don't do stuff like that, right? Like because if you lose, like you look like an idiot. But we didn't lose. So, but yeah, that's reminding me of that, which is fun. Anyway, just fun anecdotes for everyone as we're getting back into game 2. But
for those not familiar, Swifty and I play on the same team in a Vanquisher, or usually do. We're not in it. Or I wasn't playing the split, but
yes,
I'll be back. I'll be back
with some of the UB boys, Universal Basic Income boys, on an OVS UB hybrid team. But yeah, we'll be back hopefully if Sems lets me. I spoke with Sems, by the way, and I also asked if I could play in Gladiator, and he said yes. So maybe I leave. Maybe I leave the org.
Looking for the MVP performance.
Yeah, and maybe he just watched me get like gapped by like some silver guy.
Oh. Okay.
We have an update. Do you want to tell the update, or you want me to tell the update?
You can tell it.
I'll tell the update.
You were first on the earpiece.
I was first on the earpiece. Get down, Mr. President. Apparently, draft is a little bit buggy for us right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into game, and at the beginning of the game, we're gonna do a draft analysis and be like, "Oh, what's going on?" And it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be awesome.
And we're gonna have to imagine in our heads who picked what in what order.
Exactly. We are in game 2. That is a deer or a reindeer, and this is Titan Conqueror Finals, Syndicate Reboot card versus Syndicate Like a Dragon. We do have the Zac again. Izzo was like, I'm picking it. They didn't ban it. I can only imagine what that means is that the bans were somewhat the same. I don't think we have any of the champs that were banned from the first game picked up, at least from the first phase bans. But we are getting a pretty big shakeup, I think, in terms of compositional identity for the potatoes, for sure. We have Fire Mana on the Yone, which is a staple pick of his. And we're seeing a Azir come out, so I think this is a little more exciting of a mid lane, right? Less control mage, boring boohoo. We just do nothing until the late game. And we're getting Corki Seraphine into Nico Varus. This draft is much more my speed, is what I'll say for sure.
If I didn't see that Zac, I would have thought this was Fearless, because everyone's getting swapped out for new champs. Spot is taking a little bit of poke from CZI here. Might be able to just regen that up off or reset, but. I mean, it's a very different identity going on here. You know, we've still got Isonator on the Zac, and Fire Mana is going to be able to follow up on that engage with the Yone. I think that I really like how those two champions are going to play team fights out. You know, they got the Seraphine ult to come through and follow that up. They got a lot of wombo, but they've got a lot of damage. They are kind of heavy on the AD, but do not underestimate the Zac damage. We saw a lot of that last game.
Darkseal came out specifically,
and then. Going back to the other side, we've actually got Espada on more of the scaling pick this time around, but he is very proficient on Warren. I think that's maybe his most played champion. I'm not sure. Retail Row eats a lot of damage from the Corki. That Gatling gun is so powerful in these early levels. Already down to like half health on this Nico. But yeah, Espada is a big time Ornn player. Provides a lot of scaling, but he's picked up solo kills. And all sorts of wacky plays on that champion in lane, so do not underestimate him there. Kind of a lot of scaling on the top side for Reboot card. They've got the Viego resets for some extra team fighting. The Azir ult is can be a huge engage tool or can look like total feeding, and a lot of utility in the bot lane. They've got the AoE damage from the Nico, and Varus ult is a great engage tool as well. So I like what Reboot cards got this game. As far as team fighting goes, it's I think it kind of matches the energy that Like a Dragon is bringing here.
Yeah, it's funny. Like obviously, just dissecting Like a Dragon's comp. Like I'm a big fan of the comp. I think if there's any nitpicking to be done, it's possibly that maybe I know what purpose Corki serves here, but I think as the game goes later, like it might be a little bit harder for Corki to immediately follow up. But I still think it's a great pick, all things considered. But like I love this composition, but at the same side, right, and on the other side of the token, like Ornn Viego Azir, I love this top half. I think it's awesome. The ability to like skirmish and just take gnarly fights whenever, I think is awesome. There's a lot of damage coming out. And Nico, I think, is potent and underrated, and I think Varus is just a super strong ADC right now. Like, I think both of these comps function in an interesting way.
But doing his thing as he goes in at level 3 with the Elastic Slingshot. They're going to get a lot of damage down onto the bottom lane, but Mist is here with the Mist to get a lot of damage back. Mojo has to flash. Izzanator also had to flash. Red's Noxus is going to Valkyrie away. So it's actually, in terms of HP, looks like a winning trade for the side of Syndicate Reboot card, despite Izzanator showing up first. That Viego got a little bit more farm, wasn't prioritizing the ganks as much. He had already done all of his camps, and Zach still has the Gromp and the blue to do. So big farm lead for this Viego, which is going to be really nice to have as you are kind of have to duel the enemy jungler around objectives and stuff like that as Fire Mana goes in, but just snap back with that Soul Inbound.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, anyway, I can't sing any more of that, otherwise we'll get like copyright claims. Anyway,
sound too much like Eminem.
Yeah. Have you seen the video? Driving a Porsche over the floorboards with Harrison Ford getting a divorce. Anyway, yeah. I mean, the Viego clear, on your point before. I'll take it back to what our job is. The Viego clear is better than the Zac clear. And in terms of that trade, right, there are no kills picked up, but there were 2 flashes and both bot lane like non-flash summoners burned, and not a single flash burned. Excuse me. Was Retail Rose flash burned? It might have been. But still, Retail Rose, sorry. The trade of summoners there is just so absolutely worth it. I also like the discipline at a Reboot card to not immediately flash in to try and get the kills. There's still a sneaky amount of damage out of those 3 in that skirmish, Corki, Seraphine, and the Zac. And they were very low on health. So I like the discipline there to not like overcommit. They understood that they got the upper hand in that trade and they back off. I think it's just, it's disciplined play. It's sort of what you want to see out of a team coming off of a loss here is like, all right, how do we slow this down? How do we play to our strengths? And maybe find those openings such that we can actually take a game off of this team who is undefeated so far in this playoffs. Syndicate like a dragon.
Spotted the Bramble again. Really liking that early anti-heal, I guess. It's interesting into Gnar. I mean, I guess Gnar wants to auto-attack you a lot for poke as the Spot is walking up, but Izzanator's in the bush. Will finish the recall, though, so there's no gank here in the top side. And so far, not as much value being found from the Zac in this early game.
Yeah, definitely not as much. I think Viego has a pretty good time answering the Zac's tempo. Obviously, doesn't have like the immediate sort of gank potency that a Zac has, right? The Viego goes invisible, but it's telegraphed, right? Has a stun, but it's telegraphed.
Are on the dragon, but there might be a fight here. Fireman has got the level 6 and goes in onto the Viego, who is going to claim the Drake and flash out. Will the damage from the Soul Inbound be enough? It's barely not enough. And so that looks like it's going to be a dragon for just Viego's flash. Actually, but it's traded. The flash from Fireman is down too. So yeah, nice little objective picked up in the early game here. And Zac is down bot, charging that Elastic Slingshot up. All Gucci still has the flash from earlier, though, and nothing will be picked up. Actually, they might get a kill onto Red's Noxus here. He doesn't have the barrier. It just came up after he died. So first blood goes to Syndicate Reboot card, counteracting that gank from Izzanator perfectly.
Yeah, and this is the first time, I think, in this series that we've seen an early lead out of a team, right? This is 1 kill up, 1 dragon up, 1k gold. Triple ones, baby, and it's Reboot card this time around. Showing some life in game 2. I love to see it. As you know, I think maybe we'll get a little bit of a different feeling game here, Potatoes, and I'm all on board.
With the comps this game, I don't see how we could have a game feel similar to the first one. It's way scrappier, and it looks like both early objectives are going to be secured by the side of Reboot card since Izzanator committed his time to that bot gank, which didn't go their way. So the lead is just extending even more for the side of Syndicate Reboot card. They're decisively up in this early game now.
Yep, certainly. It's 2 objectives now. That is 1 objective away from feats of strength, 2 kills away from the feats of strength for the first 3 kills, and 1 tower away from that feat of strength. Right, a nice Getting closer in multiple fronts here. Picking up grubs always feels good for that, right? Like, if you can pick up grubs, obviously depending on lane matchups, like your odds of getting the first tower feel really good. So it's sort of two birds with one stone. I typically am the type of jungler who would rather not have the first 3 kills and guarantee grubs right early, because it guarantees an objective as well as potency in taking that first tower. But SRC says screw that, we're doing both, baby, as they pick up the first kill, and they're just powerhousing objectives right now. And really good movement out of Jacob there, actually. He's able to dodge the knockup from Fireman as Yone, and we're getting a little bit of punching out of some beefy boys.
I like this Azir Yone matchup. I think it's really skill expressive, because Azir is a champion that can poke and punish champions in the early game that have low range like the Yone. But if you walk up too far, the Yone can interrupt the shifting sands. As Jacob's getting engaged on now. There's the combo, but he's gonna use the ultimate backwards and actually get away.
Really well played.
So I mean that's two ultimates burned by Syndicate like a dragon, and Jacob gets out just with an ultimate of his own. But Espada's looking for a play onto CZI. I mean, gets a lot of damage down, but it's no long-term value out of that, I think.
Gets the damage out, but is going to charge away. There's a little bit of BM emoting coming out there, Mist, saying, haha, you didn't get my mid laner. Which, to be fair, Mist, Jacob did all the work there. All right, so
Resonator's looking for bot once again. This is going to be the third time down to the bottom lane, still out of vision. But they have an idea that something's up. Here comes the elastic slingshot, but Retail dodges away so nicely. And they might get another trade kill. Oh, but the heal from Mojo is going to save that Seraphine. But now there's the root onto Reds, knocks a 7 really low and has the blight stacks up. But Gucci does not have the CDs to finish that kill off. So it's
really clean movement there.
The bot lane from Reboot card is playing so well right now. It's the third Zac gank they've absorbed, and every time it feels like they're winning the 2v3 or the 3v3. That's exciting.
It's funny, the story of last game was small advantages early game for the side of Reboot card, who were losing in objectives and I think macro play, but picking up gold back, right, on the backside of just slightly better laning. But there certainly was not a lot of action. Fireman is going to do the Yone thing, and it's not going to amount to anything. But this game, it seems like a completely different team we're watching here, Freedom Potatoes. Like, SRC is not only, like, clearly, I think, like playing the lane on a micro level like a little bit better, but they're winning like these crazy 3v2s, and like their positioning just looks that much better. Almost like game 1 really was a warm-up game for this team, and they're playing a man down, or I should say a sub up, right, in all Gucci stepping in for measurable. Sometimes that's all it takes is one game, right? Like, okay, let's get how this sort of new team synergy is going to work out. I'm sure they've scrimmed with their substitutes before, but there's always a little bit of an adjustment period from playing with the full 5 roster that you're practice so much with, right?
Yeah, it usually takes some getting used to, and maybe that one game is all they needed. And especially getting used to like playing into Zac also is that sometimes you just need one game of getting tilted from getting perma-ganked, and then you can screw your head back on straight and get to playing League of Legends for real. As Fireman is going to interrupt that back from Jacob. Mist is in the area, but so is Isonator. Will they go for a dive here? They do, but the counter gank is here. It's a lot of damage, but Jacob is going to go down first. There's enough upfront burst and follow up from the Syndicate like a dragon mid jungle duo to get that, and Fireman is going to get a nice little turret plate on the back end of that. Mist is just going to clear out the wave, and there's a dragon alive right now, so I think that's also going to be taken by the side of like a dragon. We're now clawing their way back into this game. Well, I don't know about clawing. They were never too behind, but
they're still very early.
They are definitely neutralizing the game state that there was.
Absolutely.
Look for a fight here, though.
Oh, the TP is going to come out, Freedom Potatoes.
I mean, Zac does not do this dragon very fast, and Red's Noxus wasn't there. Fireman wasn't hitting it. So it's actually going to be claimed by Reboot card, who now I think have all 3 of those objectives for the feats of monster killing. I think it's called. Also, Espada TP down to help secure that. So I guess that contributed to like a dragon backing off. They did have the CZI TP available, but without Mega, the Gnar is not as scary. So they're just going to give him some gold.
Threat here for sure, but it's sort of like the classic sort of solo queue blunder, in my opinion, is to not take the W in the mid lane and then turn it into an immediate objective, right? That's sort of your most consistent, most winningest play. Little bit of greed, in my opinion, in trying to force a little bit more than is needed there mid. They have the priority, they have the numbers to just take that dragon, and I think just they don't pull the trigger quite quick enough. But however, they are going to understand that, you know what, this team is on back timers. I think they may have an inkling. I don't know if they have vision. It looks like they do actually on that red ward in the bot side. The Viego's down there. They're going to respond there with the grubs.
So that will be another,
definitely missed was spotted. Yeah.
Was spotted, and they will trade the grubs back. You know, won't make as much of a difference to those feats of, to the feats. But Red's Noxus is going to be dove here by Mist. Flashes away though. Might have been able to just use the minions to block that stun, but doesn't want to take any chances. But they are just going to deny a lot of CS from this Corki, who really wants to hit that first item. Jacob's getting ganked again. There's the knockup, so many of them, but he's using the and Fireman as well, just does not connect. Takes them out to safety. So I mean, Jacob is avoiding these ganks really well, or not necessarily avoiding, but you know,
still getting hit by an E with flash up twice is what I'll say.
Yeah,
but yeah, and with the shuffle up, right? Great. I don't mean to sound like a bummer here. Great play by Jacob. That is though what the Azir does, right? That is Azir's job. I don't think we need to be taking the knockup. I think it puts you at risk for getting blown up, like we saw the first gank. I actually don't think that Jacob needs to die there if Flash is expended or if the shuffle is done. But we're getting Izzo sort of just pushing pace again here.
Yeah.
Mist is going to have to say, I'm going away, running away.
Izzo and Fireman are looking for the invade. I think they got the blue and the Gromp there, so gonna get themselves a little bit more gold, as Mist is pretty far up in the CS department. You know, just clears a lot faster than the Zac, and it's I mean that's just how it goes. But Viego hasn't participated in any kills, but I think is still pretty happy with that arrangement. As there's the Seraphine ult thrown from the bush, but it's just sidestepped by All Gucci, who is living up to that name right now.
Yeah, I would say All Gucci fam. Yeah, I think you know, my jungle brain I think is totally happy doing what this Viego's doing. This Viego's a champion where it's kind of like Jinx as you get into mid late game, right? It's a reset champ. As soon as you have the ability to, once you have items, like you're a huge threat in any fight, right? Any fight can get completely turned on its head in a lopsided fashion. As Mojo not gonna get rooted. Jojo stepping so slightly to the right there to dodge that Nico root. Is that a root?
Yeah, it's a root. It's a snare root. I think they're just synonymous.
I think that actually aren't they different?
They both just stop you from moving. I think Amumu is the only one who has like a weird name, like a unique one.
You cannot auto attack while rooted, but you can auto attack while snared.
Oh, what? Wait,
yeah.
Wow.
There's also entangle, and there's only one champion that entangles and one ability that does it. Can you name the champion and the ability?
Is it the Amumu, the Curse of the Sad Mummy? Or?
It is Curse of the Sad Mummy. It's the only ability that entangles, which is a third thing, and I don't know what it does because I'm bad. But anyway, enough about fun facts. We're just learning together in a safe space tonight.
It's fine. We're just watching everyone farm, get their numbers up. You know, it's pretty even overall. I mean, we've got the feats secured by Syndicate. They did take that bot turret, so they're gonna have those upgraded boots, and they are up a little, like just under 1k gold. Not necessarily the most impactful lead, as Retail Rose actually in kind of a scary spot there, but. Yeah, the third dragon is going to be spawning soon here, and Isonator thinking about the elastic shot onto Retail Row. Mist goes in, but actually is going to give the stretching strike a second target, but there's the Nico ult to counter attack.
The flash!
Flashes in, but Retail Row's still down. Mist is going to get the first reset onto the Corki, which deals a lot of damage, can pop another ult onto the Zac to get another body if he wants to, as those blobs are going to be spawned, but they're going to go down. Now you have a stolen Zac body going in onto the Gnar, but doesn't find it. Jacob also finding Firemana down in the bottom lane, by the way, and the game blows open for Syndicate Reboot card.
Really good of Mist to not do what you said, actually, Jamie. To ulting the Zac before the blobs go down. It does not actually count. So a good hold there, and then uses the ultimate to secure the blobs when they're low health and very close to the center of like the revive thing. But yeah, that's a great play for Reboot card. That's now about a 2k gold lead, soul point, and what very likely could be a mid lane tower if there is no response from like a dragon. However, it seems like Reboot card is going to take their wins, take their advantages, and set up for a possible play on a Rift. Maybe want to get some backs off here. I'm sure these fellas have some gold in their wallets right now.
They're definitely sitting on a lot of gold, but Jacob's busy doing the crab. You know, I mean, has a lot of items already, so might be happy to just stick around.
Wait.
What?
Did Mojo have ult?
I don't know, because we did see that bot play like maybe like a minute prior with the whip. That was probably too long ago. Mojo might have.
I'm realizing the choke was a really good point to ult. Solstice Slay.
Yeah. Oh, Solstice Slay on the Seraphine. That's an interesting pickup as well. I feel like into the comp that Reboot card has, you might want the well, I don't know this.
That gives you movement speed. That gives your allies movement speed towards champions that are CC'd. Am I correct?
No. It gives like you and them a heal and move speed when you like shield or empower them. Oh, here comes the Nico ult again, but it is going to be countered by the Seraphine ult this time. So Mojo's getting low, but Retailed Rose is going to be the one to go down first. There goes the Seraphine, and they're going to turn back onto Izanator, who has a stretching strike to lock them down for a little bit, and I think it's just going to be the 1-for-1 there. Allgucci has the Q, which does a lot of damage.
They rip Zach apart.
Yeah,
low key. What I tell you about Sunfire Cape, it's like a bad item. Low key, like it does not provide much tank stats. It's picked up for the clear, and you know, not to make you insanely tanky. I mean, a champ with max health damage is going to really rip Zach apart.
And I think in the first game, the Sunfire made a little bit more health because you had the Maokai and the Mundo, who are both, you know, quite tanky themselves. And so I think that allowed the Zac to index a little more into the damage. Here, that Zac is it's not solo frontline. Like Yone and Gnar are kind of tanky frontliney a little bit, but like
Gnar's gonna build like it's
situational.
It's gonna be Black Cleaver a lot of the time. Particularly, like I can only imagine into an Ornn that we might see a Black Cleaver pulled out for the Gnar. You know, it's stuff like Sterix. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like Gnar kind of has to get in front of a lot of people to get that ultimate off. Like, yeah, so I'd have to agree with you that like Zac is kind of, like in effect solo frontline, right? Like
yeah,
solo true
much.
Frontline is what I would put it at.
Also, speaking of this top matchup, I just want to like look at the CS in particular, because Espada's up CS in this melee versus range matchup as Jacob's getting engaged on by the Izanator, who has Fireman waiting in the wings,
Doesn't
but
matter, though,
isn't quite there in time to use the Fate Sealed to follow up on that Zac engage. So Jacob will back off and seed this turret, but it's just the bot lane outer turret, not a huge concession to make. But yeah, so I think teams, you know, often pick the Gnar as like a counter to the Ornn because you can get these early advantages, but it kind of feels like the flip side of what we saw last game, where you have like a champion that on paper wins the early game, and yet Espada's one, very proficient on this Ornn, and two, I think Gnar is honestly a really hard champion to take full advantage of us now.
Oh, it's not easy, yeah.
He's like a champion that I think is like kind of easy to play but hard to master, as now here comes the big team fight. Ornn gonna go down. Here comes the Nico. Well, into three people. It's a bouncy house as Syndicate resets. Is taking the advantage. Viego goes in. Here comes Jacob with the Zero ultimate as well. Red's Noxus is gonna go down as well. It's 4-0, and Fireman is sure to fall next. Tries to find a trade back on a miss, but it's 5-0. Reboot card dominating in the mid game here.
Yeah, absolutely dominated fight. Mojo critically ult a hair late, and the passing through ultimate like on the Zac on Izanator to extend the range is done just late, and we see a full sidestep. We're gonna get the replay here, yeah, because the Seraphine ultimate I think is game changing in this fight, but we're gonna get a second look at it here. Potatoes,
it's
as
absolutely
clearly that Izzo not landing anything, and boom, there's the sidestep and the flash. It critically does not hit the Viego, who doesn't go down. Nico's able to pull off the ultimate. It buys enough time, and Reset City comes down from miss. The Shurima shuffle to seal the deal on Red's Noxus, who's now slowed, and Firemana is sitting alone, you know, 5-1, and is just going to go down, as the Otacon is going to be claimed, if I'm not mistaken, by I didn't see it in the corner.
The revive passive coming through now.
Yeah,
so
ruinous.
Yeah, kind of in maybe an ill-timed fight from the side of Like a Dragon, forcing a little hard onto the Viego, who's it's kind of hard to pick up that first kill on. And okay, yeah, we get the replay of this going down. You know, miss real low on this Viego, playing with fire actually. Don't want to. Wait. Oh, he died. I didn't even realize because we were in the replay of that other team fight. But yeah, so he's not going to have that buff.
Triforce. That's why. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is the more coordinated, like sort of build, like competitive League of Legends build, like you see in pro play a lot, where you index into the ability to like one-shot someone once you're on them rather than sustain fight, right? Like Blade of the Ruined King and Kraken is typically like better in a chaotic environment.
Looking for a steal on this dragon. It's going to be Soul if he can't get this off, but he does get the steal. Or an ultimate's going to be used though, and I think that's just going to be a trade of the Zac for stopping that Soul from being claimed. As Fireman gets a turret up in the top side, and yeah, it's going to be a kill, but I mean, Like a Dragon is going to be happy to buy themselves those extra 5 minutes until Soul goes down, or maybe even be able to, you know, keep stacking dragons up themselves.
Absolutely. And this, by the way, this is a team that is like pretty potent with Cloud Soul. We talked last game about how statistically in competitive League of Legends, Cloud Soul is the best Dragon Soul to have. Pro players agree, and the stats are there to back it up. It has the highest win rate by a fair margin, believe it or not, of these souls. And we're looking at a Nico ultimate, which is absolutely devastating, right, with that bonus movement speed. Shurima Shuffle's great with that movement speed. Helps you reposition that much better. You know, an ultimate to disengage or to just kind of re-engage off of the corrupted chains, or chains of corruption, rather, on the Varus. Getting a reset and then having movement speed on Vigo's disgusting, and then being able to knock everyone up and then run it down their face on Espada Zorn is also disgusting. I think Cloud Soul is really, really dangerous in the hands of Syndicate Reboot card here. So obviously, if you're Izzo, you know, you take the flip for your life there. Unfortunately, it does mean that Cell Division, the passive on Zac, is going to be down for whatever the next fight is, and that looks like it might be a dragon in a minute. This is a pretty long cooldown, but is it up yet?
Baron's
sorry, Baron. Excuse me. I said dragon. I was thinking the purple one. I do that a lot. Fun fact. I call Baron Dragon and Dragon Baron. Even in comms. So, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like... Oh, I'm sorry. That's the ultimate on Izinator. That is Let's Bounce. Yeah. I was thinking that the circle was his passive. I believe the passive should be down. It is quite a long cooldown on Zac. It is a free revive, so understandably so. It's a super powerful ability. Has a long cooldown. But yeah, that's going to be down. But I think we're now really seeing the game blow open. We're at like almost a 5k gold lead. We're at Soul Point, right? Syndicate Reboot card, I think, is driving agency on this map. And quite frankly, I think is just playing a little better, right? I think a little bit of a hands advantage, at least in this game, from the side of Reboot card.
I'd have to agree with the hands advantage, and they've also just got a whole bunch of free stats coming in now. They've got the upgraded boots, they've got the Orin items starting to come online, and they're going to look to bully CZI off of here. Maybe get the tower. If he goes down, that could be the Baron take, but the Nico ult's going to miss. Here comes the Orin Horn, though. That knockup will land. Missed there for the follow-up, and Gnar does not get to go Mega. Didn't quite have the theory and was just locked down for too long, so we'll see if that translates into a Baron take. They're going for this top turret first, and Syndicate Like a Dragon is threatening the mid lane turret. They're going to try to get this down as Izinator goes in on All Gucci, but he flashes, he sidesteps, and he flashes away. Espada jumps out, but now they're trying to maybe fight back as Izinator's chunked down to half HP. Jacobs over the wall has the E, the flash, and the ultimate available on this Azir, but it is just going to be the trade of those turrets after CZI lost his life.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we see the Espada teleport to sort of stop that from turning into any more turrets than it was for the side of Like a Dragon. I'm curious if there's an angle with which Reboot card can just shove down top lane really, really hard there. Maybe turn it into priority turned onto Baron. But I also do understand that answering a mid lane play inherently does give you pressure on the side of Baron, right? And in that river, right? If you're able to answer the mid lane play and inevitably push Like a Dragon off of that sort of zone of influence, you give yourself the Baron priority. However, it doesn't look like they're going to immediately answer with any sort of Baron rush, right? And force Like a Dragon to take a lopsided fight, or a fight that they don't necessarily want to be taking. They're going to opt instead to fight again for this Cloud Soul. Izinator might have to make a steal here if this is going to play out like it has been in the last few takes here. But, you know, like we said before, if Syndicate Reboot card, wrong Syndicate. If Syndicate Reboot card can pull off this Dragon Soul, I think it is absolutely potent on that team, and you're going to really be playing from the back foot if you're Like a Dragon.
Izinator's trying to wrap around, find a flank engage maybe, or just look for a position to make a steal from maybe, as this Dragon's coming up in 45 seconds, and that Zac is deep in the enemy jungle. I mean, this kind of feels like a, not necessarily desperation, but I mean, you know, you're dropping farm, you're dropping experience to be in this unexpected position, and when you are down like 5,000 gold and on the enemy team is on Soul Point, that might be the kind of thing you need from the side of Like a Dragon.
Yeah, it's funny. Seeing this Disc of the Sun come down as a bonus turret for objectives like this is like so frustrating if you're the side of Like a Dragon. But Izinator taking a real... real interesting approach here and saying, screw it, I am super early, getting deep advantage here. But he's gonna
go to the enemy's topside jungle, and actually I think they're gonna maybe trade the soul for this top inner turret. I mean, Jacob's the only one here right now. Retail Rose moving over, but I don't know if that's a worthwhile trade. I mean, it's a decent chunk of gold, but it's I don't know if it's enough to overcome the absolute strength of the Cloud Soul.
Yeah, it's also so telegraphed that we have multiple people to answer who have great wave clear, and they're just gonna get Dragon not only for free, but so free that they're already here to contest a Baron take. Yeah, I think
here comes the Orn ultimate onto CZI. There's another knockup, and Retail Row is here. That Gnar is caught and taken down. Now they're trying to see if they can extend the fight, but it is going to be backed away from by Syndicate like a dragon. Not as much follow-up and not as much engage with that Orn ultimate down. So they're going to look for the Baron. Poke's coming over from the Corki, from the Seraphine. They're trying to see what they can do. Izzo can jump all the way from back there. It's at 5,000 HP, but they're holding the DPS. Really smart. Great job. Now that's on cooldown, and now Espada finds a knockup, but is eating a decent chunk of HP. There's the root. The Seraphine ult's going to match, though, but Jacob flashes in, lands the Emperor's Divide, and now Fireman is going to ult in, hits a lot of people. Here's the Zac for follow-up. They're landing a lot of damage, but the health bars are not dropping. Mist now going in on Fireman, finds a kill. They are going to get one shutdown onto Algucci. There goes the Nico as well, but Redsnox is fleeing for the hills. They're so fast with this Cloud Soul, and it's going to be picked up with an auto attack from Jacob. That is all in all, it's a 2 for 2, I think, and I mean, yeah, it's a decent stall for Syndicate like a dragon though to get the enemies off of Baron.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately Gnar went down, so it was at least a 3 for 2 there. I don't know if Sarah went down in that fight. I don't think she did. To be honest, I lost track there at the end. It was a little bit chaotic, my friend. But at the end of the day, it's a all things considered pretty good fight for like a dragon, but more kills went over to the side of, that flash is just so clutch there. Okay, so Mojo does not die. Mojo expends the flash, and Fireman finding a really good angle. Izzo getting in here and is so tanky, but the damage just doesn't exist, right? Like the Zac is their front line, had to index fully into tanking, and Mist is so ahead of Fireman here. Absolutely destroys. Red Noxus, great return kill into Retail Road, but with this Cloud Soul, like, you ain't getting away, honey. So this Corki just goes down. You ain't nothing but a Whiskey Delta.
That is 2 kills onto the Corki, though. He did get I think the shutdown onto Algucci as well. So that is going to help, basically the major, like, reliable DPS for Syndicate like a dragon to stay alive. Or not stay alive, to deal damage and fight back if Reboot card does overextend. But they're going to clear out this mid-wave. They've got the fast rotations with that Cloud Soul, and they're going to try to set up for the Baron now. Haven't cleared out the pit quite yet, so they're not going to commit to it quite yet, but I have to imagine that this is going to be their take sooner or later. Yeah, this is sort of their nailing the coffin card here, if I'm not mistaken. But I sort of want to bring this back to a point I made very, very early in the game, which was if there was a pick that I was marginally confused about in this game, it was the Corki. And on your point that, the Corki getting 2 kills is good, I would argue that Corki is not the scaling ADC that really takes those 2 kills and can run away with the game, right? It can actually make an immediate and noticeable impact, in my opinion, compared to something like a Jinx, compared to something like a Sivir, compared to something like an Aphelios, right? Something really more scaling index that has more reliable output damage in these fights, right? Just based on autos. In my opinion, like the real late game sort of insurance card here isn't it's Noxus. It's supposed to be Fire Mana. But Fire Mana just has a Zeke's Herald. He's got Zeke's Convergence. That's interesting. I think it does give damage on auto attack when you ult. I think is the idea. But
only late game scaling like threat.
Yeah,
I think it's a huge miscalculation.
Maybe if you have more of like a DPS carry top laner or something. As now Espada's going to throw down the Orn ultimate once again. It lands onto the Seraphine, who does get the ult off in time, but now Baron's been claimed, and the fight's truly breaking out. Espada's running away. Fireman is in deep maybe doesn't have to, but ult's out, and Syndicate like a dragon is truly on. Yeah, there's the value.
I'm sorry, Fireman. I don't get the Zeke's Convergence. I don't know if it's the move here. I think
they're really on the back foot now.
They're on the back foot. I think I'm sticking to my guns in that I think Yone needs to have more damage. it's just hard for, like, Yone can 5-man ult and just do damage to everyone at the same time. Like, Corki has to be next to them with a Gatling gun. His rockets are not reliable. His autos are nothing near as fast as a lot of other ADCs are, right? He goes Conqueror. He doesn't go lethal tempo. He builds Triforce, Mirror Mana, Rapid Fire, right? It's not a champion that's like ripping through you by right-clicking. So yeah, I think maybe a little bit of a misjudgment here in terms of itemization and just how your win cons are really going to adjust throughout the game. And yeah, I mean, ultimately what we're seeing is, I don't know if it's a symptom of the problem or, the problem itself per se. I'm sure you could argue either way, but what it results in at the end of the day is Syndicate Like a Dragon not looking like the team they were game 1, at least here in game 2.
But that is exciting for us, I mean, we want to see both teams, really playing. What I'd really like to see is both teams absolutely playing to their absolute peak. But we are getting a reversal of the game number 1 story a little bit, as with the Baron and the Cloud Soul secured. I would imagine that Reboot card will be taking us to a 1-1 scoreline soon enough, as the Elder Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds now. That should be easily claimed by them, but we've got Izinator sneaking around once again. Loves this path through the bot side tri-bush on the Zac. Has to be careful not to walk into any enemy vision, but there isn't much around. Although the back is being channeled, so he's found the inn, but is it what you really need? Can you go for the steal?
Or is Izinator not it? Boom, fun. Also, I'd like to. I'm sorry. I quickly would like to point out before this gets crazy.
Oh, Izinator spotted.
Oh, it's about to get crazy, and I'm gonna let it get crazy then.
They're onto this dragon. They have so much DPS with the Viego and with, I think that's the real Jacob hitting it. And now Espada's going to throw down the ultimate.
Oh,
Izinator's into the dragon pit, but very alone. Seraphino hits 4. And there's the Gnar finally finding it. Fireman also finds an angle. They've got 2 kills already off the bat. Now Izinator's showing up as well. Retail Row looks to be going down, and Mist is very low, but fighting Mojo with everything he's got. Gonna get the body now, probably going to ult away, but that is a big fight win for Syndicate Like a Dragon. I didn't see how that started, really. It was kind of off screen, but
I think they knew Izinator was looking for the steal, and they opted to take the fight on the north side, but like they were just not in position for it. I think it was a super unfortunate, just preemptive call and just the wrong type of reaction. If you're the team that is driving the game here, you don't need to force and engage deep into the jungle. That's what that team wants, right? To fight you in the chokes up here in their jungle. As we're going to get a replay here, and we're going to be able to see it again. Yeah, but this is exactly my point. Yeah. They get a full Seraphine ult for free, followed up by the Gnar ult, because I think this is just a miscalculation in what these teams want to do in fights and where they want to do them. And I think they force a little bit too hard. I think the correct play here is ultimately just take the dragon. Izinator's going to have to int for it, right? And Izinator not even in that fight, and they still pick up the clean win. As more kills are going over to Corki, so maybe you're proving me wrong here. As we're going to see a Jack show also come out for Firemana, who is so heavily indexing into not dying, and I'm beginning to worry it's a huge sacrifice of damage. That is 2 items.
But maybe the Corki just doesn't enough. I mean, we were lamenting the lack of, multiple frontliners for their team earlier, as now Izinator's looking for the engage. No, not gonna call it off, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean,
it's interesting to say the least. Yeah.
It sort of worked.
It worked that last fight, but I would also argue that was more of a misplay by Reboot than it was, I think an itemization
made the
thing.
difference.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is on another build item right before that turned into chaos. Abyssal Mask. Animosity shouted it out in Twitch chat. Abyssal Mask was built on Zac. I'm not quite sure why, but
it's going to be flashed away from, but Zac is rooted under tower now. Here comes the Seraphine ult, but doesn't get much value. The Ornald's going to rip through on the other side. Doesn't finish off Izinator, though, and he's going to get a big chunk of healing from that redemption from the Seraphine. 800 health back up there, but they're struggling to make the siege happen with the Elder, because that's not really what it's good for. There's a lot of wave clear on this Azir, on this Vera, so they really needed to find that pick with the Zac, and he might be looking again. He's in the bush. I see the angle, but I don't know if it'll come through. And if this Elder runs out, I mean, Like a Dragon is basically right back to where they were a few minutes ago on the back foot. So, Izinator, that's a clown. He's not going to find anything.
It's a clown. it's funny. I'm learning something. About all of these builds here. Like I said before, the Abyssal Mask is interesting to me. We're indexing into heal and shield power on the Seraphine, so it's not really for the Seraphine, and there are no other real AP champs other than yourself. But we don't have any other damage items on the Zac, so the Abyssal Mask, gives me pause. But also simultaneously, what I did notice, we have a Serpent's Fang on the Varus, which I think is a good buy here into this team. There's shielding on your Yone innately, and just a lot of shielding is going to be coming out from your Seraphine, right? I think the Serpent's Fang is a valuable purchase. But interestingly enough, the only form of heal cut is the Ornn. And Thornmail is a non-consistent form of Grievous Wounds in that it requires the enemy champions to auto-attack you. And if anyone has the wherewithal to understand how Thornmail works, what it means is that they can force themselves to not have Grievous Wounds applied to them, right? We don't have another consistent form of applying Grievous Wounds into a team that is going to be healing a lot, right? Like, this is it's a Zac with a Seraphine. That's a lot of late game healing coming out, right?
The Zac, yeah, and Zac doesn't need to auto attack to get the healing, like something, like if Fire Mana had built Lifesteal, then this Yone would, but it kind of feels like a Dragon they're actually getting a lot of pressure down here. They've hit a lot of those big item spikes, and they've got the first move over towards Despair, and I don't know if they're going to start it. I mean, it's very scary to make the first move and be decisive here, but they have some vision set up, and they might be able to find flank angles with Izzanator and Fire Mana setting up position in the enemy jungle. That Yone's got the Tornado charged up, but wait, is that the real Retail Row? I thought that was a clone. No. He's going to get picked off immediately. And now Espada is throwing down the Ornn ultimate. It will land onto 3, but the Seraphine ultimate's going to answer back on a Mist, who's such an important part of these team fights. And he has to flash away, ult away. He's getting so low. Syndicate like a Dragon is fighting back, but a great ultimate by Jacob will buy the space they need to get away. Unless, now Izzanator's in deep, but that's the jungler. You don't want that going down when Baron's up. And so he will get the healing, though. He will look back towards this Baron, but they have 5 members committed here, which means that Reboot card might still be able to get some priority in mid lane, and the poke is coming through from this Varus as well, but the healing and shielding from Seraphine's a little too much.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, Potatoes. I think the game might be falling apart a little bit for Reboot card, who are making I think some positional errors and maybe cracking under pressure a little bit. You hope that's not the case, right? For a team that has played, I think, so cleanly this whole series, but they're looking to stop backs here.
Some of the backs came through, so Mojo is in danger now, but has the flash to get away. I mean, good job trying to capitalize on those backs. I don't even know if they knew which recalls finished there, or if that was just a desperation look, but either way, they are going to get the Seraphine flash, which makes her an easy target in whatever team fight happens next. But yeah, I mean, it's Baron over to Syndicate like a Dragon, and just like you said, I mean, the game plan is falling apart a little bit for Reboot card right now. They've still got Soul, they've still got, the Ornn items, they've got a lot of stats, but they need to tighten up these fights, I think, to pull off the win here.
Yeah, I think this is a game that should Reboot card play it correctly, I think they should still win this game. However, it seems like a Dragon has their cool, their calm and collected, I think, more so than Reboot card, at least from what I'm seeing gameplay wise here, because they're able to pull off these fights. They're finding better positioning, they're finding better angles around these fights here, and they're picking up the kills, right? And we're almost seeing overforces here from Reboot card. We'll look to see how this one pans out, as we're getting a little bit of shimmying around in the mid lane.
Little bit of scuffling. I mean, yeah, Reboot card feels like they really want this game to end. They feel like, maybe they feel like they've earned it, but they haven't quite punched their ticket to game number 3 yet. And once again, Like a Dragon has the early objective set up. They're just playing around this death ball. Seraphine is getting so much value here, and Reboot card has to walk in blind here. The Edge of Night's going to be taken off of the Varus, and this approach is really scary into these chokes when they have the Seraphine. CZI now has full fury on the Gnar, and Izzanator keeps looking for these engages on the Zac.
Oh, the clone is going to go down. I almost thought that was Retail Row. I'm like, where's the ultimate? Yeah, I don't know if Reboot card is going to find much success.
Oh, Izzanator?
Just walking in on repeat, right? Have I ever told you the definition of insanity, my friend? Because it seems like that's how Reboot card is taking the advantage, but Retail Row's going in.
There's a 4-man ultimate from Retail Row. They immediately find the flash of Seraphine. Now the fight is all over the place. Fireman is looking for Algucci and is very, very tanky, but doesn't have the damage to get the job done. Now he has to snap back. They've got a lot of members still in this fight, and there's the Let's Bounce from Izzanator, getting a lot of value, a lot of healing, a lot of damage, but Mist gets the kill, is godlike now. Onto Fire Mana. Zac's going to go into those blobs, and I think Reboot card now will finally be able to close this game out. or maybe they're just going to take the Elder. I guess they don't have much of a wave, so we'll see if they can close it out here.
Crazy. Yeah. I think, honestly, with Gnar and with Corki up, you don't want to do anything crazy. They're just going to guarantee the Elder, say, you know what, we're going to take our piece. They're going to get their backs off. If they have any space for items, I think a few of them do. We're not quite at full build on some of these champions yet. Which it's pretty interesting considering how high the CS numbers are. I guess it's just how expensive the items that we're purchasing on here.
Here comes the replay. So we see CCI runs out of the Mega Gnar here, and that should be a signal that you want to back off, I think. But instead, Izzinator's kind of looking for it. They're all really grouped up here, but they don't know that all Gucci is actually Retail Row. And look at that 4-man engage.
Wow.
I mean, that's the dream for Nico. Yeah, it's instant death for Mojo, and the rest of the fight just follows.
Miss ult, yeah. The other thing is, I mean, Fireman misses the ult, but Yone is one of those champions that, like, it kind of doesn't matter. But again, like, there's not a lot of damage out of Yone, and I don't mean to harp on it. I think part of it is that build, right? We've itemized 2 non-damage build items in this build, and what it means is, even with a missed ultimate, but the E follow-up movement speed should be enough to kill all Gucci in a lot of different scenarios, but it's just not quite there. We have a Yone that's indexed into sustained fights, which, with a Seraphine, with Corki Poke, with a Zac, like, I completely understand the angle there, but Syndicate Reboot is able to see that, like you said, that snap engage point when Gnar Rage or Gnar Mega goes down, and they say, you know what beats Poke and know what beats Sustain, all in, and they pull the trigger and they do it excellently.
And now Reboot card has the Elder. It might be running out soon, but with the Poke Varus they've got, I mean, they really like that buff. Look at the chunk on a Mojo. Half health gone in an instant from 1Q, and that's gonna hurt. Looks like he's gonna go back to Fountain to heal it, but yeah, I mean, they still are having a bit of a tough time pulling off the siege. I think this top turret might be able to go down on the wave, but they're a little scared of Izzinator. They don't have deep vision. Izzinator, but gets spotted and interrupts the elastic slingshot, and yeah, now the wave's cleared out. I mean, they have the Elder, but they're not finding the value. They're definitely having a tough time approaching this endgame here.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be a little hard into a Seraphine, I think. It's going to be a little hard with a threat of a counter engage from Zac. And, Corki's wave clear isn't insane, but it's certainly not bad, right? Gatling gun with the Phosphorus Bomb, which I'm totally screwing that name up. And I didn't. I got the name correct. It is Phosphorus Bomb.
You got it right.
As well as the Missile Barrage. Wave clear is enough that with the Seraphine, as we can see now, it's
and the
enough
Elder
to
just
hold.
ran out. So,
yeah, Elder runs out. They did not have Baron, so they don't actually have the siege power that I think they were sort of relying on there.
But the Baron is up in 30 seconds, and they were able to establish some dominance in these lanes. They were able to lay down some vision, so they are going to have the first move in what feels like kind of a while. I think Like a Dragon has actually been getting the better of them in kind of the macro department for a little bit, but now this approach is looking scary for the red team here.
Yeah, definitely looking scary if you are Syndicate Like a Dragon. Izzinator is looking, he's channeling the Elastic Slingshot, but isn't going to go in. Not going to throw it over to Potatoes for the play-by-play quite yet, as this team, I think, is getting a little bit more hesitant to pull the trigger. I think we're seeing a little bit more discipline, but also a little bit more hesitation. I guess it's a semantic argument, right? Which, however you sort of want to frame Zac Izzinator's mindset right now. But what we end up seeing is we see Syndicate Reboot card is going to be starting up the Baron. I think they are confident. I think they know how they want to take these fights. And they're going to force Like a Dragon to do something that they don't want to do.
Jacob takes this so fast, and Mist is also almost on full build there, so Izzinator's not even going to have the chance to go in. There's Retail Row finding 2, and Espada's got the ultimate. They're in a choke. This could be big, but Retail Row does go down. They've got the Baron, but the team fight looks like it's going to be Mist. Going to be a big loss, and that's 1,000 gold onto CZI, who is one of the people in this game that's farther from full build, so they're going to be happy to get those kills. And so it's a trade of Baron for 2 lives, and that's going to make it way, way harder to use that tempo that Baron gives you.
As much as I was giving them credit there for finding their stride, I think they make a little bit of a communicational misplay there, Potatoes. They have the Baron, they know they can burn it, and instead they send 2 with 2 ultimates on the bot side in sort of what is a split fight. It's really just Espada and Retail Row throwing their ultimates out on the bottom side of that Baron River with no real follow-up to boot. And what ends up happening is Like a Dragon says, all right, we'll kill you, and they do. And unfortunately, the Flash is, I'm sorry, not the Flash, the Zhonya's Hourglass is not utilized by Retail Row. row, which I don't know. I think maybe there's an angle in which stall happens from Nico with the Zoni's Hourglass, but doesn't quite get the damage sort of timing right and does go down before that is able to be utilized.
Yeah, Flash Ignite and Zhonya's all up. Kind of tough to go down in that situation. And I feel like Espada had already done his job. He was sitting on Izanator saying, hey, if you charge that elastic slingshot, I have W, I have E, I have Q. Like, I have all these ways I can interrupt your jump. You're not getting into the pit. And that was all they needed. They didn't really need the Nika to be there. I mean, I understand you kind of want to, look for the fight afterwards. Maybe then you can close out the game, but focus on, I think there it's like focus one thing at a time. And now they're looking for revenge in mid lane, though. Does land the stun onto Fireman, but there's no follow-up. But here's Retail once again. There's a two-man. Oh my gosh, they are just exploding. There's the wombo combo. Fireman has got the Zeke's, but it doesn't do anything. He is down to miss. Now CZI is teleported in, but he isn't Mega. So all Gucci is gonna push up here, but Izanator's coming out the wave with the ult. That's gonna buy some time. I don't know if it's enough because they do have the Baron. That's gonna make the siege possible, and the jump is not enough to get away from this very fast Azir. Actually, Izanator's back up, but the Azir is almost online here. Yeah. He has been online, and now I think at long last that should be the game closeout by Syndicate Reboot card. It was a long and hard battle.
I have work at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you guys. This is gonna be a rough one. I am East Coast, but it is okay. I love to see good gameplay. Love to see some back and forth. We're gonna see Reboot card claw back, punch back, get hit once, hit back harder. We're going 1-1 into game 3.
1-1 as Syndicate Reboot card claims game number 2. A big switch up from game number 1 in terms of the style of comp they're playing. They got a spot of that signature Ornn, a lot of DPS in the mid lane, and they were finding engages all over the place. A little bit shaky and closing it out, but overall, I really like the look from Reboot card this game.
Yeah, really like the look. The juxtaposition, like you said, from game 1 to game 2. Game 1, very slow paced, very scaly, a lot of hesitation, a lot of apprehension, to sort of like pull triggers and push tempo, right? Like, it wasn't a game where agency was very much capitalized on, right? As opposed to this game, we saw like a lot of fighting and a lot of just really impressive mechanical play, really impressive like micro outplays in some of these skirmishes. So like, we look game 1, right? And my big shout outs were Mojo and Izanator, who I thought really dominated the ability to control the tempo and the pacing of the game in such a way that Syndicate Like a Dragon was going to be able to take the victory for themselves, right? They bought their time, they bided their time, they created space, like held on to any advantages that they could, and then blew the game open, right? It didn't matter that Mundo was behind in lane, that Espada performed very well, right? As opposed to this game, like, I don't know if I could tell you any player on Reboot card like stood out noticeably above any other, right? Like, the 2v3 outplays out of the bot lane I thought were just wonderfully impressive. But to be fair, there were some misplays, right? Like, I think some of the what are the words I'm looking for? Some of the ultimates like could have been utilized, stuff like that. But again, like missed on the Viego, like just totally outpaced the Zac. Espada's Ornn in a lane that on paper should be losing, I think just played really well, and I think the Azir answer into Firemana's prototypical sort of pocket pick in the Yone was just really well done. So I think on all fronts, game 1, game 2, huge shift. I'm excited to see if we see another one for game 3.
To me, I really want to just shout out the bot lane, all Gucci and Retail Row constantly avoiding those Zac ganks. I mean, that was the pressure point. That was like that. It felt like that was kind of the win condition that Like a Dragon was going for, was shutting down that bot lane early, and they weathered the storm like to perfection.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if they died to like a single gank before Palladians went down, and
like disciplined as hell with those flashes. Like, they didn't overextend for anything. They waited, they bided time for Mist to get down there to do what Viego does, which is just clean crap up off the back of a skirmish or a team fight. Like, just really well done. They executed exactly what the win con was and exactly what the game pacing that this composition needed to pull out a win, right? And that's just really impressive. I think the look of this team from game 1 to game 2, I think, is a stark contrast. And just looking at this series holistically so far, I think obviously Like a Dragon did an excellent job in understanding what their win condition was game 1. But if there is a team that looks scariest out of the 4 iterations of compositions that we've seen tonight so far, I think this composition and gameplay from Reboot card is the scariest to me. I think they just did really freaking well.
I mean, they got the Espada, Signature Ornn, Deathless on that champion as well. Deathless in a good way. Game 1, we kind of saw Espada Deathless for most of it in like a not so good way, I think. So yeah, I mean, going into game number 3, that's something that I might expect to see banned. But there were a lot of well-performing champions this game, so it might be a tough code to crack.
Yep. I'm gonna shout out Blue Water League for the grade. I'm seeing in chat that we have a raid from BOL. Thank you, our friends over at BOL. Cool people. But yeah, welcome for all of our new viewers. We are going 1-1 into game 3 in our Titan Conqueror finals. Syndicate v Syndicate, home turf blood battle like a dragon versus Reboot card. I'm excited to see what the rest of the night has for us.
But I think with that, we will be going to a little bit of a break before we come back for game number 3. So don't go anywhere. We got more action in this best of 5 coming right up.
TY.
Hello, everyone. We are back for some more of the Conqueror League Grand Finals. But first, we've got our Kiss, Marry, Kill segment for the day. It's kind of jumping all over the place. It's haunted. It's haunted. But yeah, so today we've got Sun Eater Kale, Sentinel Diana, and Ruined Karma. So Swifty, why don't you go ahead and explain your choices to us?
Okay, so what is it? It's Kiss, Marry, Kill, right? In that order, KMK. So I'll go with who did I get? I went with Sentinel Diana for the Kiss. Like if I had a type, maybe that's it. But also I play a lot of Diana. I don't play Karma. I'm a jungler. I don't play Kale, really, right? So I maybe I have a soft spot for this. Like she's a jungler, right? She's up my alley, and she's kind of mysterious, right? So went with that. For Kale, what did I do? Did I marry? I married. Yes, I did marry. I feel like that ultimate is too, too much to give up, right? Like imagine having that in your back pocket at like a bad Thanksgiving, right? You get your wife to just orb you, no damage taken, right? And then Ruined Karma, I think I said this in the Titan production chat. I get like grandma vibes from this version of Karma, and it's just not as I also don't like Karma very much. She annoys me, so.
Gotcha. Well, I'll explain.
How high are the casters in chat? Not at all. I'm not at all. I'm just fun. Okay, walk me through yours. Walk me through.
I'll go through mine in a different order, I guess. I picked Sentinel Diana for the Mary. I think she just like radiates confidence in the skin. I don't know, the pose. It's super cool looking.
Yeah, I hear you.
For Kale, I chose to kill. Just because like if she eats the sun, I mean that's the worst case scenario. That's all life on Earth wiped out within seconds. So I don't really want that to happen. I would like to keep the sun. I mean. Maybe there are other. There could be other suns out there. Maybe she's eating a different one, but
maybe it speaks to our personalities. I like the moon, darkness. You like the sun, nice.
Yeah. And then I gave my kiss over to Ruined Karma. I feel like she's cool, but also I don't really want to like get entangled with the whole like Black Mist situation. I don't know that. I don't want to also become ruined.
Yeah. So you're more of a one night kind of guy, a one time fling with Ruined Karma with your bad girl.
We can get close to the Black Mist, but we don't want to stay in it. It's
do not succumb to the darkness.
We didn't get to go through the observer and the producer picks, but that's fine. They were there.
Fine.
They were there on the screen.
That's fine. They have opinions. Rare Adam and Chris are here.
We are back for game number 3. I'm Freedom Potatoes. I'm joined by Swifty. That was our KMK segment, and yeah, we just saw Syndicate Reboot card bounce back in a huge way in game number 2. They had, game number 1 looking a little shaky. Game number 2 super dominant for most of it, although it did turn into an almost 50-minute banger. We had 3 Barons, I think, 2 Elder Dragons. I mean, it's all over the place, but they did clinch it in the end, so good job to them. And any thoughts you want to give, Swifty, before we head over to draft?
I guess to reiterate some of the spiel, right, that I had recapped at the end of last game before we went to break. To me, if we consider tonight as like 4 separate teams, right? 2 game 1 Syndicate teams and then 2 game 2 Syndicate teams. To me, Reboot card in game 2 is the Syndicate team to beat. That to me was the most impressive performance that we've seen all night. Game 1 was a lot more slow play, a lot more hesitation. Game 1 of finals. I don't blame anyone. I would be infinitely more apprehensive, I feel like, if I were in their situation. However, Reboot card really turned it on in game 2 in a way that I found just very, very impressive, both compositionally as well as like a dragon. Compositionally, I want to give credit where credit is due. But they really turned something on there, and they really controlled the pace of the game from the get-go, which I think is a strength that this team has over like a dragon, at least from what we've seen so far, is that their early game prowess, I think they have the upper hand in that regard. As we're going to be able to see the draft here on the screen for a little bit. Bans kept virtually the same. Yes, we do. The Teemo, I love to see it, but completely 2 different compositional identities for these teams. But what I would like to say for the side of Syndicate like a dragon in the latter half of this game is, if there was a team that started to make me worried, it was actually Reboot card towards the end, right? To me, this game was I think Reboot card found early advantages, played better for like 90% of this game, and it should have been a cleaner win than it was, right? So credits to Like a Dragon for capitalizing on openings of like pretty big in some cases and not so big mistakes on others. They'd really like found ways back to counter engage, right? To understand when Reboot Car was taking a bad fight, for instance, at the Dragon Pit with Izzo sort of all the way on the other side of the Dragon Pit, and the Seraphine ultimate followed up by the Gnar Mega, totally caught them off guard in their own jungle, right? And Reboot Card, who was in the driver's seat, sort of faltered a little bit. But at the end of the day, they were able to pick up the win. And what I would like to say is, for most of that game, I think Reboot Card really looked like the team to beat here in finals. So, going into game 3, which is now a 1-1 situation, it's sort of a best of 3 clean slate when you think about it. Now, if you're Syndicate, you're on the back foot, like sort of, mentally at least, right?
Which one?
It's a clean slate of 3, but mentally on the back foot is my point, right? So what adjustments do you make if you think you're not going to beat this team if you play a similar composition, right? And I don't know what that is. I don't know if you have any opinions on that.
So I think identity-wise, there's maybe a little disjointment between like the really divey, like I really like the Zaka's primary engage, Yone follow-up, Seraphine to kind of send the ult through there. I think Gnar and Corki are 2 picks that I didn't find like fit that comp identity as well. Maybe like a Kaisa in the bottom lane would fit slightly better, something that can dive but also can kite back in the team fights. Or like a Tristana is another option for something that's got the mobility to follow up on those dives, but also keep herself and the Seraphine safe. Especially like into the Nico. I think someone mentioned that in Twitch chat, like you ult the Nico away, no 4-man ult, it's free. So yeah, and then maybe a slightly different look in top again. I think it's really hard to squeeze all the value that you need out of Gnar. We did see one team fight where it really took over, in the Seraphine Gnar ultimate combo, but
but they're sort of off the back of like no disrespect to Reboot, like a really silly play. I frankly think that was a mistake, right? I think to Syndicate's credit, to Like a Dragon's credit, I think it was a good play, but sort of done off of the back of a bad one, right? Which give take.
Yeah. So looking at this draft now, I think the bans have been kept exactly the same.
They just keep switching. The losing team goes to blue side. Interestingly enough, they value blue a lot apparently.
Yeah, I mean it's been. I think I casted a series the other like a week or 2 ago where it was just blue side won every game. It was just whoever had side selection won. So maybe that Mundo dodgeball we saw earlier was like a lot more impactful than people would think.
Decides
like if it's blue side every game, I mean, whoever lost their 1v1s is gonna have to answer some questions. But
you're out of the org at that point.
We've got the Fireman Ari. This is another pick that he likes. So I'll be interested to see if he goes for that like HP stacking tanky build that's really popular right now. I don't really like that. I played it in scrims and I went like 0-7, but
but
that was me. That's me. I'm no maybe Fireman is just the goat.
I think it's good. I think it's a good.
I think it gets value if you know what you're doing. Yeah, so we've got on the other side, there's the Varus and Viego. These are the volley bear. We can't skip over that.
You can never skip over that.
This Reboot card is pretty much running back the same comp. They won't. The Nico ban was added. They won't be able to run that Nico again, but everything else from last game is sticking around. And there is a Tristana picked up for the side of Red's Noxus. That's a champion that can put out a lot of aggression. They opted to take that into the Varus. I think it's an interesting matchup because if you get poked out early as Tristana, you're going to have it's dangerous to jump in. But if you can set yourself up with like an aggressive jump and get Varus low, now he's got to play scared and really manage his range. So there's an interesting dynamic going on there.
I really like the Maokai response ban. We've seen Mojo play it, and I think Mojo is potent on it. Not to say that Mojo wasn't more as potent on the Enchanter, but I think in terms of just like immediate effect and game impact, like Mojo's Maokai I think was absolutely there. From what I can recall, I believe Mojo was playing like Rel and sort of more engaged tanks support the last time I cast Like a Dragon in semis, and similarly just like really fantastic play out of Mojo on those types of champions. So I like these bans in the second phase. We are going to see Espada R4, right? This is a question we had brought up, I guess, just hypothetically as a thought experiment, is do you give Espada R5 every time you're on red side? Seems like they're not. They're going for the Renekton, right? Which we saw win early game, like really hard into a Mundo, but just sort of fizzle out because the rest of the map didn't invest in Espada. The rest of the map invested in sort of losing lanes, which just didn't quite work out. Or not losing lanes, but lanes that couldn't really close the gap.
Yeah, and Reboot card opted to give support counter pick here, so they're gonna take the Renata into that Pantheon. I really like that pick. If she's on top of things with her handshake, she can like just yoink him right out of that dash. I forget the name of his W, but stop. I think it can completely stop the stun if she's really on top of that. And if a pick does happen, she's also got the bailout to buy time for her carries to get back in the fight. But there's a lot of targeted CC on the side of Syndicate like a dragon. And is that Volibear mid? That's fascinating. I feel like he's gonna have a really hard time if
it's volley jungle. It's Malphite top, volley jungle.
Yeah. Sorry. So yeah. They haven't swapped around yet. My brain is
Ahri mid.
Yeah. Now they've got the swaps coming through. Okay. I saw the little thing flicker and my brain broke a bit. But yeah.
I absolutely am going to be commenting on this Volibear build. By the way, I have a lot of thoughts.
Local Volibear specialist. But yeah, I like the pieces of the comp that Reboot card kept around. I think the Varus and the Azir and the Viego were all really instrumental in the win. And I think they, Ornn was banned, so they had to adapt. I think Renekton is something that Espada looked really good on before. And I think this Renata answers the bot lane picks that Like a Dragon has really well too.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. But what I will say though is, Espada's Ornn, granted it isn't Ornn, it's sort of a weak side lane. Like I think was very, very critical in team fights and sort of in being able to really capitalize on like Nico CC, chain of corruption out of Varus. And Renekton is obviously a very different champion from that, right? Like this is not the late game scaling insane utility tank. This is sort of an early game like pressure bully bruiser. Early to mid game. So it's a huge compositional switch specifically out of your top laner because you don't actually have like a true frontline anymore, right? And on the flip side, we're now getting a Maokai with the new skin, the Sandcastle Maokai, which I'm gonna come out and say it. I hate this skin. This skin is terrible. He has like nipples on his back, and it's so I hate it so much.
I like the castles on the shoulders though; those look kind of cool. I feel like
there's
like
a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, that's true. He does kind of look like Blitz.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Sorry, CZI. I'm just not a fan.
We didn't really comment on the Malphite pick during draft very much, but I think that gets a ton of value into this team.
Huge
specifically, well, you got a lot of AD, the Renekton, the Viego, and the Varus that he can stack armor into. And if he gets like Frozen Heart, he also gets value into the Azir, slowing that attack speed. And the E already does that. So if he's able to get onto those carries or sit on top of his carries and deny the damage from the other team, that's going to be really big. So I do like that pick a lot as an answer to the Renekton here.
Yeah,
curious if
I
it will
agree.
play the same way as it did game one, or if it'll be different though.
Yeah, I think it's always up in the air. I think with Espada in the top lane, like my brain is almost telling me to don't think about the conventional matchups in that lane, and because they might not go exactly the way you'd anticipate them to. I think that's just how good Espada is. But what I will say is, like you said, I think the Malphite gets a lot of value, and I think it's a solution to part of the problem with the Gnar from last game, in that it's like super guaranteed engage on a backline, particularly when they don't have a front line to sort of be able to zone out. Like, but even with a front line, you can't really zone out a Malphite, right? Like, it's the R of it's unstoppable force, like unstoppable's in the name. It goes right through everything. So I think it's a great adjustment for the side of Like a Dragon, and something we haven't yet talked about. What am I going to bring up? You already know what it is.
Is it volley? No, he hasn't built any items yet. It can't be the Volibear build.
Talk about the Volibear. I think volley's awesome. I think it's a super underrated pick. I think it has a great win rate. It does so much stuff. It can build any item in the game, and it still works. And I also think that it's pretty good to Viego if you've got the hands for it. If you understand his little micro mechanical fun things that Volibear can do, which aren't that hard to pull off. So I think it's just a really good pick. Offers so much CC. It's kind of like Jarvan, right? Like great early game damage and like game pace setting, but also is like a great teamfight stun bot. Come late game.
Exactly.
Clear too.
Yeah. The easy engage. I mean, I always say, like, I'm a fan of ease of execution, right? You want build buttons that are hard to mess up. Malphite ult, super easy. Volley Bear Q, point and click CC. Once you got that down, RE Charm's easy. Pantheon has targeted CC, so there's a lot of easy ways for Syndicate, like a dragon, to pick and choose who they want to go on and make sure they stay locked down so long they don't even get to play the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point that you make, and I know you're a huge proponent of it, ease of execution. I think it's something very often overlooked, particularly like outside of sort of IBSG leagues and plat leagues, right? Like once you get into some of the more upper echelons of MMRs, like I think ease of execution often falls by the wayside in consideration when you're doing a draft. Right? Because we're dealing with talented players who can play a lot of different champions and can handle them mechanically. But at the end of the day, like if my chance of screwing something up on an execution and with my team sort of idealistically and holistically is 10% as opposed to like 30%, like you're going to see results, right? Like that's just how it works. So I like the adjustments here for Like a Dragon. They're going for something a little more straightforward to pull off. And from my estimations, I think it'll probably work out for them. I think this will be an easier game to play for them.
I think it will too, and I'm also noticing that all Gucci is rocking the barrier this game, not the cleanse, which I might expect into the Pantheon in particular. Maybe they're just banking on retail row, bailing them out in more ways than one.
Yeah, I think the issue is if Malphite ult happens, like it happens, right? The only thing that stops a Malphite ult is not a cleanse, it's a flash. And if Malphite gets the ult on you, you can cleanse. Say you had cleanse and you cleanse a Pantheon stun, you have a Volley Bear Q, right? You have an RE Charm. There's almost a point at which it's like you've got one band-aid for 6 cuts. So I think I can understand it and the want to just be able to protect himself from
also,
early game.
Here comes Fire Mana and Isonator and Bomb.
Oh,
Mojo
no.
flashes in. There's the Charm as well. Flash and Barrier burnt from Algucci, who has the bomb ticking down. Gonna go into the bailout and will drop. That's first blood over to the side of Syndicate Like a Dragon. Nice 4-man bot. Didn't really spot it coming, even though the dragon was taken. And so Reboot card goes down in the early game. That's a kill onto the Tristana. They're going to crash a huge wave here to deny a lot of that farm for the Varus as well.
Yeah, it's definitely it feels bad for the Varus, who, by the way, like it did buy a tier for this. Oh, retail row. What are we doing, friends?
Row. Oh, what is that?
Oh, what is that?
He's going to try to
Retail
stop
row, retail, no! We're giving up kills for nothing.
Gonna try to stop the backs, but I mean, there's no vision in that bush. You don't know if Panth is just waiting at the very edge for that stun.
Yeah, and it's a Panth Tristana. Like
they have so much follow up.
Yeah, we're gonna get a replay here.
I mean, it's the point and click CC, which the charm actually lands on retail.
Well, it did nothing, by the way. That's amazing. I think just the lockdown and the full engage out of a Trist Panth, just with the help of one other person, like an Ari, is enough. Like literally, Volley just had to be there and hang around and be like, "Hello, I'm a bear." I mean, nice.
It's so scary, and then there's the second kill. It's a really scary lane in the early game, and once Pantheon hits that 6, he's going to be scary all over the map as well with that ultimate. But it's I mean, I think for the side of wait, they're getting engaged on again. Oh no. They had vision in the Tri-Brush, but nowhere else, and it's from behind that the engage comes in. Now this Varus is 0-2, still somehow up in CS despite the 2 deaths, but I mean, that lead, that 2-0 Tristana is going to have free reign to jump in now.
That sucks. That's a BF sword Tristana. Listen, this is like a solo queue, like when your ADC goes AFK, like this is when it happens, right? Like, does not feel good at all to be all Gucci here. Great job on maintaining some sort of CS like parity here, right, and being somewhat even, but like it's the last position you want to be in this lane, as we're getting a little bit of punchy wunchy up in the top lane, and Espada again has the upper hand here. I don't know if anyone's honestly surprised at this point. We are seeing so much investment. Volley Bear into bot side. We even got the mid lane roam into bot side out of Fire Mana, which I think was excellently executed. Mist hasn't done anything on the map yet. Is only up 9 CS.
That's not a lot. Oh, there's a Hex Flash from Mojo, and it's another engage on Algucci. There is the handshake to buy some time, but there's the explosive charge going to detonate in a few seconds, and the spear from Pantheon. But they almost trade back Red Nox.
Burn flash
and
here.
Mist here, there's the flash ult. It does secure the kill. He's unstoppable and does not get knocked away by that Buster shot, so they will trade one back. That is an important shutdown, and it goes onto the Viego, who we saw can be such a player in the team fights. Mojo might be able to hold this.
Yeah,
it's a lot of
push
minions.
The lane.
Oh, he goes. Wait, I don't know if he wants to go in here. Actually,
Yes, he does. He absolutely does. Right with the E. Oh no, maybe not. I'm wrong.
Okay. Izzinator's coming. So now Retail Row really does need to back out.
Yeah.
That was. Oh no.
Bear go Burr ultimate.
He has the ult, so I don't think. Yeah, Retail Row
can't
early
use
though.
A
handshake, but it doesn't matter. There's the bailout. It's not gonna matter. That's another. Now the Mojo's got the shutdown. 2-0 and 3 on this Pantheon. What did we say? Point and click CC. It makes the game real easy.
It's really easy to play, and I will not, as a volleyball aficionado, I will not pretend this is some high level, Giga Brain, mechanical champion. He is Ooga Booga, and that's why I love him. You run at something, you punch them, and you cocaine bear all over their face. I hope I'm allowed.
He's also going for what's that? The Cosmic Drive Rush? Is that what do you think about that?
Ding 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 ding. Correct. Cosmic Drive is the build here. I will die on the hill that Sundered Sky is a bad item. I think it's not good on Volley Bear. Anytime you can go AP Bear, I think you want to make that a consideration in your draft. I'm sure you know from playing on Oversoul with your boy that I like to make that known in draft more recently. Whenever we do get to play the Bear, I think AP Bear is better. Whether it is Cosmic Drive into Iceborne Gauntlet, whether it is Cosmic Drive into Navori, which is gaining popularity, or whether it is Rod of Ages into Navori. Those to me are the best builds. There's angles for like full AP Bear. I would never tell anyone to go that in competitive League of Legends. It's really like funny and it's like fun. You know what I mean? Fun time build. But I do think Cosmic Drive is the best first item on Volley Bear. Every stat on it is excellent.
They're looking for a play here. But Red Noxus jumps in. Mist is getting so low, though. The Tristana might get picked off in the back end, but gets the reset and jumps back out. The assist is big, and the piercing arrow will miss too. Now Fireman is here with the ultimate. The Renata throws the ult down to buy a little bit of time, but all Gucci has jumped on again. Has the flash in a few seconds, but it's not going to matter. Goes down as well. And now it's 7-1 for Syndicate Like a Dragon, dominating the early game. I think more than we've seen in any of these games. It's brutal. I mean... Yeah, they're looking for a play out of that topside bush with Mist, but he gets jumped on and the fight just disintegrates from there. The advantage that Syndicate, Like a Dragon, already had is just compounded even further by that play.
Yeah, and this is not a team that is easy to claw back advantages from, right? Tristana and Volibear and Pantheon are known for once they have a lead, they can keep that lead very, 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 very easily. So, we're dealing with a team that, frankly, can put their foot on the gas, right, and keep it that way. So, I hope that if Reboot card is going to find a way back to make this game a little bit more comfortable. Oh, that was so close.
They do get the dragon.
They get the dragon. Yeah, it's got to happen like soon. So that is something, right? Like I think they gotta shape up. I think within a pretty quick time frame. Otherwise, this is going to be a very very scary game for them to play from behind.
And I think that's a really important dragon for them to get because with the lead that the bot lane for Like a Dragon has. I think that they should be getting dragon like all day, every day. So get slowing down the dragon second. And now Jacob is getting jumped on by Red's Noxus, even though the Tristana's down 2 levels. She feels comfortable taking that trade because there is a Pantheon ult, and Jacob's gonna have to flash away. The gold is also very in favor of this Tristana, most in the game by a decent amount.
Like over 1,000 gold up on Varus. Varus again, still had to itemize into a Tear of the Goddess, which inevitably handicap. That's 400 gold that you have to spend on mana, right? Rather than immediate damage, right? So on top of just being behind in lane, there's an innate part of this build that puts you behind 400 gold, right? It's kind of like the Mordekaiser tax, right? The 1,300 gold Mordekaiser tax when you have to buy Quicksilver Sash, which I don't even know if that still works anymore. Didn't they change something like that?
I think they got rid of that, yeah.
I think they got rid of it, but back in the day when us old geezers were playing, it was called the Mordekaiser tax, and it's 1,300 gold that had to just leave your pocket, right? Because you had to invest in a Quicksilver. So,
CZI, that ultimate falls short, but Fire Mana is here, has the ultimate, is holding that trump, never mind, throws it a little early, and Espada should be able to just walk away. They only burn the Malphite ult for that, so it's not a huge commitment, but probably should have been a free kill.
We didn't see that. A lot of missed abilities, but they did it. They did it for the Vine. They did it for the memes. That's what that is. They're winning the mental game, right? I don't even need my ultimate. That's how good I am at Malphite. That's what CZI was saying. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. But it's not like a crazy bad cooldown. It's already 1/3 back. But For all things considered, this is a 7-1 game. It is 1 dragon to 1 dragon. I don't believe a single turret has gone down yet. No, it has not. So that is still on the table. It is 3 grubs to 3 grubs, right? This is 2 objectives to 2 objectives. Syndicate obviously has the first kills, but first tower is up as well as first or third objective, right? But
Retail Road Face checks the bush, but does have the handshake and the ultimate. That Berserk will buy some time, and all Gucci also had to flash out. Now Mist is here. That's going to be turned around, and Mojo is shut down. Now Espada's TP'd in as well, flashes forwards, but the flash is answered by the Volley Bear. So Izinator down flash. That is a major cooldown. I mean the flash Q from Volley Bear. That's one of those crucial point and click CCs. So
absolutely,
Reboot card fighting back really nicely. They're down to just a 1K gold deficit. And yeah, they've got themselves some kills. Also, Heartsteel built by this Pantheon here. That is an interesting one. Gonna make himself last a little longer. You know, a lot of times Pantheons they go in, they stun someone, and then they buy a little time with their E and they die. And in this case, Mojo is trying to play a little bit different of a game.
It seems like a solution to a player problem rather than a champion problem, though. If I've got to be honest with you, you know, proper utilization of what is it called? Unbreakable Shield. Someone's gonna yell at me if I got it wrong. But proper
Aegis Assault.
Aegis Assault. Yes. Proper utilization of his E, the Aegis Assault, should solve that issue on its own.
We got a 3-man play here, but Mist is hovering in the wings. They're gonna see that there are 2 here, but it looks like they feel confident enough to take this turret anyway. Izinator does have that ultimate to shut things down if it does heat up. So it will just be the turret given over, and I believe that is the feat of strength secured by Syndicate like a dragon.
Nothing feels better than playing Volley Bear with Swift March, which is we might see this game, which is the upgrade.
He already has it.
No, Swift March is the third one. The
next upgrade. The next upgrade. Yeah,
it's just so gnarly. Like you have Blue Smite, right? Blue Empowered Smite, which gives you like Ghost when you walk through a brush or like take down a jungle camp, and on top of that, you just have more like you're actually Cocaine Bear. Like it's so freaking fun to play. You have so much movement speed on top of like Cosmic Drive gives you movement speed, 4% movement speed if I'm not mistaken. On top of when you hit someone, you gain more movement speed. Like you run through teams. So that's a huge pickup for the Bear.
Because, I mean, one of the things Volley Bear can struggle with is that target axis, and
yeah,
that build basically gives you unlimited. It's kind of like the Mundo, go where you please.
Yeah, you're not Malphite, right? You can't just press R and from halfway across the screen end up in a backline. Like you have to actually walk there, and you know movement speed. That's why it's so critical on that champion for sure.
I'm also interested in kind of going back to this like Varus build. I wonder if going for more of an on-hit style would be the move in this game. Because we might have a play topside. Mist is dropping the Rift Herald. Jacob goes in. Two whiffs for the price of 1. But Mist
that's not a whiff.
Well, I guess it was just it looked like he was trying to hit Jacob too, kind of. He flashes away now. CZI is being dove, but the turret's taken. Now Mist might be on the wrong side of town though. Mojo flashes, but doesn't have the range, and so Mist is probably gonna get out here. Actually, they might turn back around on a Mojo. They're going for the fight. There's no Malphite, but the handshake does miss, so Mojo will walk out of there, and that is a second dragon secured on the other side of the map. So
yeah, listen, credit where credit's due for CZI. That was an intentional ult. For sure. He wanted to dodge the Emperor's
walks
Divide.
into 2 people. Izinator and Fireman are hitting, but he's level 12. He's pretty tanky. Do they have the damage to finish this off? Espada's getting really low. Dodges away from the Orb of Deception, and
this guy is
the Sky Splitter doesn't quite land. Espada making it out. And that's 2 big ultimates expended to try and get that kill, but still, a lot of pressure in the bot lane coming through for Syndicate like a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, good execution there. I think you did virtually everything you can, reasonably at least. If you're Syndicate like a dragon, you do have to burn. You know, you get the ultimate out of Espada, but Espada forces the Stormbringer to come out, forces the Spirit Rush to come out. So I mean, when you think about it, it's kind of a dub for Espada. It's just really well played. Renekton's one of those champs,
Mojo's going on Retail Rogan, but there is the ultimate from that Renata, but it's cleansed away, and now she has to go into the bailout, and the Tristana's going to get that explosive charge and Rocky jumps away, and now Mist is going to get Mojo. It has access to that stun now, and Izinator doesn't have ultimate or flash, so this Volley Bear should go down as well. Malphite TP's in, but just walks immediately away. Espada matches the TP, and I think that's the end of things there. CZI does have the ult if they try something on this turret. but they might just siege it down. They've got a lot of attack speed, a lot of damage. And yeah, I think that's going to be another turret taken by Reboot Card, who are fighting back admirably here. They've got the gold lead now.
Absolutely. We're now looking at a scary Viego, right? Like, the Volibear and the Viego matchup is great for the Volibear early, except when this happens, right? Like, resets really threaten his Volibear's ability to do what Volibear wants to do, which is apply CC and sustain fight through the Frenzied Maul, right? Which is going to heal you on the second application of the same target. And resets are just a much better version of that with infinitely more damage, right? When the Heartbreaker comes out of Viego, it's a Frenzied Maul just 50 times better, right?
Exactly.
So that's the last thing you sort of want to do. We are seeing the Navori Quick Blades come out. I'm going to go back to Volibear. I love talking about this champion. Anyone who's watched me cast knows I can't shut up about Volibear. But Navori Quick Blades, this is a common build that's raising in popularity. Normally it's Rod of Ages into Navori, or it's Iceborne into Gauntlet. People are starting to go, Cosmic into Gauntlet. People are starting to go Cosmic into Navori. Post a little bit of Volibear buffs to his Q. However, I actually think this game might be the Gauntlet move. I think the slipperiness of Slice and Dice on top of Spectral Maw, on top of the Shurima Shuffle, on top of like having people get yeeted away by a Renata, I think the added slow is a little bit more effective, especially into a squishier team than Navori is. Navori's better into like more sustained fights where you're going to get more Qs, more Es, more Ws off. I don't think this is the case here. So I'm very, very impressed by Izanator's Volibear play. Do not get me wrong. I do not mean to
Fire Mana goes in, but missed waiting in the bush. He uses that ult early, but they're taking a lot of damage. Who is going to get the first kill? Rear Tail Row drops that ult, and Mojo might go down to the Tristana. No, Izanator gets the first kill. Now Retail Row is also going to go down, and Mojo lives on a sliver of HP, so that Heartsteel's doing some work. Fire Mana still has the ult, and the charm is flashed by All Gucci. But at the end of all of that, it is a 2-for-0 in favor of Syndicate like a dragon.
Otacon's on the table as well, Potatoes. Looks like we're going to start this up. Volibear can solo this, by the way, but does have the help of Fire Mana on the Ahri. So they're going to look to start this. Do they know? Not sure. Can they answer? Also not sure. This is like super healthy for Volibear. Look at that. Frenzied Maul just heals all of that health back. This champion can literally solo it.
Fire Mana showed on the minions to clear him out. They've got a few people here, but CZN just gets ulted by the Malphite, and Red's Noxus has got to be looking soon. Jacob does get the ult off and runs away. Izanator's looking, but he's low. He's down. The jungler's down. So now Mojo's going in. Espada's getting really low. Heals up a little bit more, but I have to imagine this Renekton is down. Red's Noxus gets the assist, gets the reset, and now Jacob has the explosive charge, but gets the shutdown. Buster Shot isn't enough to finish it off, but Gromp might. Now Fire Mana is the target. Mist is chasing. The charm comes through. Can they secure this kill? There's the spectral.
Yes.
Oh wait, that's the heartbreaker.
That's your Otacon rush.
The shutdown. And
don't go for an overchase. You need. It is an overchase. I'm telling you, it's factually an overchase.
Mojo's actually winning the 1v1 against Mist, and Mist could get sniped out by the Comet Sphere here. No, it's not going to come through. But that was the opportunity to get Otacon, and Dragons also in 10 seconds. That could have been two huge objectives for the side of Syndicate Reboot Card, but instead they chased the Pantheon, overplay their hand a little bit, and now who knows if they'll get either of those.
It's a little bit of goofiness out of CZI to go way too hard, way too deep on a very, very mobile target there, which opens up the door for Reboot Card to play that fight well, and they do. And they go straight up Emerald Brain. Oh, we're going to get the replay. Yeah, I think this is, with the Emperor's Divide on top of Shifting Sands, yeah, and the damage, they overextend into Tri-Brush. This is exactly what teams want. Overextensions on Otacon when you're on the backside of this. They're able to play this fight really, really well, right? Their team comes up, they have the backup, and they mop everyone. There is no way around it here, in my opinion, as we're actually getting a fight live in the bottom right corner.
It's going to be 1-for-1 right now, and Fireman is on the back foot, running away out of the ult charges. Espada almost has CZI taken up, but they're not going to get the kill. But that is still 3-for-1. Now I think they are going to get those objectives.
Do the objective.
Reboot Card seems to be in the lead now.
I think they're factually in the lead. Yeah. Certainly up a little bit of gold, down a dragon, down some kills, but definitely in the driver's seat. They have the option to go Otacon right now. That's 15 seconds on two champions, two damage dealing champions in the Volibear and the the Tristana. They're going to start up the Otacon immediately. They do have the damage to take this down. That's a lot of damage out of Azir, a lot of damage out of Viego, and nothing to scoff at in terms of the Varus and Renekton damage either. This should be a free take, a Ruinous Otacon, excuse me. I'm realizing last game I called Voracious. Or is this Voracious?
I always get them mixed up. They're going to give the Roses, the Ruinous.
That's Ruinous.
R&R.
Yep, 25% increase on all. This buff is so freaking strong, in my opinion. 25% boost to every epic monster buff that you have. That is a 25% boost to your Hextech Drake. That is a 25% boost to your Chemtech Drake. That is a 25% boost to any Baron, Elder Dragon, subsequent Drakes you get, Soul you get, red buff, blue buff. It's just...
Wait, no, blue and red aren't epic.
Blue and red are not epic, excuse me. Those are semi-epic. I don't know what the word is. Grubs is another good example. They're large, not small. But yeah, it's such a strong buff. I'm sure I might have caster cursed them or opposite of caster cursed them. They heard me through comms here, and they did not make the mistake of overchasing that second time. That's a critical mistake. You see it in all levels of play, right? You see it from IBSG to Chally, and you know, it's the difference between huge swings and potential wins and losses. And so good on them to realize their mistake from the previous fight.
Retail Row is in danger here. Red's Noxus jumps in, but actually is going to get chunked out big time on the opposite side. Goes down, even using the cleanse before.
Handshakes coming up.
Now Retail Row throws the ultimate in, flashes as well. That's a huge berserk, but they're not actually dealing that much damage to each other. Now Espada joins the fight. They have to turn on Izanator to get this kill because Retail Row's about to go down, and Mojo is going to find... Oh, no, not find Algucci. Now Algucci is down, and... This is a winning fight for Syndicate like a dragon. I think Espada is taking up so much, though. Keeps the fight going. And now Jacob is here to provide the DPS they need to finish things off. And all in all, it's a 3-for-3. These teams cannot stop fighting.
They can't give you a break here, Potatoes. I don't even have to say anything on color here. But yeah, this game is tight. It is close. It is 1.2k gold, even in Dragons. Kills are pretty even. Towers, grubs, like everything's very, very tight. This was like a Dragons game handedly in the beginning of the game. And on the back end of some of these fights, we're seeing Reboot card like really pull their stuff together. Fireman, no. I was going to ignore it. I didn't want to flame my boy. But yeah, like we've been seeing Reboot card like crawl back like in a way that is, seemed almost insurmountable maybe for a few minutes there, right? Moving into this sort of mid game, as now we sort of move into mid to late game, right? As we're gonna get a replay here on this fight. Yeah, Retail Row's in an unfortunate position, but the what's that called? Bone plating is so good at mitigating damage. As Mist is able to get the reset, but like the follow-up damage is just, or NCC is too much. Retail Row now doesn't have anything up. Volleybear in your backline is the last place you want Volleybear to be, and all Gucci is alone into a stunning Pantheon. Like just way too much CC, way too much damage, but. Espada, the absolute kid himself, Himothy McJimothy over here on the Renekton, doesn't give a crap about AP Volleybear Sky Splitter and says, I'm going to take you out anyway, and he gets out of there, makes it a 3-for-3. Really well played by Espada. I like to look at a Reboot card, but like I think it's a little bit too much, right? A little bit too much, the flash handshake, a little bit too deep into a Volleybear Pantheon malfight on Mist's Viego. But again, like they even it up, and that's a fine trade when this is an even game, particularly when the fights you are winning are the Otacon, the Dragon, right? We're going to see if they can do the same for the Baron play coming up here, Potatoes.
And there is a dragon in a minute, too. I think Reboot card might be playing for that, because they're setting up a lot of vision down in the spot side. They've got that crab taken away. They're trying to establish a position in the enemy jungle, but Retail Row's... Oh, Mojo doesn't go for the stun and fire, man, and whiffs the charm, too. So Retail Row is going to get to control even more of this terrain. And with 45 seconds now on this dragon, there's not a lot of time for like a dragon to take a reset, get more vision down. This approach might get kind of scary for them, but CZI is posturing up aggressively. Still, this Edge of Night is so valuable on the Varus, and look at the poke coming through. I was kind of doubting the poke Varus, but if he can find the poke onto that Tristana in particular, that's a huge carry.
Yeah, we don't have an enchanter or any form of like healing a teammate on this team, right? Like Varus's like relative value this game is actually significantly higher in my opinion than Varus's relative value last game. As I love how Volleybear can literally stand next to your team with a Q up and like no one's gonna hit him. It's just hilarious. For those who don't know, Volibear Q gets reset if you hard CC him, the full cooldown reset. And on top of that, he's just so fast, it's so easy to dodge stuff.
Both teams are just sacrificing these side waves. They are fighting over mid control. They are fighting over control in the river.
It's NAA RAM, dude.
It's a question of who's going to go for the dragon first, because if a team commits too hard to dragon, they might lose the Baron. Although, honestly, I don't see a lot of DPS on the side of Syndicate like a dragon. So they are going to make their move up towards this dragon, but it looks like Reboot card is going to have Viego solo this and try to stall out in the meantime. They've got the poke from the Bears.
Really
got the disengage from the Renata, from the Azir. So, but it is actually dropping pretty fast. Red's Noxus is still very strong on this Tristana. It's at about half HP, and they don't have a steal threat because the Viego's down there. So
do we have the Blighted Quiver, though? Oh, never mind.
CCI goes for a Spada, but there's a huge Berserk. A shutdown onto the Malphite. There's another kill. The Baron is secured by Volibear. And Retail Row should drop in a few seconds here. Red's Noxus will escape with those back-to-back rocket jumps. Fire Mana using the Spirit Rush to get away as well.
Mist goes mid. They have
fight
wave. They got mid prio.
They win the 4v5. They get the dragon. The only other thing that Reboot card didn't get is the Baron. And Red's Noxus has to flash away from that piercing arrow at the end of it too.
Yeah, so only 2 of them have the Baron as well.
Overall, I think that is a very nice play if you are on the side of Reboot card.
Yeah, I mean, Reboot card, I think, is driving tempo, right? I think we said it a little bit before. They're driving tempo. I think this is now their game to sort of slip up. I think for a while it was like a Dragon's game to slip up. They had a huge advantage, and I think just some excellent mechanical play out of the side of Reboot card, like kind of allowed them, and maybe a misplay on the Otacon, right? An overextension, miscommunication on engage out of like a Dragon sort of hurt them there, and gave a little, let the door ajar, if you will, for Reboot to step in and establish themselves as a team that could actually win this game. Now we're seeing like, they got Baron, but they got more kills off of it. They put themselves on Soul Point, and only 2 members, it's the Tristan and the Ahri, have the Baron. This is a side laning Malphite, right? The Malphite on side doesn't have Baron. Like, that feels bad, right? So the Malphite, if the Malphite is matching the Renekton, like,
they're gonna go in here. Retail Rogue gets stunned, and Mist has to ult away from the charm. He has the explosive charge taking, but I think will live. That is a Sterix pop, and now a Spada is here to take the fight into his own hands. 1 kill goes on to Mojo. They're all flashing away from a Spada and Jacob, and the health bars are so low. All Gucci flashes something. I'm not sure what that was, but although the health bars are low for Syndicate Reboot card, they do get 1 kill. The Baron buff means this turret probably will still drop. It's kind of scary for these members of Reboot card to stick around, and yeah, they're gonna have to back off and give at least 1 turret here. Like a Dragon might be able to push for another despite being down a player. Spada will probably trade something back on the flip side down bot. And there's the ult from CZI onto All Gucci. All Gucci is very low, gets charmed up, has the bailout, but will it do anything? No, the Varus is down, and there's no real follow-up either. So, yeah, I mean, the health bars really do matter, and the Baron push gets some value despite only having it on a few members for like a Dragon.
Yeah, 1 for 1, or I guess 2 for 1, technically across in favor of like a Dragon, right? On those kills, and 2 towers for 1 tower. So all around, just a good trade for like a Dragon. They get more off the map, and for their game state than Reboot card does there. You gotta wonder if maybe I think they understand Reboot card that they are sort of the ones with tempo in this game. I think that's still the case here, but a really big disrespectful play in my opinion to not just track the Malphite ult. Like, his ult's gonna be up. Like, he's level 16. He has
pretend it is. If you see him, he has ult. If you don't see him, he also has ult.
Yeah, like he's level 16. He has a Frozen Heart that is cooldown. I can't remember if Hollow Radiance has CDR. I don't think it does. I don't think so. I don't think it does. But like, the champion has an ultimate for every fight at this point, and it wasn't used before. Like, we can't be standing that close to turret, in my opinion. I think it's a little bit of a disrespectful play. Hopefully, if you're Reboot card, you're like, all right, we made that mistake once. We're not going to do it again, right? And if you're like a Dragon, you're like, all right, we still got some teeth in this game, right? We can still bite back. So, again, this is anyone's game here. Charm's coming through.
Lands a charm onto Retail Row. It's a lot of damage, but it's
a tanky freaking.
What is I can never remember the name of that support item, but it reduces the damage a little.
Locket of the Iron Solari.
No, the one that gives like the shield, like
Locket of the Iron Solari.
No, the other kind of shield, it's kind of like a Banshee's, but it's not.
What? What other item?
The World Atlas upgrade,
Oh, that gives a shield?
It gives like damage reduction when you get into combat.
Yeah, I knew that. I was just testing you, obviously. I was just testing you, totally.
Ooh, all Gucci's gonna lose the Edge of Night here, which makes standing up and contesting this vision a little scarier. 50 seconds on this dragon. CZI's looking for a flank, but Espada's kind of flanking the Malphite. But they're just gonna dash through to regroup with the team, and yeah, that's gonna be the next big objective. There's also Baron in a minute and a half. Who will make the first move? I mean, I think Like a Dragon has the easier tools to make the first move, but they have to be careful that they're all on the same page when it happens.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what this Chemtech Soul is going to do for these fights.
Oh, there's the engage on a miss. 2-man ult from Malphite, but there's 5 hit by the Berserk. So much damage goes down. Espada nearly finds Red's Noxus, but the Sterix is popped. Now Isonator running away, goes down to the piercing arrow. CZI is slowed up. Fireman is slowed up. Espada's looking for more, but is really low himself. Gonna have to back away, and that's gonna be the jungler down, which should be a free dragon for the side of Reboot card.
Top wave, yeah, top wave, yeah.
All these side waves are going down. And that's a really underrated part of, just
a lot of gold just not being.
It's a lot of gold. People underrate the gold you get from just like collecting side waves.
I feel like you're projecting for not being at team fights when we play. I'm kidding. I'm just pulling your chain.
No, but I get it. That is the soul claim by Syndicate Reboot card now. 3 Chemtrix and the soul, and they have that Otacon buff, so it's even more powerful than it would usually be. Bonus damage and damage reduction when you're low. So that's going to make these team fights extra easy for Reboot card. It's going to be so hard to kill Espada, so hard to get the opening pick onto anyone. And I think that is going to make a huge difference in these late game fights.
Yeah, I think specifically with Bailout on Renata is like probably the most effective use of this. I mean, I think it's just good on a champion like you said, like Renekton or like Viego, just as a generality, right? I think otherwise Chemtech is kind of an underwhelming soul. However, like I think Retail Rogue playing Renata Bailout on top of a Chemtech is like a really it's like a zillion ult. You know what I mean? It's like it's a Bailout. It's in the name, right?
Exactly.
Like I think it's just a huge warper, right? Like, oh, we think we have a pick. No, you don't, right? Not only like do you not quite have the damage to get her as low as you think you do, but on top of that, Grey Health comes out, right? And then a full revive comes out. And when Gucci can snipe someone from halfway across a lane and just execute them, like that means Bailout works, right? So definitely, like, I think statistically not nearly the most winningest soul, but with this team comp, I absolutely can see its value, and I think Reboot card's gonna feel the same way.
And Gucci has really crawled back from that difficult early game. I think it was 0-4 at one point, like 0-4-1 after all those ganks down bot. Now at a comfy 7-6. I mean, that's 7-2, not counting the early game.
Yeah, that's just
Mojo could be looking for a play here. Throws a Comet Spear, but it won't land. If they can get that spell shield off, then Gucci is much easier to take down. But as long as that's up, it's much trickier. And they're going to start up the Baron. There's no vision, but I think they have an idea. It's a little scary for Jacob to face check this. Mist has to use the Mist to get in. CZI has position, but this might just go down. Actually, Volibear, they're going to take the fight to Mist, or to Jacob, but they're split now, and Mist is in the pit. They're going to look for the Pantheon. Mojo goes down. Red's Noxus can't find the kill onto Retail Road. There's the Chemtech Soul doing work. Now the ult's expended again. The Baron is secured by Syndicate Reboot card. Espada's in the middle of everyone. Reset. Mist is getting all these resets. And now CZI is down. Isonator is getting low as well and drops the Varus dealing so much damage. It's just Fire Mana. And Like a Dragon just doesn't have the damage. I think it is. The waves are a little far away. They have to get these cleared out. But the death timers, I mean, that's 20 seconds on Pantheon, 35 on the Tristana, 40 on that top jungle. It should be the game, I think, unless they can somehow mind control Reboot card into backing off or go diving the fountain or something.
Yeah, to me, it's another story of not knowing how to execute like a Baron Gambit, right? They completely split the fight and they go onto a target that has Emperor's Divide and Shifting Sands.
And Zhonya's.
Doesn't even die, and Zhonya's, and a Flash.
And the turrets are going to go down and they're going to focus the Nexus as game number 3 is going to go over to Syndicate Reboot card.
It is, and it's like it's crazy. We're getting, I think, even more action and even more dominating early games, but for the side of Like a Dragon this time, right? It wasn't even at a Reboot card who we have all night been touting the early game prowess of, and Like a Dragon says, I'm pretty sure Fireman must have heard it. Who's plays in the same org as well that we do. I was like, no, I'm going to show you what early game looks like, and they turned on the heat. However, I think the only explanation that I have for why that game sort of fell apart right from within their hands is teamfight coordination. We see CZI solo ult multiple times on repeat. Have I told you the definition of insanity? Ulting the Azir every time with all of the things we described that the Azir tool-wise has to stop that from being effective. And we keep doing it, right? And it ends up biting him in the butt. Malphite ultimate was never up at the right time. Handshake being not handshake, excuse me. Hustle takeover being a huge tool for sort of slowing down the pace of these fights. And on top of that, like, Volibear gets outpaced in the late game by Viego. It's just the way the champ works, right? Azir late game damage and I think just utility all around sort of outpaces the Ahri. Ahri is kind of like a pick champ, really. And I think they capitalized on those mistakes and they played the team fights better. And what it results in is a crazy as heck gold graph that we see right there.
You see that massive spike at the end. I mean, yeah. And I really like that they saved the Renata counter pick for Retail Row. I think that got so much value. When you've got a pick comp on the enemy team, the bailout buys so much time. The hostile takeover can mean, when they're over committing, like they often did. I mean, it's hard to know it's an overcommit until it's over. But I mean, it got so much value in those fights. And I like the way that Syndicate Reboot card fought back. I mean, they were down like 1.5 thousand gold. They were down a few objectives.
It was the biggest deficit that we've seen tonight, right? That early game, for sure.
Yeah, but one team fight is all it takes to change that.
Yeah, I mean, like the game of League of Legends is played on a knife's edge. I will die on that hill. I personally, as much as we all like to cry about it on Reddit or whatever, or in our Discord calls to our teammates, League of Legends is an incredibly well-balanced game, comparatively speaking to a lot of other games, in terms of, just game balance, right? There are things that are broken at times, but like if you look at other games in the genre, like if you look at Heroes of the Storm or whatever, even though it's a dead game, or Dota or whatever, even stuff like Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, any of these games, like they don't ever have nearly the same like equal playing field. And League of Legends is a game where, despite compositional differences, despite champion strength differences, despite player individual skill differences, anything can completely turn that on its head. And I think that's the story of this game here. And we see Reboot card like grab on to that last rope, right, and climb it to victory here. And they're taking Like a Dragon to game point, to series point, I should say. They're one win away from winning Titan Conqueror. And if you're Syndicate Like a Dragon, you are one loss away from almost winning Titan Conqueror, right? They have just been dealt 2 of their first losses in playoffs so far. This team is 6-0 in playoffs. I believe 6-1 for Reboot card. So this is where, pedal to the metal. This is where heroes are made. This is where men become men and boys stay boys, right? Like, I'm very excited to see what comes to the table for this next game. Any team on the brink of elimination or the brink of not holding that trophy up at the end of the day is bound to pull out some crazy stuff and try to make it happen. I'm very excited for this next game.
I mean, like you said, we can theorize here at the desk in the casting booth all we want about who should win this, who should do this. But at the end of the day, it's the players on the Rift who have the onus on them to lock in and pull off that the execution of those comps they've drafted. So, now 2 games in a row, it's been Reboot card pulling it off in the end. But that's going to push us to game number 4. We'll be back after a break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back once again, everyone, to the Conquer League Grand Finals, where Syndicate Reboot card is up 2-1 over Syndicate Like a Dragon, winning a big comeback in game number 3 there. And yeah, we're going to break it down a little, Swifty. What are your thoughts on that last game?
Yeah, like you said, big comeback, huge comeback, some would argue. That was probably the hardest early game domination that we had seen, and it was for the side of Like a Dragon, not Reboot card, right? We talked about how game 1 was very slowly played, whether you want to call it apprehension, whether you want to call it calculation, right? It was a much more slower paced game, sort of 2 scaling ADC-esque comps, right? With not a lot of action, and more just like mitigation of leads. Game 2, we move to, we see Syndicate Reboot card down 1 win, and then they say, you know what, we're going to lean into the fact that we can play early better. I think that was discovered game 1, that they were the better early game lane phase team. And they leaned into it really well, and they put on a dominating performance, and they pulled out the win. And they looked really good. And to me, that was the scariest iteration of any team that we had seen so far. And now, I think the scariest iteration of any team we had seen so far was early game Syndicate Like a Dragon here. They pulled off the Volley Bear, the Pantheon, the Ari roams from Fire Mana were excellently done early. And it wasn't until some critical and pivotal misplays on some team fight coordination and target access and target calling and just seemingly like communicational issues, the team let the door open just enough for Reboot card to snatch at whatever straws they could grasp at, and we see a Syndicate Reboot win again. Certainly the most roller coaster of all the games we've seen, right? So we've seen one very like slow calculated play. We've seen a sort of more early game tempo pushing into a clean win game, or a relatively clean win, I'll say, into a sort of comeback win here. We've seen 3 very different games. We've seen 3 very different games worth of compositional strategies from both of these teams. So it's been a very exciting series to cast. I hope it's been a very exciting one to watch. However, this is a best of 5. It's still not over. But Syndicate Like a Dragon is now down to game point, series point, right? This is it. Like, you cannot lose another game. You have to win 2 games in a row if you're Like a Dragon. All you got to pick up is 1, right? If you are Reboot card. And like I said before we went to break, this is where, this is where boys become men. Like, this is where it's all down to the wire, and you got to put your heart and soul onto the Rift, and we're going to get right back into draft. Nico, which was disgusting from Retail Row, is the first ban of the game.
And we've got Like a Dragon staying on the blue side for a lot of playoffs. I think blue side has had like an absurdly high win rate, so makes sense that they keep that. But we did actually break that curse last game. I was kind of worried that these Mundo Dodgeball 1v1s were going to kind of decide the series by just, side selection, blue win. Because we've seen best of 5s where that happens. But yeah, so now Like a Dragon choosing to ban away the Varus. I think it wasn't obviously on its face, like, the win condition in all of those games, but it is a pick with a lot of utility, a lot of poke, can also go for the DPS. So it makes sense that they want to switch things up, take it off, because Reboot card has won with it twice now.
Yeah, interestingly enough, too, we're seeing. So we saw, I can't remember what ban was dropped for the Nico last game, but we also see Varus added and Xin Zhao taken off the table, which has been banned every game so far. The bans for Reboot card have not changed. It's been Teemo, it's been Ivern, it's been Jarvan. So Syndicate Like a Dragon is now going to take the Viego away from Mist. Mist has been proficient on the pick. I think Mist looks great on Viego. I think that's a clean play. I'm curious if we see the Xin Zhao.
There it is.
And I was right. God, I'm so good at what
What's your take on this jungle matchup? Like, who wins the early game? I mean, obviously Viego has the power.
We know who wins the late game. But yeah, Xin Zhao is an early game tempo setter, right? An early game high damage, ability to get on the map and affect game pace. It's like many jungle matchups in that how it never feels bad if your jungler has to blind pick. It's because you're not in a lane. You're not constantly dealing with the other champion's abilities. It's more so macro strategy, right? So there's win cons for both of these champions, right? Obviously, if the Viego can get get into chaotic sort of like skirmishes into the mid to late game, like the Viego is infinitely more effective than a Xin Zhao is. But Viego can't tempo set and can't push game pace like a Xin Zhao can, right? If Mist on the Xin Zhao can drive tempo, it's going to be Xin Zhao favored. Otherwise, it'll be Viego favored. But we're seeing more of this draft unfurl, so I'll let you take some of this analysis away from me.
So Jacob's back on the Azir. I mean, that's three games in a row now, I think. That's been a huge pick. Tons of DPS, can win early game lane. self-peel, mobility, like the champion does it all. There's a reason it's a staple of pro play, staple of competitive play in general. We got Espada back on the signature Ornn. I mean, that is tough to give over. And they've got the count. They can ban out some of those. Actually, they're just banning supports. They don't care about the counter picks. They think that Espada's got it in the bag. So we'll see if CZI can find a way to counteract the Ornn this time around. But over on the side of Syndicate, they've gone for the Talia, which can shut down some of that. And everyone on Reboot card has dashes that the Talia can stop. And they've gone for the Sivir. I mean, that helped give them the win in game number 1. Lots of damage, lots of AoE in the team fights, lots of move speed, but they don't really have hard engage on the side of Syndicate. So it makes of like a dragon. So it makes sense that Nautilus and Maokai were banned. They want to get rid of some of those go buttons. And it's going to be misfortune for Algucci. Now, I just want to shout out Algucci. Also, like, great mental last game. Getting ganked that hard in the early game's got to be tilting.
Also as a sub.
Yeah, also as a sub. Like, just big props there. But the Gwen has been picked up for CZI, and that is like the classic Ornn counter. It's a champion that's super strong in the meta right now and super good into Ornn in general. So if CZI can get through the early game and scale up, get a couple items, then that might be a big side lane threat that Reboot card is forced to answer. And also, Braum picked up to go with the Sivir. Not necessarily something that I feel like is like intrinsically synergistic.
It's purely for the misfortune,
and the Braum, the Ornn. The Braum gets a lot of value this game. It's a very good pick in isolation. I just don't think it has like a ton of synergy with the Sivir.
It's really good with the Gwen. It's really good with the Viego.
Yeah, it definitely has its matches, but it's not like a push R win the game. Like
it's more like push R run away. You know what I mean?
Retail Row has the Rakan as well, so a lot of engage options on the side of Reboot card. I really like that. I think Syndicate, like a dragon, is maybe going to struggle a bit more with starting these fights up, but they do have a lot of tools to kind of kite back and win if Reboot card takes an over engage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard. This is back to that thing you said earlier about ease of execution. I think the execution is actually significantly harder here for both teams than anything I think we've seen in the previous games. There's a lot of I think outplay, like a necessity for outplaying for the side of at least the top half of like a dragon, and I think. I mean, arguably so for the Azir and the Xin Zhao. Maybe it's actually a little bit easier as I'm sort of pacing through it in my head for Reboot card. And maybe that's an advantage. Maybe we'll see that come to fruition here in this game 4 that we have. But very, very one thing I want to note is very, very short range.
I was gonna say that too.
For Syndicate like a dragon, right? Like they have to approach. Fights? Like you can't go near a choke with a Rakan, Ornn, Azir, Misfortune, right? They don't necessarily have a true front line. Granted, if they can scale this game, this game is theirs. Sivir,
they have so much damage.
Sivir, Viego, Gwen, is disgusting in the late game. If everyone hits full items and is level 18, Syndicate like a dragon wins this game. I have no doubt about it in my mind. But I think there's
still some execution that might.
Sure, they would need execution, but we're dealing with players who can execute. You know what I mean? I think these are people who these are talented players who have mechanical ability and understand the game at a high level. So for me, that's much less of a concern. I think the issue is getting there is a huge concern.
Getting there is a concern. I'm just saying, don't discount the Azir DPS late game and those ornaments.
Sure.
It's not like Reboot card doesn't scale, but I do think overall the damage is massive for like a dragon if they get to the full builds level.
If they can play slow in fights as well, right? There's always the off chance that you get a hard engage from an Azir, a Xin Zhao, a Rakan with an MF ulti over the top of it. And even with the sheer amount of damage late game that a dragon would have, you're just dealing with so much engage so quickly. How do you answer that, right? And Ornn shield isn't a one. It's again. I said this earlier. It's a band-aid for 6 different cuts there, right? So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. We've not to say we've been wrong about these drafts, but we've been surprised about how these games have ended up. I think for a platitude of reasons. So, or a plethora of reasons. Did I just combine plethora and multitude into platitude? Platitude doesn't mean that.
That is kind of sick. Maybe it should. Maybe it should mean that.
Maybe it should, but that also isn't what platitude means. So, but yes, I meant to say plethora or multitude, and I said both. Anyway, enough about grammar and linguistics. We're seeing a full clear for both of these junglers, which is good to see. I think that's good.
I do think the Talia and the Braum alike do offer good answers into what like the engage that Reboot card wants to do in those team fights. And you know, Sivir's got the spell shield, Braum has the shield, Talia can stop a lot of those dashes. But like you mentioned earlier, range is a big issue. Like if Jacob never pushes the E button into some Talia rocks, I think it's going to be hard for him to die.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of angles with which this can go. I have a feeling we're going to see something akin to last game, where if one small thing doesn't go right for one of these two teams, like it opens a big door, I think, for the enemy team in any given fight. I have a feeling, I guess, to say that this will be an exciting game from these fights. Also, really interesting that
Resonator's making his way up top. Espada just stashed in, so does not have that to get away. And there's the flash Spectral Maw, and Espada is out. Yeah, not enough CC, not enough damage to follow up on that. So it's a trade of flashes between the jungler and the top laner for Reboot card.
Yeah. Wow. I'm now realizing I'm seeing it in chat from a viewer. Yeah, giving Espada this Ornn in a make do or die game for Syndicate like a dragon is certainly certainly, and I don't want to say ego, but you know, it's a bold move, right? That's a statement. Because clearly to me that the Ornn proficiency is off the charts on Espada here. Like, I think there's a lot of scenarios in which Gwen Viego get that kill, and like, you know, just being able to soak up that amount of pressure, I think is just super potent. It's exactly what you want an Ornn to do, and it's clearly right where Espada wants to be, like, you know, comfortability wise, right? Buying time and space for your MF to sort of bully out. We're already seeing it happen. All Gucci is like, you know, 8 something like that. I guess it's getting less as I'm saying it. Caster Curse said, but you know, All Gucci, who is going to be moving into the top lane, will be picking up more CS, right? Is ahead. We have mid lane ahead. Yeah, I'm curious to see if Syndicate Like a Dragon returns to that form from game 2 and really starts to pull the trigger earlier. But then again, they don't have nearly as good of an early game comp this game, right?
Yeah, neither team really has like a free early game, kind of like the last game showed. Like, there's not as much point and click CC. You know, we saw the gank try to happen up top from Isonator, but Ornn's even a little hard to take down in the other game. Now, this is interesting though. The lane swap, I do kind of like to see. You know, those anti-lane swap mechanics have worn off, and Retail Rose gonna eat a Q from the Braum. Gonna see if they can follow up on it as the Weaver's wall comes through. All Gucci though is kind of out, and Jacob's just gonna E over, buy some space with the Emperor's Divide, and that's gonna shut down the play. So all in all, it's a couple flashes blown from the side of Reboot card, which Like a Dragon will be happy about, but no kills found, no concrete objective. Well, they're getting the grubs now, but it looks like Mist should be able to trade the dragon on the other side unless they're really fast to move over there.
Yeah, but think about it this way. We swapped, if you're Reboot card, you swapped up your bottom lane for this grubs play, and you didn't get the grubs. You allowed the Sivers now even in CS with the MF, right? Like, we allowed Sivir time to do.
Here comes a TP. Mojo looking for a play, but is just gonna use the stand behind me to stand behind the minions, and now his spot is back up top, so they're dropping a wave down bot. I don't know if this was a necessary commitment. Maybe they saw the Viego and got scared. I don't know. Okay, Jacob will be collecting that wave, and someone should be picking up that mid wave soon, hopefully. I don't know. It's kind of a mess across the map. I feel like the rotations are a little messy right now from Reboot card, like you mentioned, rotating the bot lane up, and then they lose their flashes and don't even get the dragon or the grubs because they're getting deep vision and without knowing that it's safe to do so. So it doesn't look like a lot, but I do like how Like a Dragon played that a little bit better.
Yeah, and to your point, and it is sort of just play devil's advocate on this one. Like, I'll agree. I like the look of understanding the play behind sending your bot lane top there for the Void Grubs. However, I do think that is one of those things that like a lot of teams struggle to pull off at the highest elos too, right? Like, that is one of the harder things to do in League of Legends. As
CZI eats a chunk, but Espada is getting ganked once again. Has the Syrian charge to dash away though. Yeah, I think that's the one. And then gets ulted. The Heartbreaker is used. Goes unstoppable, but goes down to Viego. Isonator might be a problem, just like the Viego was in all these previous games.
Yeah, we were talking about Mist's Viego, and now we get to see Izinator on the Viego, who is, certainly no slouch of a League of Legends player either, but Mojo and Mist. Both
Mojo, is there anyone there with Mojo? I mean, the Talia is moving down now. Mist gets the red buff, goes even deeper, but now gets tagged up by that Braum Q. Should be getting stunned in a second here. Dashes away, but there's more people showing up. Fireman is over the wall. This could get dangerous. He gets knocked up, has the ultimate, but it might be too late. There it is. But now Retail Rose in danger, has Summoner heal, but doesn't use it and goes down to the Ignite from Mojo. That's a kill onto the Braum. Flashing forward, gets the stun onto Gucci, who pops the barrier, but there's no way out for this misfortune. And that's a feat of warfare claimed by Like a Dragon now. Who is
2K up
this early game well now? Yeah, 2K up.
We're looking at a similar, sort of thing to last game. No, like Syndicate Like a Dragon was handedly sort of winning, but now the question is right as
Jacob going in on Fireman. It doesn't actually hard commit to the play, but
yeah, we're seeing the same thing, right? And now the question is, does Syndicate Like a Dragon have what it takes to finish it out and hold on to the win and not Malphite ult a solo Azir, right? Like, and the answer is we don't have a Malphite ult, so maybe can we do it with Gwen? To me, those are the questions that I have on my mind, right? Okay, are we getting a replay of the early game of the last game, and is Reboot card going to be able to hold on in the same way?
It feels like a replay, even though it shouldn't, right? The team composition is pretty different, I would say, this time around for Like a Dragon. And yet they're finding similar or maybe even a little more success. I mean, the gold lead now is pretty much what it was. And yeah, you've got a comp that I think scales way better into the late game this time around. So they can be pretty happy with this early game.
Sure.
I kind of wanted to, I didn't get to say this earlier, but like, I wonder, they gave over the Ornn, which, like you say, might be a big mistake, but they did have the Gwen, which I think, if you're Reboot card, I would imagine you're banning that during that rotation, that second rotation of bans, but they didn't opt for it. And I think CZI actually has not played the Gwen in comp before, so maybe that was kind of a hidden pick, like you were talking about, pocket pick that they bring out late here. But Mist is showing up on the CZI, has everything available though, so I don't think they're going to get much out of this. And showing that jungler means the enemy team has an opportunity to respond. As the second grubs are spawning, it's going to be a while till the dragons up. Gucci walking into melee range of the Gwen, but does force the Hallowed Mist out, and now CZI also has to flash, so that's, some big cooldowns burned by the Gwen, but I almost called him Rizonator. Oh my gosh.
Rizonator.
I mean, hey, he is a heartbreaker, so.
Oh, jeez.
But that looks like it will be the grubs taken again, despite the Reboot card bot lane showing up in top. They lose some of the mid priority. Like a Dragon gets into the river first, but Espada is getting some free farm down on the bot side, and this Ornn is scaling a different way than the Gwen is scaling. Not as much damage, but it's still going to be. I think this Ornn is still going to be massive for Reboot card in the late game. Espada knows how to pilot this champion so well. So we don't want to be giving the Ornn anything for free, but I mean, 2 grubs, still really nice. Gonna put Like a Dragon close to securing that feat of monster slaying, which we'll give them the upgraded boots if they can finish that off.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, like you said, both of these champions very, very effective in the late game, obviously. However, part of the back burner of my brain thinks, if the Gwen is going to be answering the Ornn in the late game, like that's something that you want as the Gwen player. And with 6 grubs, that matchup is even better, right? That split push side lane matching of this Ornn with your TP up. It is a Gwen with flash TP. Your potential to rip through a side lane is disgustingly threatening here, as they're looking to pick up their 3rd epic objective neutral objective here, and they're gonna get it for free. It's the Hextech Drake, and that's gonna be boots.
Here comes the Ornn ultimate, but it's blocked by the Braum shield. And Mist is popped before he can even use the ultimate. Mojo is dropping low, but CZI is here on the flank. Izinator and CZI working together to try to take out the backline. Retail Row is gonna get away though. Gucci dropping very low, has the barrier, but the Heartbreaker will secure the kill. Now Fireman goes into the enemy. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, he's able to take the wall down and walk out, but it is a bit of a whiff on that one. And Retail Row will be able to make it out, but that's the the third objective. That's a feats of strength claim, and the game is now 5-0. And SRC is just feeling kind of sluggish in this game now. They weren't early to the objective, and they try to force a play anyway. Even I think after it was already taken, and yeah, they're dropping plates, they're dropping objectives, they're down kills. It's looking pretty disastrous. I think they're kind of their win condition right now feels like it's got to be Jacob on the Azir, who has been so crucial in their wins these past 2 games.
Yeah, for sure. Like Xin Zhao's like time to shine was, 12 the last 12 minutes, and now it's sort of gone, right? We have an 0-1 Xin and a 2-0-1 Viego. This is Viego's time to shine. We're getting into Gwen's time to shine, and we're getting into Sivir's time to shine here. So I got to agree with you. I think Jacob on the Azir is the sort of light at the end of the tunnel here for Syndicate Reboot card. And, as you were sort of explaining that, I think another thing sort of arose to me in my mind in that not a lot of people, as Retail Rose, just going to do a little bit of a grand entrance out. I think not a lot of people talk about the mental and just like physical exhaustion that comes with a best of 5 series, right? We are 80% of the way through this, or I guess, once this game's over, we'll be 80% of the way through this if it is a Like a Dragon win. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of League of Legends to play in a row, and it's a lot of thinking and calming and focusing to do, right? And like that can take its toll on players. It is something that is absolutely a consideration, right? When you're talking about, can teams hang? Like a best of 5, like teams can be made or broken between a BO3 and a BO5. So part of me has to wonder, as something's happening.
Miss is getting caught again. Does manage to get the ult off. Flashes away from the Heartbreaker too, but there's follow-up. The Sivir ultimate's down, and the Wolves will be taken. I don't know who got them, but Izinator is going to get the kill on Mist. Izinator is huge on this Viego. It seems to be a power pick for both teams, and maybe we'll see that band away. Retail Rose steps up for the Gleaming Quill, but is getting engaged on now. The Glacial Fisher and the flick back by the Talia finds a kill onto All Gucci. This game is falling apart. And like you said, it's a long time to play League of Legends. I think. Oh, Retail Row, no! Retail Row gets caught again. Oh wait, actually might make it out by making it. Nope, never mind. There's a flash by Red's Noxus, and that's yet another kill, yet another tower. 8-0. 5k gold ahead for Syndicate Like a Dragon. I mean, surely Reboot card can't come back from this one, right?
Crazier things have happened. I almost was saying it last game, but crazier things have happened. But if there is any game that feels the best at 15 minutes and 40 seconds, it is this one, and it is for Syndicate Like a Dragon. This is probably the hardest game to come back from, is what I will say. Nothing feels worse than, if you're missed and you finally get this Xin Zhao pick that's been banned away from you and you do nothing on it, like that feels bad. I've been there with Volibear many a time, right?
And Fire Mana finds the Unraveled Earth onto Jacob, who gets stunned up, but it's not going to be a kill, but it is a decent chunk onto the Azir. Going to make that side lane a little bit scary to hang around on. Just going to take a reset though.
Just going to take a reset. Is up like about 25 CS though, so like still managing to hang in there. Has the, interestingly enough, Leandri's Torment. Is that the move here as my resident mid laner?
I mean, I feel like Azir pretty much always goes Nashor's first, no matter the situation. Leandri's is a bit more of a defensive item, and I feel like most champions do not like rushing it. I haven't seen that before. I feel like it really delays you being like a team fight threat. Like people tend to
unless you're playing dots champs, right? Like if you're playing Brand or Zyra, I get it. Right,
then it gets more value, but I still think even then, like Blackfire is often the best first item. Like people think of as a tank killing item, but it's a little bit more like of a kind of like defensive sustained fight item. It's not necessarily like there's like a Mundo and I want to kill him. I mean, you might want it eventually, but like rushing it, I don't know. That's not what I don't love that. And now Like a Dragon is going to go onto this Herald. It resets, but it will fall to them shortly, and that's just another objective that they can use to blow open the game even more. Third Dragon's going to come up here. Second for Like a Dragon if they can get it, and it's a little bit of fighting mid lane, but I imagine that Like a Dragon is going to be taking control of the river in just a second here.
Yeah, and it's funny, they're able to coast, even though Reboot card has priority over the mid lane. Like, that's just how far ahead they are. Like, they literally do not give a crap, and they just walk through mid lane. It's like, yeah, that objective, that's mine. That objective, that's also mine. And they're going to take this this second dragon of theirs. It's going to put them one step closer to having Dragon Soul. It is an Ocean Drake. So we will be seeing Ocean Soul this game. As CZI might be in a little bit of trouble.
Ooh, the knockup lands from Espada. The ult's going to follow. Jacob misses his, and so
Marion Joseph.
A little bit unfortunate layering there. I think if Jacob waits for that Ornn ultimate to come through, then, you know, the Emperor's Divide is a lot more guaranteed. It's very hard to flash away from that Ornn ultimate just because it's so wide. And so, but they will get the flash off the Gwen. They're going to clear out this mid lane wave in the mid lane. And yeah, I mean, gold lead still stabilized at 5k. Herald's going to be dropped down bot. Not sure if Like a Dragon will be able to finish off this turret, as Espada is here to clear it out, but Isonator's wrapping around the back, and there's no ult on this Ornn. Oh, he's going to get knocked up. He doesn't have the Unstoppable. Is pretty tanky, dodges away from the Heartbreaker, but does go down, and now Mist is caught as well. I mean, outside of that one dragon, we might be looking at like a perfect,
might be a 20-minute
game.
GG.
Yeah, this is. I mean, Azir isn't here to defend, and MF doesn't have the ult, so there's no wave clear. They can get this turret. The inhib could be a mistake unless they can close it out. So we'll see if they end up going for that too. But this is a level of dominance unseen thus far in the series.
Absolutely, I have to agree with you there. And you know,
Jacob
back
and
on
CZI dueling in the top lane, fails the flash over the wall too, has no Emperor's Divide, and CZI will claim that kill as well. First for the Gwen, but probably the first of many, because she is getting close to that 2-item spike where she can just, you know, dominate the side lane.
I have a feeling it won't be many, because I think the game might end before.
That's true.
Before Gwen can kill anyone. Like, they have so much pressure everywhere. It's 11-0. They're up like 8k gold at 19 minutes. Like, excuse me? They have so much pressure everywhere. It's like the only thing that Reboot has is an Infernal Dragon. And it's like, what's that going to do? It's okay. We're going to try.
Looking for this Gwen, but Gwen is immune and walks right out. There's an ult for a W. That seems like a good trade for me if you are the Gwen.
Yeah, I think we're approaching, and part of me reads this with Jacob's ult and the Azir up top with the Emperor's Divide, aka the Shurima Shuffle. It seems like we're in panic mode a little bit. If I just got to be completely candid and transparent with you, I think this reads to me as panic gameplay. At a Reboot card, I think they got caught with their pants down a little bit here early, and I don't think they know how to respond to it. And this might be one of those games where they got to slow the hell down, and they got to bide their time and find out a way to make this game work before it's a loss. Or you got to just start thinking about Game 5 draft and possibly going to scrapes here. Just to be honest, you know?
Yeah, I might just be thinking about Game 5. I mean, this is brutal right now. 11-0. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. You know, the dragon stacking has slowed a little bit, but the turrets are going to start falling faster and faster, as Syndicate Like a Dragon has that Otacon revive buff, so they can kind of take any fight they want without much risk, as they're just marching down mid lane with no fear. You know, we had concerns about their comp in the pregame, them being low range, but it just doesn't feel like it matters. I mean, when they've played the early game and the mid game so well, they can. It doesn't matter much like how they play, unless but as I say that, there's going to be a big engage from both teams. The bullet time isn't going to find anything though, and Retail Row will go down to Isonator, who's going to dive in even deeper onto Mist, just diving the backline all by himself, gets another reset. There's the withdraw from 2 players on the side of Like a Dragon, but they are killing everyone in the base. And
they had the revive.
They still have the revive. CZI gonna just dash over the wall, and that's 3 for kind of nothing. I mean, I think that was 3 or 4 of the
revives. Only at 200 gold, if I'm not mistaken.
But yeah, it's 200 gold. It doesn't count for that shutdown. So these are all still deathless. It's it's nice to get a little bit of gold, but it's still 1k gold in the favor of Like a Dragon.
Yeah, and oh man, this is a Gwen that's 2 levels up and 30 CS up on this Ornn. This is Espada's famed Ornn is no longer going to be able to hang up here against this Gwen. This is a ticking time bomb, and I think we got under 3 minutes left on this game.
And Espada still hasn't backed since I made that comment about the first of many kills. This is going to be a huge buy here for the Gwen, I think. And I mean, yeah, I think that pick might have caught Reboot card a little off guard, because I mean, it's such a nice champion to play into Ornn, and they just left it up when they had every opportunity to ban it.
Yeah, and they just heavily invested. This is the first game we've seen Like a Dragon play towards stopping Espada, I think, from running over the top lane. And I think it's paying off in spades, to be quite honest with you. Like, Espada doesn't look like Espada. Like, you know what I mean? Like, CZI looks like Espada right now from the previous games. It's completely flipped on its head, and now CZI is going to need to show his stuff. And yeah, this is, to me, this is very, very close to being a Dunzo game. I don't know what you do other than think about Game 5 and maintain your mental and maintain your morale. You are a team that has played very well, so...
Mist is going to look for CZI, lands the initial knockback with the ultimate, but the Hallowed Mist is very powerful at stopping this MF from getting her damage down. Look at the healing as well with the ultimate. I mean, nothing comes of it. I mean, you know, we say desperation, and that's not necessarily like an insult. Like, you have to be a little desperate in this situation.
Yeah, you have to make something happen, which is,
like... If you don't do something, you will lose. If you just sit back and watch your turrets crumble, I mean, that's just boring. No one wants to watch that. Retail Row has to pop the heal to get away from CZI, who is 6 levels up on the Rakan. Here comes the Weaver's Wall as well. The quickness is going to be used to get away through the Tri-Rush towards the river. They see Rakan. They just let him go. They want this turret instead. They're looking to get their 3rd inhibitor of the game in a little bit, probably, as Baron hasn't even spawned yet, and Mist is caught again. Does slash away from the glacial fissure, but I mean, this Xin Zhao is really struggling. Maybe they really didn't need to ban it all those games, or maybe they just found the perfect answer this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the only sort of analysis I can make here is that if Viego showed up on the Rift for Izinator, Mist on Xin Zhao showed up on planet Mars. Just really, I think, not in this game nearly as much as Mist has been mentally in previous games. Maybe it's just some of the early game faltering. Maybe it's in, listen, I've been there. If you have a signature champ and you don't perform on it and the game sort of falls apart right from underneath you, it can be really frustrating, right? It's luckily it's not a fearless draft, but, you know, particularly in fearless ones, it feels really bad. You get one shot at your champ, and, you know, sometimes the games just don't go your way. And this is a game that clearly has not gone Mist's way. It hasn't gone any way for anyone on Reboot card here. But yeah, well, I'm looking to see my prediction of
doesn't quite land the seismic shove, but
my prediction of the 3 minutes is not going to come to fruition, as the 25-minute mark is going to hit and pass.
You will see Baron spawn.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, we're in one of those situations where, like, they almost want to bide time to mitigate gold advantage, right? The later in a game, the later the game goes, like a 5k gold lead means less at 30 minutes than it does at 15 minutes, right? However, like, you're also playing into a team that just wants the game to inevitably go longer. So it's like, what do you do, right? Like, what is the solution? I think that's what can get teams a lot, is when your path and avenue to victory is almost bewildering, right? It doesn't seem apparent. And I think that's really coming into play here for Reboot card. So, you know, we'll see if they can do it. I think I've got slim chances here, but we'll see what they can try and pull out of the bag. But there's a lot of engage options that they've tried to pull off, but they're just getting wallet gapped, right? They're getting smacked over the head by the Monopoly man. And, you know, that can be disheartening.
And the one kind of bright spot I do see for Reboot card is the Azir. For a bit there, he was actually close to Flame Horizoning Fire Mana despite being in this horrible, horrible situation. But I mean, Fire Mana is kind of playing just like, you know, I don't care, like, nice CS, I'm going to seismic shove someone from your team into my team, and they're just going to die. Like, congratulations on the number, though.
Yeah.
But the quickness is going to be popped here. They're looking for the server. They do find the initial engage. The Ornament will come down as well. And that is the pick onto Red's Noxus. So the perfect kill game will not happen. The Fireman is showing up now. Izinator, they think they can take this 4v5. CZI on the back line. Look at the damage this Gwen is dealing. The bullet time comes through, but it does nothing. They are going to all drop one by one. The Braum passive stuns 2 of them, and that is the ace for Syndicate like a dragon. Flying, and look at the movement from Izinator. He wants this game to be over, and he wants to take us to Silver Scrapes. Let's go, baby.
It's midnight. I live in New York. It's okay. You know what I'm realizing literally as that fight's happening is, I'm going to be honest with you, last series...
Well, Espada got a kill. That's something.
Yeah, well, Fountain got a kill, but yeah, we'll give it to you, Espada. Last game, or not last game, excuse me, last series, Conspiracy Esports versus Syndicate Like a Dragon, I had pretty vocal negative opinions about Syndicate Like a Dragon's choice to put Fire Mana on the Gwen mid lane as opposed to the top lane. I can't remember what the exact specifics of the matchup are. I'm sure someone's gonna, you know, Reddit sleuth me in the Twitch chat here and be able to say exactly what it was. And it seemed like sort of an ego play to put Fireman on a champion that Fireman likes to play. I love the discipline here to not do that. They didn't do it this game. It would have been a massive mistake, in my opinion, to do a similar matchup to last week's series where it's a Zir like into a Gwen, like a range match. It just would have been catastrophic, in my opinion, for the Gwen. And now we get to see a game where CZI says, "No, I'm the top lane in this game. I'm him," right? And just absolutely disgusting 4v5 work there on the Gwen in that last fight. And we're going to scrapes, man.
We are going to finals scrapes, yeah. I mean, yeah, this game was complete dominance. You see a little bit of red down there on the gold graph, but after that, it is all blue. It's and like you mentioned, the longer you go into the series, different people are going to be affected differently by that. I mean, I think there's I think there's a study that says like the human brain can only really provide like full focus for about 2 hours on something. So we're already we're approaching 4 hours into this series. I mean,
it's going to be a bed cast in a second. You're going to see me.
I think people underrate like the influence of like experience in that, like you can say, oh, it's just more League of Legends, it's doing the same thing. But like when you've been in that situation before, you have a better idea of like how your brain changes, how your play changes as you go deeper and as you maybe deteriorate a little bit and how to mitigate that a little bit. So, I don't actually know which of these like rosters has more competitive experience, but if we do see a sudden surge from like a dragon or something, that could be a factor.
Yeah, like if you're not a team that's prepared to go the distance, Hercules, I am on my way. I can go the distance. Great song. Anyway, yeah, if you can't go the distance, like this is gonna happen. You're gonna fall apart. And now, granted, this is only from an exterior sort of point of view of you and I looking at this team, being at this point seasoned competitive players, right? Who have seen this sort of thing happen before. It's more of an external look upon something and a possible thought experiment. By no means am I saying that they are definitely too tired to be playing League of Legends. Hell, they could come out swinging next game, and quite honestly, I pray they do. I would love to see some scrappy scrapes, silver scrapes game. For game 5 of Titan Conqueror finals. They'll just be awesome.
Yeah, both teams have shown so much resilience, so much ability to get a lead and push it, but also fight back when they're down. So I am hopeful, since we are going to a game 5, I'm hoping it is an absolute banger. But we will be back after a break, after some silver scrapes. So don't go anywhere. We've got game number 5 coming up.
There it is.
Welcome back to the final game of the grand finals of the Titan Conqueror League. I'm Freedom Potatoes, this is Swifty, and we just witnessed a crushing victory from Syndicate Like a Dragon in game number 4. Just, almost a perfect game. A few kills, one dragon, but other than that, almost flawless execution by the side of Like a Dragon. So going into game number 5.
Jump by your cat, by the way.
Oh,
did you see that? It went, whoop.
She can fly. She's kind of athletic, but
she's athletic, not like Toby.
No, he's athletic too, but he just chooses to use it for evil. Anyway, enough about the cats. We're here for League of Legends. We're here for the Syndicate face-off. The Syndicate face-off. And yeah, going into game number 5. What are your thoughts, Swifty?
What are my thoughts? I've got a lot and none at the same time. We've seen like all corners of this sort of, the globe here, the Summoner's Rift globe, in terms of a slow played, sort of boring game, with some scaling, sort of protect your ADC comps. We've seen crazy early game stops. We've seen crazy comebacks from said early game stops. We've seen complete inability to have comebacks from early game stops, right? We've seen scraps, we've seen brawls, we've seen wombo combos. This series is a series that's had it all. Hats off to both teams is the first thing I'd like to say here. This has been an absolute pleasure to cast these games. I really love the stuff that's being brought to the table. I like the grit, I like the determination. The only thing I've got left to ask is I want to see Reboot Card come out of the gates swinging after last game. And Like a Dragon, I want to see him too. This is it, right? This is one and done. Sudden death, your whole season on the line. This is it, right? This is what we play League of Legends for, is moments like this. And it's gonna be a hell of a story for them to write here.
These teams have shown so much diversity in their strengths between the early game, the team fighting, objective control. I think these games have really been all over the place. So it's hard to get our read on what's going to happen in game number 5 here. I mean, Like a Dragon definitely has the momentum, but we've seen Reboot Card punch back just as hard, and we're going to see what that's going to look like now that we're here in draft.
We're in draft. We've got Reboot Card on the blue side and Syndicate Like a Dragon on the red side. We saw, I think, red side win the first 2 games, and then blue side win the next 2 games.
I think it was blue, red, blue. So
blue, red, blue. Okay, I have it.
We were scared of the blue side selection,
blue side curse or whatever. Yeah,
curse, blessing, like being the team that chooses blue side wins every game. But not the case here. Like a Dragon got that out of the way.
Yep.
So, well.
we're gonna get
by losing on blue side. Yeah, the bans are looking the same. Varus is gone.
I bet you Xin Zhao gets left up.
I bet Xin Zhao gets left up because last game.
Okay, they banned the Sivir.
I mean, Sivir has been a part of Like a Dragon's 2 wins.
Sure, but has it been like the part?
I don't know if it's been the part, but it is a unique part. I mean, it's a
sure.
good late game assurance policy. If they've got champions that like to run at you, I mean, there's no real other champion in the game that has an ult like that. That's just free move speed. Go, kill. So
I like the Azir B one though. Is what I will
Azir
say.
B1. I mean, I don't think this Azir has really like lost lane.
It's Azir. Why do you think it's picked like all the time immediately in pro play? It's just that good. Oh!
There's the Jarvan. The Jarvan was left up by Reboot card, and Izinator's gonna grab it.
Have you seen his Jarvan?
I don't think I've seen his Jarvan. I mean, it's been banned all series.
It's pretty dang good. I'll put my diamond jungle ego aside. He's also diamond. His Jarvan's good, very good.
Well,
I wouldn't
that's
have left
something
that
to be
up.
scared of. But there is mobility on the Azir. There's mobility on the Trista. So far,
Trista.
they're drafting champions that at least have a chance to get away from it.
Get the hell away from me, champion.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of disengage. And the Tristana is going to be picked up again by All Gucci. I mean, that's a champion that, can try to get an early lead over the Jinx, but I think if the game goes late, the Jarvan E just giving that passive attack speed to the Jinx alone is going to be like really scary because that just amps her damage so much, especially if she can get excited off the picks that are set up by the Jarvan. And now this Talia, another champion that was super effective for Fire Mana. Yes, I think Jacob was, had the CS lead on the Azir, but Fire Mana was making moves around the map. I think in general this series, Fire Mana has been the more proactive of the mid laners. Jacob has shown a lot of team fighting prowess, but Fire Mana, despite being sometimes down CS or whatever, has been applying pressure all over the map.
Yeah, it's been a story of like proactive versus reactive, I think, styles, and to varying degrees of success. I think like the proactive nature with which Fire Mana has played a lot of these games has both been an incredible boon, right? As well as a bane, I think, in some instances. Like, I think the Yone got caught biting off more than the Yone could chew a few times, for instance. But again, like last game, like I really like the use of the Weaver's Wall, even if a few of them were kind of wonky. But just to get there, right? Like, put pressure on the map. As opposed to... Ornn is up.
And Like a Dragon banned Gwen. That's okay. So they're picking the Ornn. That's not too surprising, but it's not the Espada Ornn this time.
It is not the Espada Ornn. They're gonna say you're not even gonna play it this game because we're gonna ban the Gwen. We're gonna take it R for it. But it is Espada on Renekton. I gotta say I favor the Renekton. I think I do. At least historically from these set of 4 games, I think I'm gonna take Espada on Renekton over CZI on Ornn. But what I will say is speaking sort of like about the reactive gameplay of Jacob, I think it's been more of a game changer, in my opinion, than proactive gameplay has been for Like a Dragon out of the mid laner, which is just sort of an interesting dynamic, right? Like typically you think proactive better, but proactive calculated better, right? Rather than proactive reaching, right? So like it's just been, again, this series has been just a very, very interesting dynamic and dichotomy amongst play styles, win compositions, win cons, like we've seen sort of the rainbow here, the range of stuff that can happen in a series of League of Legends, and no better way to finish it off than a Game 5, as we're going to get into it here, Potatoes.
This is an interesting comp that Like a Dragon has drafted, because it feels like they're back on the Protect the President comp. Red's Noxus on the Jinx can go absolutely insane this game, but there's not a lot of damage outside of that champion when the late game rolls around. This Xin Zhao and the Renekton might be tough to take down once we get there. Fire Mana, pretty much solo AP on this Talia will be dishing out damage, but last game he was pretty much just racking up assists, not as many just like kills for himself.
Sure, it was like 0-0-11, right?
Yeah. So if he just flashed. Fire Mana just flashed at level 1 for no reason. It's only Jacob. It's only fair if the Azir does too. Come on, let's be good.
No, you don't flash. You need to move that.
No. You take that. You take that every time. It's game 5 of the finals.
It is game 5. Yo, you abuse that. Yeah, every day of the week. This is for all the beans. This is for all the beans.
But yeah, it's I do wonder what CZI's kind of proficiency on the Ornn is like. He has played it before in some of their previous matches, but Espada on the Ornn, I do like sometimes I've been in the position where it's like we take a pick more so to deny it from the other team than because we're necessarily really good on it. And so I wonder if Espada's gonna, he knows Ornn so well that he's just gonna be able to get the upper hand in this matchup and snowball that, like we saw. He was huge on Renekton, and I think that was game number 3. I think. And then, or if it's going to be kind of like game number 1, where Espada can't push the lead with the Renekton enough, and the scaling champion gets the upper edge. This Mojo takes the combo in, but doesn't really get much out of it.
Yeah, this, what is it, Mumu Alistar, whatever this skin is, Pajama Alistar. Great skin. But yeah, on your point about Espada now playing into the Ornn, I personally am of the opinion, I'll take it back to the Volibear. It is the champ that is banned in 98% of our scrims and on stage games that I play the most. And I love playing into Volibear just because of how comfortable I am on the champion. Part of me tells me that Espada might feel the same way. If I'm projecting here, but like you said, sort of anything can happen. I almost took the Ornn Espada into the Gwen, and I was absolutely wrong about it, right? CZI totally shut me up and said, nah, you're going to scrapes. You don't get to go to bed yet. You don't get to go to bed until 1 a.m. So anything can happen, but regardless, it's scrapes. I think we're gonna see some hands and we're gonna see some wild stuff.
Oh, Espada's taking a trade, but it's nicely blocked by CZI. Here goes the engage from Izzinator. All Gucci gonna jump out, and Mojo's gonna get knocked up somehow by the tail end of that Alistar. So that's actually a lot of damage. They're not gonna use the reset, I don't think, to keep this play going. But still, Alistar getting chunked out is not where he wants to be, because before level 6, when he doesn't have access to that unbreakable will, he can be pretty squishy.
Yeah, he can be. Unbreakable Will is a huge part of that kit. It's another one of those game warping sort of things, right? Akin to the Renata that we were describing. When that was played in the support lane, I believe by Retail Row, right? That wasn't Mojo, but yeah, it's a game warping sort of thing. We're gonna see a little bit of a gank.
Misses the flag and drag, but Jacob does get hit by the seismic shove. But now Mist is here, and they don't have those key cooldowns. Will there be any more fight? It doesn't look like Mist is gonna dash in on the mini map, so it's a chunk on a Jacob. Nothing really traded in exchange. And Izzinator's looking towards bottom lane again. Now some of his camps are up. He might be missing out on free income, but if he can get this bot lane ahead, that's gonna be huge, because I think as soon as Jinx gets a lead in this lane, it's gonna be tough for this Tristana.
We used the Headbutt Pulverize sort of early, and now Mojo's taken really low, but
Mojo's low, but Red Noxus is happy to fight back on Alguchi. They've both got the lethal tempo stacked up, but at this point in the game, there's the re-engage with the crash down, and it's dodged. Alguchi dodges the Headbutt Pulverize. Bye-bye. So Red Noxus should be going down, but there's the exhaust. It's blocking a lot of damage, and Mist is here too. First blood and a double kill over to Alguchi. Early game going exactly how Syndicate Reboot card wants it to, with the Tristana getting ahead.
Something about blue side, Mr. Potatoes. Yeah, that's huge for this Tristana. That's exactly where you want to be. The last time I think we saw the Tristana ahead it's early, sort of with 2 kills, we saw a really early BF sword, right? And just a lot of damage come out from this Tristana. I also, anecdotally, I completely forgot I was on color for a second there, and I started to almost play-by-play, and then I realized what was going on. So thank you for letting me get 2 minutes on, or not 2 minutes, 2 seconds on play-by-play, and not being shut up.
I feel like sometimes you're in that position where you're on. Yeah, oh wait, something exciting is happening mid-sentence for me.
Yeah, we will get a replay here, and I'll take it for the slow colorcaster replay. Yeah. What I was going to say as I was half play-by-playing was, I think Red's Noxus, like you said, is very, very happy to take those free shots. But again, the Headbutt Pulverize cooldown timing was not in line with what Red Noxus wanted to do. Mojo had blown it way too early, and then the hop and the flash over was utilized to just stop Headbutt Pulverize from being there. So a little bit of a miscommunication between Red's Noxus and Mojo in terms of when they want to be engaging in this lane. So it ends up paying off for Reboot card there.
I mean, this is something I also kind of wanted to say earlier, is I was talking a lot about, ease of execution, go buttons, but an interesting thing about having a lot of go buttons is I feel like teams have a tendency to use them at different times, right? That's what we saw with the Malphite, sometimes being too ahead of his teams several games ago. Where when you have a lot of ways to go in, it's every fight looks like an opportunity to go in, and sometimes it's not. You do want to be patient. You can't just take the first engage opportunity you see. And so on this Alistar, you might headbutt pulled in and just go down.
Yeah, especially pre-6, like we discussed, without that Unbreakable Will. And to bring it back to another point that we've been sort of discussing over the course of the night, in that, a long series, a best of 5 series that goes all 5 games, that goes to scrapes, can be mentally draining, can be mentally exhausting. At the same time, it can be absolutely nerve-wracking. I'm gonna get cut off
from
here.
Mojo, but I mean, I don't know what value the Alistar's getting out of this engage. I mean, yeah, they didn't really trade much damage back onto him, but I feel like it's I don't know. You kind of want to save the health for a big engage. As now Izinator's looking for Jacob. Mist almost tags him with that Wind Becomes Lightning. No, it's a flash Q. There's no flag.
I do that all the time.
I think that happened in like the LTA this weekend or something too. I think I might be making shit up, but I'm not supposed to say that.
Making stuff up. It's past 12 p.m.
It's fine, you know.
The way cable television works. After this time, you can say one curse word.
Izinator's getting invaded by Espada, and he has no flash, so Espada is just gonna grab that kill, walks away, doesn't grab the red buff, but using that priority, this is the best early game from the Espada Orin I think we've seen, because we've seen him. Espada Renekton. Sorry,
that's all right.
Abusing the Orin, but because every game it seems like you've seen the same plan from him, where he shoves a wave in, runs past the proxy, and then doesn't really do anything with it. Maybe he has a tempo reset.
Yeah.
And this time he finds a kill in the enemy jungle. So great job to Espada.
That's what makes like top lane, I think, a really potent role is stuff like that, right? I think that's what separates like, like for any other teams, as we're getting some training here, for any other top lanes in Conqueror, that's what separates Conqueror from like the next division up, right? Like it's stuff like that. I love to see that gameplay sort of happen, right? You always want to like watch players improve.
Big trade on all Gucci. Both carries are level 6 down here, and Mojo's just at level 6 as well, so has that Unbreakable Will. Mist is level 6, and Izinator's not. That's a really big cooldown that's missing. But Retail Row also doesn't have the Magnet Storm. Should be getting it in a couple minions here, I think. Yep, there's the level 6. So, most of these major ultimates coming online here. But yeah, notably missing is that Cataclysm, if there is a fight down here on the bot side.
I mean, and part of that's due to... Espada walking into jungle, that slows your ability to get levels and get econ on jungle. Jungle econ is bad. It is factually bad. It is not a role that gets very good gold or experience, and stuff like that really puts jungle behind, right? This isn't season 7 anymore. You can't just like spam out levels on jungle. So
might see a 3v3 down bot. I mean, Izinator's here, but he's not even stopping Mist from going in there. He's kind of just handing them the engage. There's the Unbreakable Will pop. Another trying to turn onto Izinator, but he does just flag and drag over the wall and get out. But, I do want to see the bot lane for Reboot card kind of extend this lead a little more, because, yeah, you have the 2 kills on the Tristana, but Jinx is getting slightly ahead in CS. I think... Maybe it just will take a little time until an objective force happens or something, but I do think that Tristana should be building up an even bigger lead. And now Jinx is going to get to shove this wave and reset, but that does mean all Gucci will be on the map first for this dragon, maybe.
Support fight?
It's just started up by like a dragon, actually. They're going to try to just get this dragon, right away.
They're going to try and get this like a dragon.
Yeah.
And they do.
Too many dragons here. So that's first dragon over to the side of Syndicate. Like a dragon. They like a dragon.
Mia, my name is Mario. I like a dragon. Boom. I did it. Also, for anyone in chat, I am Italian, so I'm allowed to do that. Boom. Anyway, so yeah, that's it's one objective to one objective. We do have the
Jacob gets knocked in, but
he's fine.
Firemana doesn't throw down the Unraveled Earth, so
look at this Psycho Renekton.
So there won't be that much damage follow up. Hey, free pink ward. That's minus 100 gold overall. From CZI giving that over to Espada. It does take kind of a favorable trade, and Mojo is in the area, but there's no way they're killing this Renekton. He's got ult, he's got flash. I don't think he really cares. He's just here to buy space for the grubs. Now, Alistar is here first, and they might look for Espada, but I mean, he just dashes away, pops the Dominus, and might look for a re-engage. He has the flash if they want to look on someone, but both of these champions can just break the CC. Actually, Alistar doesn't quite have the Unbreakable Will back, so that's a big ultimate burn now. CZI still has the Call of the Forge God. Izinator, might find an flash done onto but it's onto the Alistar instead of Izinator. They are there's the Magnet Storm. Here comes the Call of the Forge God, though. How many does it hit? It hits 2. Izinator's getting real low. Spotted. They're focusing this Jarvan well. Mist does nearly go down, but lives. The seismic shove knocks him back, but there's not enough damage. They don't land the where are those rocks going?
No way!
And Mist will live on a sliver of HP. They won't be able to claim this objective, and they might even look for Espada, who is down the flash now. CZI has his, Firemana has his as well. There's going to be the seismic shove, but it doesn't land. The slice and dice is back up, and it's another kill over to Reboot Card, who actually have almost a 3,000 gold lead, despite being down the dragon.
So when you said where are those rocks going, I recalled having from the first series I cast this split Syndicate Like a Dragon was playing, and Firemana made an appearance on the Talia, and I think I had a conversation in Oversoul Discord channel with Firemana, and I believe Firemana said, "Yeah, my Talia's trash." Which is funny that we're now picking it in the last game. I do know that he has been practicing it, and I do know that he is a talented mid laner, and showed it last game on this Talia. But it is unfortunate that those last sequence of like 200 rocks just didn't quite hit the mark, just so close.
I mean, it feels so bad on Talia when like you throw the Q and like maybe the first one lands, but all the follow-up rocks miss or something. Like it just looks silly with them flying off into the air. Now it looks like Syndicate Like a Dragon is also going to get the grubs. They've committed all 5 members up here, which means Jacob is getting free farm and free turret plates down in the bottom lane. And I mean, for a champion that scales as hard as this Azir and has been so key to their wins, I think they're maybe kind of happy about that. Yes, they are down 2 objectives now, though. So that is a potential downside, right? Oh wait, no, they have the first 3 grubs. Never mind. They're 1 to 2. Yeah. I somehow missed that. The first dragon was just super.
But they have they have the first 3 kills, and notably they have tempo.
And there's a flash.
Wow.
Oh, okay. It's flashes all over the place from everyone, and Reds Noxus is going to live, but has to blow 2 summoner spells. I think that's the Shattering Strike from the roll. Yeah, Flash Shattering Strike is the name.
The Q is
Q,
Shattering Strike. Magnet Storm is the
Magnet Storm. Yeah.
Is the yoink.
Oh, Espada is going to contest and actually gets the Scuttle Crab, fighting 1v2. Full confidence on this Renekton. I mean,
holy moly.
Isonator is so far behind. That is basically an engage bot now. CZI also kind of struggling, honestly, even more than I thought. Yes, Renekton has a good early game, but I feel like this one is struggling to fight. Yeah, 30 CS is big.
There it is. Firemana
engaged on. There's the scoop. The follow-up from Mist doesn't quite land, but
Mist, yeah.
But I think we'll have the Audacious Charge in just a second here. Big chunk with the Electrocute onto Jacob, but the Sand Soldier comes through with the Conquering Sands, and now there's an engage onto Retail Row in the mid lane. Mojo, the crash down doesn't go over the wall, but all Gucci's gonna ult Reds Noxus away. But now all Gucci is in danger. The Super Mega Death Rocket misses, but the Cataclysm will help secure that kill. Goes over to Isonator, not really where you want it. You want the Jinx getting these kills, but there is a dragon in 40 seconds. And that play might help set Like a Dragon up for it.
Yeah, but we now have Espada, who has just so much pressure with plates down now on the top side. That's half health with 3 grubs, but Espada's driving this lane right now, right? So there's an argument to be made here to say, we can get boots even if we give second dragon, and if they're confident that they're the team that can play scaling and play the mid game a little better, there's an argument to be made for giving this dragon. Looks like it might not be the case though, as we do have Retail Row on the rel as well as Mist on this Xin Zhao actively making moves. We now got Jacob on the Azir moving. They're going to try and contest some vision in this jungle river.
There's a lot of ults down for the side of Like a Dragon. They don't have the Cataclysm, they don't have Super Mega Death Rocket, and there's no Unbreakable Will either. So it looks like Retail Row is going to look for a play, but Mojo just headbutts him out of there. They're going to shove in the mid wave and try to contest this river here, but it is a bit of a scary choke. CZI could find a knock-up on someone here. Not going to do it yet. Has the Call of Forge God. Espada's also here with the Dominus up, so they're gonna throw the flag into the pit. No one's sneaking that though, and it's back to the NA RAM, I guess. Firemana, I think, can do a lot of work on this Talia as Reboot Card has to approach into these chokes, but Retail Row is going to get engaged on. Retail Row might just be dead. No, has a crash down to get out, and the Seismic Shove is going to miss, but here's the Call of Forge God. That hits 3. All Gucci has to jump away. They might just be conceding this dragon off of those ultimates, and the Super Mega Death Rocket will not find Retail Row, but yeah, the dragon goes down, and they don't get anything for it, so that feat of monster slaying going to go over to the side of Syndicate. Like a Dragon, I think.
It's one of them. Yeah, listening like a dragon. Hey, Retail Row, whatever you're smoking past that thing, buddy. I don't know why we felt the need to go in that way, but we did. Yeah, that was an interesting play. Don't really know. I'm sure there was something in comms that was trying to be communicated, but ultimately they didn't have a follow-up angle there, and Retail Row just has to like flash out crash down out, whatever it's called.
They don't lose anyone, and they still are hanging on to this 3K gold lead, but I really would like to see them take that first tower for the side of Reboot card. They have the bot and top turrets low enough that I think they could do it. And yeah, if they just made the conscious decision to give that dragon, it would be pretty easy. Now, Mojo could be caught, but uses the headbutt on a minion to get out of there. Izinator waiting over the wall. And the lane assignments have switched around a bit. We got this Espada Renekton into Fireman as Talia down in the bot side. It's actually pretty tough for the Talia to get in. Actually, okay, never mind. I thought Espada was about to go in there, but he just went right back out, juking me, juking the casters. But yeah, it's kind of tough. If Talia doesn't throw down that Unraveled Earth, it is pretty hard for their Renekton to go in. So I could see how that might be a favorable matchup. On the other side, though,
they get this turret, by the way.
Azir does a ton of damage to Ornn, so I don't know. I think any way they assign it, there is a bit of favorability over to the side of Reboot card with these solo lane assignments. Shouldn't
we not just take tower top lane with Azir? At this point, I think it's an understast. I don't like the contest either.
One bit. You have such a lead.
Yeah,
just use it. They're playing. They have a lead, but they're playing like they're behind right now. And yeah. That's the second objective that Reboot card has given over that I think was really just unforced from them. Izinator just gonna walk past that.
Yeah, we have 2 lanes with which we can force. Right, we know they're sending members on Rift Herald. Why not just force multiple into topside or multiple into bot side?
No way they lose first tower. Come on, Espada. The reset timing is all wrong. The lane assignments don't work out. And now the feats of strength are secured by Syndicate like a dragon when, I just don't think they should have been. I mean, that's, that could just be the game 5, little sleepiness.
Brain rot.
It's you got to be on top of your game to keep getting all of these, proactive rotations. But Retail Rose gonna look for fire mana. Izinator's here though, so they're not gonna get it, but they will get a turret. Again, that probably should have happened like 3 minutes
ago.
Then they'd be real happy with that turret. But now it feels just a little bit bitter as they walk away. And they've got 4 members committed up here, but they might be able to find a flank onto the mid lane. There are 5 people converging towards this duo lane right now. Izinator sees them though, so it's not gonna happen.
Just don't have quite the timing on that one. They're not going to be able to pull it off. I mean, let's be real here. This team still has a 3K gold lead. They still they're not playing like it, but they're the ones who should be driving the pacing of this game. And they're playing I think they're playing like they're phoning it in a little bit, right? Or that they're too scared to make a call, right? I think there's some obvious macro decisions that could be made here, and they're just not clicking in the right way. Which is, it's unfortunate. I mean, that happens in Game 5s. We've said it a million times now tonight. The way a Game 5 can take a toll on a player can happen in a million different ways. And sometimes it's like this, right? Where seemingly the easy play for us on the caster desk and for, those in Twitch chat and watching or our audience at home, to you it may be obvious, but in game, sometimes it's just not that obvious when you're this tired and you're playing this long, this much League of Legends.
I mean, we have the gift of omniscience. We can see through the fog of war. It's much scarier to be on that side where if you walk into the wrong bush and give over, a few shutdowns, you might be feeling way, way worse about how that went down. But inaction can also be a throw. You don't have to throw just by doing the wrong thing. As Gucci's just backing on a ward, eats a zap. It's all good. It's all Gucci.
By the way,
the Jinx is
item-wise. Yeah, it's a little more AD.
Narrowly, yeah. Retail Rose gonna get engaged on by Izinator and Fire Mana. Eats a lot of damage, but is gonna be okay. Otacon just spawned up topside, so that's an objective that we might see contested, but there is a dragon in 40 seconds, and the teams are, showing a lot of presence around this bot side jungle.
Absolutely. I think they're going to look to turn this into the mountain drag in 30 seconds. CCI's popping the call to Forge God.
Popping the call to Forge God. Espada's caught, has the dominance, but gets flicked back by the seismic shove into the Unraveled Earth. That's 4 people. Does take a long time to go down, but now the shutdown is collected by Izinator. And the lead is slipping away from SRC. They might get a turret here, but if they drop that, if they lose this dragon, that could be soul point over to like a dragon. There's no mana on this one. Mist has to flash out. Good Weaver's Wall by Fire Mana to force that summoner spell. And yeah, I think this dragon is going to be really hard to walk into. They don't have a lot of health on their main engage. And yeah, that's soul point from, again, a position where they had a bot lane that was ahead. So I am worried for Syndicate Reboot card now after a really strong showing in the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, and again, this sort of thing happens, decision paralysis, right? And nerves. I think if this was game 1, we're looking at a team that is pushing this advantage down their throats, but because it's game 5, like there's so much riding on the line here, right? Like every decision you make could be the decision that loses you a finals, right? And I think that the weight of any instance of decision can weigh on teams.
Definitely can weigh on them, make that decision making even harder, and paralyze you, make it hard to choose what to do, and then next thing you know, that lead is gone. Still a bit of a lead, 2,000 gold, so it's shrinking. The dragons are going down. The herald summoned up. I don't know where Syndicate is going to take this. Looks like he's just charging down mid. Might have been forced to drop it there, but they've got 5 members here, and Jinx will get excited off of this. Does Reboot card won the fight? They take the Magnus Roman, and Fire Mana is caught by Espada. Both of these carries have Renekton on them. That's a huge carry down. The Ornn ultimate, it will come through now. Espada's living for so long, though.
Noxus dead.
Red Noxus is down too. All Gucci gets another kill. Resonator. Why do I keep calling him Resonator? It's a double kill. The Buster shot from All Gucci picks up the kill, and so Reboot card is right back in the driver's seat of this game. Back to 4,000 gold lead. They're gonna look for the Otacon. They'll probably get this mid turret too. And yeah, I just can't stop saying Resonator.
Resonator, yep. But listen, like you say, almost they're back with a 4K gold lead. I think that's just the byproduct of them finally deciding to play a fight properly. That they should have been able to win these fights the whole time. I think they were already up gold. They were already up like 2 point something, if I'm not mistaken.
It was about 2K
at the start of that fight, right? So, like, to me, it's more of a finally and less of a, oh, they came back from something, right? Like, they really should be winning that. So, to me, the biggest takeaway is, okay, they are still in this game. Their heads are still in it, right? They still know how to make these fights. So, we're going to go into the replay, watch this Shelly Scuttle go wee into
it's
tower.
damage onto the turret, but until the turret goes down, there's no value there.
Oh, look at the Dominus flank right here. Fire Mana is just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Flashes through the slice and dice. Right back. We're going to get the Cull the Meek out, and then just gets run down. And this is a Conqueror Espada who is, still has a lot of gold, like has been able to see us very, very well in this game. And then just the resets come through with the Tristana, the flash auto buster shot to pick up the final hit. And that's 3 for O, and a big confidence reboost is what I'm going to call it for the side of Syndicate Reboot card.
Yeah, you made it. Yeah, I kind of like what you said. It's not a comeback in terms of gold, but I feel like it's like a comeback mentally.
Like yeah, I can agree with that.
It feels like they are mentally so back in it, because that was a force that came through at just the right time from Reboot card, capitalizing on maybe an overstep from like a dragon, having to drop that herald. I think having to, and they wanted to get that turret, get Jinx excited. I think if Reboot card's a few seconds later on pulling the trigger there, they're dealing with a Jinx that can just run away from the Rel engage without even needing to blow a summoner, and I think the fight looks completely different. But yeah, instead, Espada finds a great flank onto both the carries. Almost in a way messes it up, because he slices and dices past Red's Noxus and then has to choose to go for Fire Mana, who I think is slightly the lesser prize in terms of like, the Jinx is what will make or break the team fights for like a dragon. But getting Talia is amazing too, and they end up getting both. They get everything. So yeah, Reboot card extending their lead here now. They've got the false life buff. Might be trying to take a fight with that to capitalize on it, and they've got themselves a little over 5K gold lead now.
Yeah, as you were sort of, post-mortem describing that fight, I realized that the margin for error there, or I guess I should say like the window of opportunity really, for SRC to make that play was very, very narrow. So to me, it's arguably more impressive when you see something like that, right? Like they'd spent 10 minutes in this game sort of not doing anything.
They're doing Baron on spawn, by the way. This is some decisiveness. They've got Jacob just auto-attacking over the wall.
I love to see it. They have the revive.
Oh my gosh.
This
almost goes down to the Super Mega Death Rocket, but the Baron will be secured out of sight. And that's another great play by Reboot card to extend their lead further in this game. Number 5.
By the way, Revive went down as they finished that, which could have been catastrophic, but they stick to their guns. Good for them. They're gonna have to answer this. Obviously, this is a Mountain Soul, which is so good on this team. It's excellent on Alley, excellent on Jarvan, excellent on Ornn, great on obviously any carry that you want to keep alive. Hexel.
Yeah. Hexel. Yeah.
It's the Mountain Dragon.
Ooh, Seismic Shove is gonna miss. That could open Fire Mana to an engage. By the way, Jacob is 2 levels up over this Talia on the Azir, so he is fully back in form this game. And yeah, I mean, when you have Baron, ideally you don't really want to be playing around the dragon, but when you're down soul point, you kind of have to
play
for it.
Yeah, your hands forced.
It's gonna spawn in a second here. I don't think like a dragon. Oh wait, Izzo. If Izzo can make this steal, it's gonna be huge. But Mist is looking. Mist isn't even hitting it. There's a super mega death rock. But Izzanator is spotted, and so now there's no jungler on it, but there's no super mega death rocket either, and it will go down. Takes a little bit of time, but they check their flanks because they know Izzanator likes those over the wall steals, and yeah, that's the first dragon for Syndicate Reboot card now.
Yep, so they're on the board. They are in the driver's seat. We're looking at like 6k gold now, right? Good lead, comfortable spot. They are unfortunately playing at the disadvantage of having completely fumbled the bag on every objective prior. So they're now playing, just to put it bluntly, right? But they now have to play on the back foot on a 5-minute timer. Is basically how this works. Hextexel, which thank you for correcting me, production and Mr. Potatoes. I looked at the top left, which says mountain, but I think that's like a bug with like the game code or something like that. Yeah. I think I knew that too, and I just didn't even register. But we're gonna get a Demacian standard check. Doesn't do anything though.
Spada, now level 16 on the Renekton, is kind of, approaching the point where Ornn might start feeling a little better in this matchup, but they are going to look for the bottom inner turret here. Izzanator's on the flank, but he has to be a little careful when that turret drops so fast as soon as Tristana shows up. Gucci can just melt through these. 4-1 now on the Trist. Solidly in the lead in this battle of 80 carries.
Yeah, we're looking at 3.5 minutes on both objectives, right? So no one's forcing any fights anywhere anytime soon. I'm curious to see, right, how we utilize this Baron buff, right? Like, I think this is where you can like guarantee that you have a high success chance for winning this game if you're Reboot card here. So I want to see them like really utilize this thing. I'm not sure what the remaining timer is. I guess it's 0 seconds.
It's running now, yeah. But they got themselves a nice power play.
They did.
They're up 7,000 gold now. I think
added a few K, 2K.
Yeah, they added about another 2,000. They got that inner turret, which is going to open the map up a little bit more. And yeah, now they're back clearing their own jungle as well. So yeah, this Tristana is going to be happy to have that red buff. And I think neither of these teams really should be fighting for the next 2 minutes. They're gonna just have to farm up, make sure they're catching side waves, make sure they're catching mid waves, play for space, all that kind of stuff.
Yep, it looks like they're just trying to maintain, I guess, just some early pressure, like a line of scrimmage, if you will, across the map for Reboot card. They're trying to prevent any deep vision early. You don't want like some crazy fight with a teleport flank ward play happening. You don't want to get caught when you think you're safe pushing up vision. So they're just doing a good job of controlling the map right now. I think they are the ones who steer, they've got the wheel in this situation. So I think they're just going to do their best to maintain as much priority, agency, and sort of coverage on the map as they can until we get the next play in 2 minutes here.
And I think the thing that's really scary about Reboot card's comp right now is like they have multiple big threats. This Renekton from Espada, we've seen what he can do even like in a 1v3. Jacob is very farmed on this Azir and can deal so much DPS. All Gucci on the Tristana can chase people down with those rocket jumps. And for the side of like a dragon, it's kind of jinx or nothing. I mean, they work together really well as a unit. But it's like, even if you pick off one of those big carries for the side of Reboot card, someone else could step up if you're not careful.
Yeah. Absolutely. I like the play here to take as much off the map as they can from them as well. Like they look for the blue. This is a huge thing I think that a lot of teams miss when they're dealing with like lulls in sort of gameplay like this. There's no objectives up. Like what can you do? You can mitigate gold getting into the pockets of the enemy team that's behind, right? Like how do you push an advantage when you don't have anything to take on the map? Well, you do it by maintaining a gold
for this ward, but it's
that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Tristana now has so much range. Can auto from outside of that Alistar headbutt pulverize range, and has the red buff for the slow on top of that. Now they're taking yet another reset here for the side of Reboot card. The dragon is up in 1 minute. The Scuttle Crab will be grabbed by Like a Dragon, so that's going to give them some vision control in the area. All Gucci drops the pink ward, but it's going to be cleared out right away.
Yeah.
And for a brief moment here, Syndicate Like a Dragon has kind of the upper hand in terms of the positioning, but I do think Reboot card will be able to reclaim the space as long as Retail Road doesn't go in 1v4. Okay.
Yeah, we don't.
Oh, there's a flash target check into the map. Storm. They are
it's
finding
4v5
Red's
though.
Noxus. It is 4v5, and here comes the call of the Forge God, but Espada is showing up. The first kill goes through onto Retail Row, but Red's Noxus is so low, has to play really far back here, and Jacob is looking for Isonator on the backside, but Flag and Drag will keep him alive. Espada goes so flying deep into the enemy lines, and now is split from the rest of the team, but they might just shove down mid. This Renekton is really scary and can stand between them and the Dragon, which is spawning in just a few seconds here. Now, Jacob will get engaged on, but is still healthy enough, has the turret drop there. Fireman is eating some damage, Mojo's low, and I think despite losing Retail Row, that might be a winning play for Reboot Card.
I don't know about that one. Part of me feels like you were just explaining prior that they might have the ability to just sort of walk Prio back in, right? With the Tristana push and just how much stronger they are and how much gold they have in their pockets. Like, I think they don't need to force a 4v5 engage before Espada is there and it turns into another 4v4 fight, but we're getting another one.
Oh no, and All Gucci is caught again. It's slipping away, but Espada is here, has the Fury. Mist is down. The Seismic Shove will keep them at bay, and that's another kill. Red's Noxus is going crazy in this fight, getting reset after reset. Espada is just getting lasered down. Jacob will get the Jarvan, pops the Zanyas, but that should be the ace in just a few seconds, and that'll probably be the Dragon Soul. The Hextech Soul is going to be claimed. That is catastrophic because they just aren't together as a unit, and yeah, despite some of those low health bars, it doesn't matter. I mean, they get that opening pick once again onto the Jinx. They're not going to go for mid. They're going to turn their attention towards Baron, and like a Dragon has closed that gold gap down to just 4k. They've got the soul. They're going to get this Baron, and they might just get the lead here.
I'm trying to find words to describe how much of a blunder that is. That is so unfortunate. This game was looking like we were going to have to, declare Syndicate Reboot Card our victors for Titan Conqueror Winter 25. And those single series of misplays and just completely whack as hell engages, to be honest.
Okay, here's the replay.
Completely send it the other way. So yeah, let's watch this.
This is part 2 of the fight. Retail Row still isn't there, so this is 4v5. We've got the TP in from Jacob. The Seismic Shove misses, but I'm trying to see how this starts off because All Gucci just walks too close. Yeah, they walked into a choke. The engage comes through onto All Gucci, who is certainly not All Gucci there, and then they keep the fight going. They try to keep going on to Red's Noxus. I think they had the positioning there that they could just peel back. You don't want to fight the Jinx once she's been excited, and all the whiffs from Jacob as well, and nice feet, nice footwork by the Azir. But yeah,
That's just no reason to ever be that close, right?
Dying for an auto attack on the Ornn, okay, that's 50 damage probably. He's got a lot of armor.
Yeah.
And now the Call of Forge God's gonna come down too with the Weaver's Wall. Mist is caught. Mist is blown up before the Crescent Guard can even come through. And if Syndicate Like a Dragon plays this right, they might be able to keep the momentum going. They have the Jinx to get excited. She can keep threatening these. I mean, this could be the game.
End the game. They legitimately could end the game that they should not have won.
Retail Row is trying to find a flank. I don't know where that Rel is going because Espada's knocked back in. Here comes the Magnet Storm though, but there's no follow-up. They're just buying time. Isonator is getting low to Jacob, but Retail Row goes down. Now Red's Noxus has the reset. Super Mega Death Rocket will not kill Espada, so there's still a little bit of a chance.
Oh no!
But Tristan is dead again. Syndicate Like a Dragon is fighting back from what seemed like an impossible deficit. They're going to get the kill on the Nexus. They don't even need Jacob. Syndicate Like a Dragon is the winner of the Conqueror League 2025 Winter Split Grand Finals.
That is utterly wild, my man. Holy moly. They slipped up once, and Like a Dragon was like, if we don't capitalize, we don't win. That was their one chance to not lose that game. Was Syndicate's Syndicate. They're both Syndicate. I'm losing my mind. Syndicate Reboots, blunder. They made a blunder. Like a Dragon said, this is it. Now or never. They capitalize. They win. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Syndicate Like a Dragon has defied the odds in Game 5. That is insanity.
That gold graph is criminal. That is ludicrous.
I didn't even see it.
That is just a cliff.
Can you imagine Syndicate banter chat for the next month?
Years maybe. I mean, you can hold that over someone's head. I don't know. You can just say, hey, remember Game 5? And I mean, that's you could take anyone out with that ammunition.
You can. But what I will say is this game went to scrapes. Both of these teams looked absolutely dominant at various points throughout this. Everyone stepped up to the plate, at various points throughout this series. This was clearly two teams who deserved to be here. They showed that tonight. And this game came down to one play, and it was around Dragon, right? This was not some like super stomp, not even fun stuff. What we saw was, a team blunder once and another team capitalize. It's like it's what you live for in League of Legends. It's the moments where, hey, like a Dragon, like doesn't look like you're gonna win, and they're able to find that one opening, right? The one door that's unlocked, and they run right through it. And hey, Syndicate, regardless as an org, was taking home a trophy tonight. But Like a Dragon's the one whose names are going to be on that.
And I was at times critical of like the Jinx being the only way they could win, and the Jinx not really being in a position where it looked like she could pull that off, and yet they do. That's Reds Noxus on the Jinx just going crazy in those final few minutes. Staying alive, hitting, with that passive, getting excited, and just steamrolling over and over and over to a victory in that game 5.
Yeah. It's funny. I'm at a loss for words. What a wild series. Goes to Silver Scrapes. Super, super back and forth. Crazy drafts. Absolute honor, absolute pleasure. It is nearing 1 a.m. I'm in New York City. I have work in 6 hours because I'm dreading it. But it's okay. Absolutely worth it. Wouldn't miss it for anything. Congratulations to both these teams. Obviously to in OVS member himself, Firemana. Congratulations to you, my friend, and your whole team. Syndicate as an org. Thanks for doing this with me, Mr. Freedom Potatoes, my friend.
Of course. It's been a pleasure. I think either of these teams would have, at the end of the day, if they had taken home that game 5, I think either team would have looked totally deserving. It's Syndicate Like a Dragon who gets it, but I really think this could have been anyone's series. I could watch this over and over again. These two teams duke it out because they really feel so evenly matched in so many different facets of the game. And it was an absolute pleasure to cast them duking it out.
Yep. Well, I mean, without much else to say, that's probably going to be it for our cast tonight. The final of all Titan cast for Winter
final
2025.
Titan cast, unless we're doing some OQs or something. Then it's you and I closing things out for the main leagues for Titan Esports Winter Split. So once again, I'm Freedom Potatoes. This is Swifty. GGs to everyone involved, and good night.
Wow.